Zadalos, कैसे हो दलोस? What is that? दिख रहा है क्या बेड़ो? दिख रहा है क्या डूड? अगर तुम लोग ने मैं नहीं दिख रहा है बोला तो रेसिस्ट हो तुम लोग, याद रखना, याद रखना, ठीक है? ठीक है। डैम ड्यूड, डैम ड्यूड, डैम ड्यूड, ये सारा क्रिएटिव आइडिया था। हाँ, नहीं है तो क्या हो गया? मैं कौन सा नया हूँ? मैं 2 दिन पुराना कपड़ा फिर से पहना है। कोट नहीं दिख रहा है, एक्सक्यूज मी। एस्थेटिक का 14
ये कूल बन गया, कूल बन गया।
हाँ,
कूल बन गया।
साला हराम ज्यादा मेहनत लगता है। ओये मां न न न न न न न न न भाई क्या है आज का प्रेडिक्शन, क्या है भाई? मेरे को तो 100% पता है कौन जीतेगा, मेरे पास लीक्स आए हैं, लीक्स सच्ची। उसका नाम मैं पहले लिख रहा हूँ, ठीक है? लीक्स आए, लीक्स आए। आज के दोनों मैचेस इजी है भाई, इजी है मतलब इजी बराबर। ऑडियंस मेरे साथ है या T1 एंड G2 जीतेगा आज। दैट इज ट्रू, दैट इज
कैमरा
ट्रू।
वो साइड कर।
कैमरा वो सेट क्यों करूं?
अरे ये इधर
बात तो इधर जाता है।
T1 Vitality. We're the kings of Europe. Now we are taking on the world.
इजी T1 बोला ना, आया डर के, डर के आया। T1 versus the best duelist in Masters.
We have a lot of returning legends onto the stage right now. Champs winner, Masters winner, Locking winner, you name it, we have got it. This is the two super teams of 2025. Team Vitality taking on T1. It does not get more hype than this.
And it's players that we've always seen on the same roster debuting at a
Garam
global.
chai,
Taking a
maza
new
aa gaya,
step in their
bye.
career. Durka off Fnatic, the champion of EMEA once
तुम
again.
बैकअप जाने वाला? आज शाम को
Not
जा
on
रहा हूँ।
DRX for the first time
एक
ever
गेम
as
के बाद।
well.
जाऊंगा सबसे मिलके वापस आऊंगा मैं।
Also somewhat what I'm looking for here from the side of T1. We've seen some inconsistencies when it comes down to the compositions across the various maps. I'm curious with the time that they have had since kickoff ended, what have they cooked up for us here today?
These teams, they play a pretty similar style in a lot of ways. They lean on the individualism. They play a lot of modern comps, but I think the execution looked a lot better for Vitality at home. But you can't deny the power of these T1 players.
When it comes to the map, I want to know who would have the balls to pick Haven, and it turns out neither of them. I am very, very surprised. Not by the Pearl ban, however. Vitality, they always take it away, but I really thought they would pick Haven or Split. They have never first picked Fracture. This is a bit of a risk.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to stay away from that Haven. Both these teams, it's a very strong map for them. So I think neither wanted to lose their pick on the strength of their opponent.
Yeah, I feel like for both of them, they're probably feeling that that would be a little bit of a coin toss. I think that Vitality getting rid of that Lotus as well. I'm surprised it went to the second round. I wouldn't have been too shocked for T1 to really lean on that as their opening pick, but they opt for the bind, which is a map that they were really going for at the beginning of kickoff, but weren't really finding solid results on. I believe Talon being able to get a 13-5 victory over them, etc. It got better as time went on, but they continue to lean on this, favoring this as their map based on scrims, I would assume. will it be prepared today? Because it has to be when you're going up against an opponent like Vitality.
Yeah, both Vitality and T1 are playing
ये
great
निकाल दिया
tail
क्या
looks on this fracture. But the biggest
बाद में
difference
डाल दूँ।
is Vitality locking in the Vice.
Huh?
We've only seen them play it once, but I thought it looked really good there. And for teams that aren't running the Yoru, I think it is really difficult
Off
to
करो,
play
वरना
against
तुम
that
लोग मेरी
Vice.
गांड
It
देखोगे।
forces you to slow down, bait out the wall. It makes it a lot harder for T1 to go for these hard execute rounds that they do a lot of on fracture.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Vitality after seeing the map veto, just because of the lack of reps we've seen from them on a map like Fracture, for example. But it is an EME18. They're always good on Fracture, and it looks like,
They're
you
going
spoke about the Vice.
for the straight up mirror. I love it. Vice, best sentinel in the game right now, in my opinion. Glad to see them making that change. Meteor, the one to lock it in as well.
Yeah, he's been playing around with this a little bit. We also have seen Izu picking up the Vice from time to time, but Meteor, I haven't seen huge consistency, huge impact from him when he is playing on this Vice, and that's something that he's going to have to deliver as they start on this defending half of Fracture.
It's a mirror match, but that means Buzz versus Durka on the Raze. Couldn't think of a better way to kick this off.
I couldn't think of a better way as well, but I don't know if we're ready to go into game. It looks like we could be ready in just any moment, but for now, the fans are absolutely loving it behind me here. Yes, we are ready, so let's throw this over to get us into even match one. It is Brent and Saichar.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it with this one. I mean, this is... it could have been a very interesting game, honestly, with the maps, but it didn't go in the way that we were.
The Lotus, the double duelist, so much ISO.
Denied it, man. Just denied it. But what we have here is two teams that were built with purpose, and that purpose is being super teams. Now, whether that has actually materialized is one thing or another. We're yet to be seeing as well how they're going to be performing across this event, but high expectations of Vitality. T1 got high expectations for themselves. They've been having a few issues themselves, and just in terms of what roster they even want to run, what coaching staff they want even in their ears when it comes to timeouts. We start with Fracture.
Chalo, let's go!
And a north side crunch by the look of things too. Trex under pressure early, forced to evacuate.
Yeah.
I'm going to be communicating that to the rest of the team. They can go for a little reaction. And it's actually Carpe, the guy that you were just talking about, that might put up a slim amount of resistance on A. He's got into a hard anchor position.
He is. He's on an island, and he's got to do a lot in this spot. Still with the thoughts to help and supplement. Slows down the approach at least. Still, he is on the site. Solo for now.
He's done a great job of shutting down Durka there.
That
That fuel was vitally important,
Yeah,
and there's another fight.
Beautiful call by Vitality, honestly. Cut noise, wait for the smokes to dissipate, and
We
the bodies are
are
toppling. Players just walking straight into them.
And look at
Plucked
that.
them out of the picture.
Look at this discipline. It's so nice to fall back in the 4v2 and make sure that T1
जब
can't
स्मोक
cause
फेड
more
रहा तब भी
chaos.
देना चाहिए था ना अकेला बंदा पिक कर लिया
Ensuring that
बेचारा
there are no wins whatsoever for T1.
They even think they've
Yeah,
rotated.
it keeps them guessing, doesn't it? Look.
It's great calling. And I think that's one of the things that's been so impressive looking at this Vitality roster, because it was a massive question for us. Safe, new to the IGL
भाई
role.
जीत गया क्या
Potential for Stacks to make the difference there with the calling, but he's going to have to come out with the pistol shots, and it's just not enough for Stacks and Meteor. They got outplayed there in the 4v2.
We're already just seeing evidence, I think, just of that discipline for Vitality.
Yep.
This is a team that have
मैं
been
Vitality के
dead
side हूँ
set, I think, and they know what they want. They've been, I mean, saying themselves they've got their eyes on a prize, which is Paris, champs as their end goal.
Yes.
And any trophies they pick up along the way, it's just an extra bonus.
Yeah, I was amazed when they actually won in EMEA
Don't
kickoff,
pick up
bearing in mind that, you know, Durka, Safe, they've less even. They've been there before. They've picked up trophies, right? But for them to purely be focused on accumulating trophies, looking towards the end of the year, being the best version of this team that they could possibly be, they were probably the least focused of all of the rosters
भाई
on
इसका
the
देखने
here
का
and now.
Stacks QT मारेगा मजा आएगा
Maybe them and EDG over in China.
Long-term growth mindset.
So here you see them prioritizing Altorb acquisition as well.
A lot of them on the map.
Yitsu takes contact against Trex. Trex has got to play these kind of situations
Easy.
fairly carefully, but he's also only got a Ghost, so he's allowed to go a little aggro on this round. See if he can get some information.
Putting it down, he's just spotting out a body or two, and this is going to be fake noise pressure, essentially. See the drone.
And Safe does a lot of this. You'll see this on map 1 and map 2 when he's playing the Tejo.
भाई कॉलिंग देख बे Vitality का कॉलिंग देख
Although Vitality not committing over to
सब एक दूसरे को क्वेश्चन
And
कर
just
रहे
as
बे
Vitality start walking dish, T1 start spreading back out to B.
So much uncertainty in this round. Time might start to get a little bit short, but that's Salvos. Drop down, Izu, yeah. It's out of the pan and into the fire, and a bullet to the back of the brain while you're at it. Turka, short work, Buzz is close and personal, but Classic can't really do too much in that spot, and this is just
by flawless be
clean as anything from Vitality. I mean, talk about coming out swinging.
जीत गया Vitality.
They're looking pretty immaculate. We're seeing some early pieces of aggression. So early round they go forward, they take some kind of space, and then we've seen round 1 and 2, they slow things down and they wait for the reaction from T1.
Language sketch,
This, I think, is showcasing the amount of experience on this squad. I don't think it's right to think about this team as being heavily microed by Safe as the IGL.
Yeah.
He's in charge, he's the leader, but there is such a wealth of experience and vocal players on the team as well for him to rely on.
Players and star players like that. One of the big head-to-heads that the desk was alluding to and talking about. Buzz versus Durka.
सब जगह presence है देखो बे.
They've been to global events, Buzz and Durka, 9 times before, representing Fnatic and DRX. And now they're here for the 10th time in new jerseys, representing Vitality and T1. It's an amazing historic rivalry that we're now seeing in new colors. Here's this push out through tree. This is something that T1 love doing as a reaction off A pressure.
They're going to be meeting a hell of a lot of players though as well. Straight across the ropes, reinforcements arriving, but Buzz has already taken off the head of Trex. The squeeze is occurring right from behind the Stimmy to try and push this forward. Vitality. If they can stem the bleed in and stack some Buzz alongside him, Salvo's around. This is an awkward and tricky spot for Vitality to be in, and how are they going to be surviving it? They're not. Mowed down. Pincer maneuvers by T1.
Sandwich करके
surviving. That's Buzz and Stacks.
Really important there that Trex ended up going down too. T1 took fights. That little push, the duo push out through tree is something that a lot of the Pacific teams have been doing. Based on a reaction, you hear noise elsewhere on the map and you just double up and walk out. It's unexpected. Normally you expect the B players to be hard anchoring, and then this time Trex falls defending walls and it becomes a full clutch. A beautiful round, right when they needed it.
Yeah. Early pressure into A main.
Looked like Vitality wanted to go quickly, but they were cancelled out there. Itsu using the salvos, maintaining some halls control. And Meteor may end up getting tested here for the first time in his anchor position on B. He used to play Cypher on this map, and he used to be immaculate at working around the cages. I don't know how he's going to be able to stay safe in these spots. I assume Carpe is going to be throwing smokes for him to play around.
Doesn't really have the luxury of those cages, as you
Arcade से भी जा सकते हैं.
Carpe on the controller.
मेरा आवाज सुनने दिया.
Josh as well.
By the way, take a look at the north side here. Itsu has walked fully
जीत गए भाई, मेरा कॉल सुना,
might
सिंपल
actually
बात है,
find
जीत
them
गए.
all in tunnel.
He's going to be getting a clash soon enough if he's not too careful. This peak needs to be disciplined and diligent, but speaking of peaks, disciplined, diligent, noise and chaos is created. Perfect timing for the peak of Izu. Safe has been removed. Players toppled on the side of Vitality. Before they even know it. 30 seconds left, 2 players left to stand. Lessing Kits can't really do much in this spot. This is essentially
30 seconds left.
to be boiling down to a save.
And that's now 2 rounds in a row that T1 have found a mid-round timing to push out. In round 3, they pushed out Tree. This round, Easy realizes there's no pressure over towards Dish, takes tons of space, control, information,
मैं अपना एक brand open करने वालों
just to ping-pong off each other over an arcade.
आपको send करूँगा आपके पिंग दिखेंगे. Chance change bye.
Vitality, it's a team that we haven't seen bleed too much, but the closest they came to it was the grand finals of EMEA kickoff.
Membership le.
That Team Liquid playstyle, a lot of contacting, finding gaps in the play. No guns surviving.
That is for Vitality. If they'd kept a couple weapons, maybe this round could have been dangerous still, but
लेकिन attacking map
है. Any sting to it anymore.
Easy
That's just such nice team play from Meteor and
Isu. Unnecessary fight करनी
Isu's
पड़ती.
communicating that he's got the hunt on them, he's got the timing, and Meteor's like, all right, hold on, let me play you in. And that's a frame-perfect kill at the end there onto Less. Safe, not happy about how the last 2 rounds have gone.
Vitality though, they got something cooking here. The weaker by themselves. Molly going to be landing.
You see the
staircase of tower. They're going to be applying a lot of pressure now. How was Meteor going to be surviving against most of this? And how did he survive against that showstopper? To the back wall. Most does well enough, at least a trade and a steel garden. Lay it down on top. Put a pause into the play, but still garden. They're only working with pistols anyway. Still, Meteor steps forwards. Plays the angle. Back to the site now. Watchful eye onto it. 2 players left to stand against it. Safe gets that trade off, but he's pretty much isolated. Not able to get a rifle in that spot.
Isu's pushed out arcade again. Sexy timing होने वाला chat. Vice को देखो. Vice को देखो. Trex underneath. I mean, this is a terrible fight to take with the stinger.
मारेगा ये Isu को. 100% मारेगा. 100%.
Isu to be highly favored. Tap in away, and finally,
gun नहीं था.
Bullet landed to the brain. Spike dropped down on.
Off रहता था ना.
Really an impossibility for Safe at this point. He's locked into tower. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
कोई सीन नहीं.
Tiny gap that Carpe's got to play in.
इसको वोट किया था अपन ने T1 को ना.
Shot for Safe.
Blue यार.
If he can get 1 kill, then
पर
he'll be able to
Pacific
get
मचा रहा
his
है.
ult online. But even so, there's so many ult orbs around this map. At this point, I think actually it's just an opportunity for the rest of the team to be thinking about what's been going wrong in these last 3 rounds. There you go.
Okay.
Does manage to get the kill.
Won't be able to get the spike anytime soon, though.
No, the round is definitely still an impossibility. It doesn't matter how well he plays this situation. 3-2, and considering how
Pacific on top so
clean the first couple of rounds were, T1 have done a great job at answering back. The adjustment to go for these mid-round pushes has been immaculate, and that is what Vitality need to focus on. They need to be able to control the timings so that when Isu pushes out Dish, or if Meteor and Carpe push out Tree, they get caught. If Vitality end up losing this round, I think we're going to see a tactical timeout coming out.
Team जीत रहा है अपनी.
Nice! Major ultimates at work here.
Yeah, they really are.
Smoke's down.
Fault line nice and early here. Dirk wants to take some space on the back of it. See if he can pave the way to a bit of access now. And Torb given up. Picked up, kicks. Now going to be 1 away.
Good break on the flash there as well. They knew where Meteor had been putting it. And here's that double push again. Look, Meteor, Carpe, doubling up, taking tree control as a reaction to losing arcade.
Push back and posture.
And leaving Isu to anchor into a really unusual defensive setup.
T1 are just rumbling across the map here. They're trying to follow these sound cues.
गिरगिट भी आपके सामने
Isu's been so isolated, but it's such a weird position to have a defensive tail in. I wonder if Vitality even think about this.
And Carpe's already found an opening. Smokes, drop down, gives him a bit of safety, but with the salvos, pushed out into the open, so pick your poison situation for Isu. Kicks up onto the site, whips it around Carpe. Attempt to try and push them back. Once more, that aftershock is just a bit delayed. The wraparound by Buzz needs to find value. Sees it. Back to the side, shoulder beacon out, and there's the one. Nade rebounds. He's hoping to isolate a fight. Now he's got the ult into his hands at that rocket. Let's see what he can get done with it. Showstopper. Just a bit of tickle damage, and Les was tucked to the corner himself. Meteor doing quite a bit there. Time is still going to be ticking, and the aftershock was had to be expended nice and early here. Getting a move on onto the site. Damage has been done to Trex here, but a Rolling Thunder is that immediate insurance policy. It's going to be buying that time, a window of opportunity, and Trex right from behind. 3-3.
Round
and a good one to get on the board for Vitality. Like I said, they needed that. Their economy was going to get broken if they lost it. They were looking like they're losing control of the game at that point too.
बोला था कि नहीं Vitality जीतेगा. बोला था कि नहीं chat. इसने clip किया था?
Yeah, just forced slightly into that little sight line there. It was a really strange position to be holding, honestly, from Itsu. But he'd done a good job in previous rounds of being able to find those moments to push out on defense. Oh, a bit of frustration there from Stacks too.
Yeah. Looks like another B split, from Vitality. Thorns are going to be slowing down this approach. The reaction from
Here's the
push.
push.
There's no way you're taking this peek alone. Jump spot. Just spotting the player, but you don't want to go for this, do you?
They could actually accelerate there. If the Vitality players were quick enough, they could have trapped him with less or Safe's ult.
Well, fight occurring.
1-for-1.
Behind the tunnel, I believe.
Which is good for attackers.
4 versus 4.
4v4 is good for attackers.
Isu is in a bit of trouble. It's a good stun. Reactionary! Rifle in hand.
Not good for attackers.
Short work of his opponents. And that's a spike drop down in his lap. Less.
Chat मैंने बोला था कि नहीं.
Rapid on it. Oh, wait a second. This reveals the position.
T1 जीतेगा करके.
2 straight bullets and right into the open arms are safe. So 1-2 combo, but a lot to overcome still if you are Vitality. Ults.
Carpe has to just play his life here. Wait, what are they going for?
Committing it,
oh,
yeah.
Wow.
They want to use ults to clear out this space on top of it, but right from behind, Carpe ends up losing the fight. Armageddon now, offloaded. This is looking manic. Even a molly at their feet, but already the players are up and ahead of all of this here. The Armageddon is going to be pushing them forwards, and a molly as well. Only the tiniest of windows to play in. Leaves you down on just 30 health. Comes down to these fights, and how do you take it? You gotta think Vitality not favored.
How is it even possible? They'd have to jump up and land an unholy
No
shot.
way in hell, they were waiting for the salvo combo, but again, how do you even get the spike, man? It's just dropped off into their faces, and there's only 4 seconds left. They need this kill, and Easy knows it. Can the man scramble and dash, get the hell out of there, son? And he wins the round out. You're never going to see a round like that again, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
that is a ludicrous round. That one is absolutely bonkers, but it is so fitting that it's Isu who stays alive with the Red Bull clutch because he has all of the credit for setting that situation up in the first place. These fights, skirmishes over towards tunnel, almost inconsequential when you see what he's able to do there, utilizing the stun and the kill onto kicks as well, denying the trade that was going to come through. At the moment, by the way, it bears mentioning that Durka is having a very rough game on the entries. Almost every single time that Durka is trying to get his way into a site or into an area, he's getting hit by something, whether it be a stun like in that round, just getting killed by a player in an unexpected location, and he's currently 3-6. This is a player that most people are looking at as the best in the world heading into this event. And Vitality desperately need him to come online. What a wild round, though, and a cacophony of ultimates expended on both sides.
Oh, yeah. It's just carnage, man. Pulls the timeout out of Vitality now. It's all about stamina bleeding and see if you can turn this one around, because you are right. I mean, time that Vitality trying to make a go of things, whether it's the B split, there's usually going to be like a smoke in the face, thorns.
Camera quality kya hua?
Throw a wrench into the plans.
Physics
now,
exam
this would be a great round for T1 to do something aggressive off rip. And the fact that we're 14 seconds away, and T1 have got 4 players over towards B, and a great shot to work with. I can see something bonkers happening here. But anytime you come out of attack, where Vitality are trying to craft the right setup to get themselves back on the board, it's worth hit with a haymaker.
That was going to be used to try and take that sand control. Now we know no pushback from T1. It's going to be that retake setup, including the flash onto the side that comes from main. Deep push through the north side as well, so that couldn't squeeze on any potential player. Meteor feeling pressure. That flash is good with the connection.
Love you, yaar.
Right down towards Sand and Main. This is great from him, but he's received the backup. Team's alongside him, and while this is going on, noise pressure. Trex might be just working his way into the B side. They're going to be committing the plan though, so not going to go for this one, at least with a roll in front of that does push them back and away, and T1 want to try and flood into this. Tucked into the side, is there any defense in order? Durka! Come alive, but no one clearing this guy out.
I said he had to come alive, but they breach-ulted him and didn't clear him!
Oh my
They're not clearing him! They're not clearing shite! It's an ace from Durka, man! His whole team smoked off. He didn't give a damn.
How have they breach-ulted him as he's planting and allowed him to ace? Buzz is frolicking through the meadows there, jumping around. They heard the plant noise
It's absurd.
and breach-ulted the site. Are you not gonna look? We are having some insane rounds here. But I'll tell you what, Vitality needed that one, didn't they? That's got him straight back into things. T1 are now on an eco round.
Durka's earned the ult up. Hello. Gonna get that flash and players into his face. What a skirmish. A classic right click. Tremendous value to be had. Buzz is right there with him though. Rifle into the hands, tries to whip it out, but it's traded in time. 3 versus 3. You got to remember this is the weaker buyer T1, so maybe not quite the exchange that Vitality were looking for, but cut noise. Now is the time for a bit of discipline from Vitality.
The question is, do you defend these guns or do you try to find the gap?
क्या भाई ulti मारेगा eco round में?
Vitality want a bit more map controls. A deep flash to try and take control of Sand.
भाई funny चीज होएगा. क्या बोलते हो?
Main control as you mentioned.
और वाइस ने ulti मार दिया एकदम funny सा चीज होएगा.
That's going to allow this crossfire to still exist. Getting up really close with the classics.
Line forwards, Meteor and Stacks together, trying to combine their might. Just one left to survive. Meteor.
Nice risky business going through the smoke like that. T1 was set up to try to defend it. Almost a thrifty, but Kicks comes through. Perhaps we'll get a return to normalcy here. But I doubt it. Rifles back online for round 10. Remember, what's worked for T1 so far is having Vitality pressure one side of the map and then getting a good push out in a different location. And when the sides swap, that's exactly what Vitality themselves are going to do. He's droning out through Dish. He's going to see that all of this is safe.
Watched by Lesson, broken. Oh, not quite broken, just expires. Lesson out, taking the ropes to the south side.
3 round.
They're pinging it out.
3 round, why 30 to the side jayenge? 3 round.
Yeah, and the question is he going to go for it? How long do you wait to see if he goes for that push and try to bait it out?
But
applying a little bit of pressure now
on the south side
as well.
But se bhi jayega Vitality aur baad mein gaye.
Les goes back with the spike over to the north side as well.
A hell of a time.
Kicks has made sure that this is safe.
Carpe going exploring, but he might be walking right into the crossfire, but stays his hand. You're going to need steady aim for what's coming up here. Steel Garden overlaid on top. A lot of util now, putting the pressure down over towards Arcade. There's that molly at the feet alongside the smoke, so Carpe was ready for it at least to a degree, but how long are you going to be able to at least survive? Not much longer. Still up towards Heaven in this angle. Meteor rifle in hand. Oh my God. Beautiful work from him.
Here's E2.
From on the ropes. Getting away with murder there, Les. Peekaboo. Stacks his time to shine. Him alongside Buzz made this very awkward indeed. Les. One man, 28 health. Very difficult spot.
He's worried about Buzz. Buzz has gone through tunnel to Arcade. Great flank.
Bit of spam after shock, and now there's just no time to work with. Buzz knows it. Time to hide. Decent try by Les. It's 4 kills in a round for him, but it's not a round win.
No, it certainly isn't, and I think you credit to Meteor in this one. Carpe goes forwards, trying to find the timing, but got hit by the flash, and it's these 2 kills over here. They also buy time for Isu to come around on the flank, a flank that was broadly speaking unwatched for, and yet Les still managed to hit it.
Yeah.
But look, Buzz is pushing out through halls, and Isu is pushing out through Dish. At the same time, Vitality have got to be able to trigger those pushes and go back and catch them. At the moment, though, T1 are finding these perfect timings.
Vitality just struggling to get past the smoke, but maybe brute forces the call. But oh my! You're into the blender now, son. Carpe gonna dominate this position, and he's going walkabout. He's going hunting. Damage softened. Durka not long for the world. What a menace this guy is. Run into the side. Styling on him.
That is a sick round from Carpe. I've been loving watching his smokes util. Watching the end of the Pacific tournament where he's pulled in for T1. I think he's actually improved the roster, as mad as that sounds. He was working as a strategic coach for the team at the beginning of kickoff. But when you watch what he's doing, I mean, look at this. The judge damage and then the swap over to the classic as well. It's so cerebral. Like, he's actually just playing these situations so superbly. And a great read based off the pressure that had come through earlier. Vitality changed things up. They have an orbital strike to work with, and they're looking to take halls.
Trying to take control of this one. A lot of players to meet them. Fault line, there's a gap into the corner, and Buzz has just absolutely destroyed and dominated that position. Durka, though, has managed to sneak him, but then somehow gets the kill. It's going to be Buzz with the ulti on top, and my God, man! He's just working him in the neutral.
Breach Teo raise matlab na.
The counter into the corner. It's a 1v5.
Triple combo hai idhar.
Pray that they line up for you, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely.
Bichara
and it's not happening. 7-5 here for T1.
Chance pen not bad. I think T1 is winning map 1.
After Vitality got grouped as champions, I think Safe, Trex, and Kickle have been hoping for some reparation to their reputation, but this is an inauspicious start. T1 are definitely in the dominant position here.
Yeah, just proving, I think, these international events, listen, anything goes, anything can happen here. Who the hell knows?
मेरे जैसा खेला तो सही बस.
Had it with your old phone. We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any
भाई ये
old phone
combo
for
के साथ
iPhone
attack
16
easy
Pro
तो
on
होना
us on
चाहिए.
any plan and get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10 all three
सिर्फ
on
वो
us.
लोग को
That's up to
रीड करना पड़ेगा,
$2,000 in
देखना पड़ेगा
value.
कौन
Only
किधर
on
खेल रहा है
Verizon.
और सीधा एग्जीक्यूट. 20 नेड आएगा उनके मुंह पे.
Red Bull gives you wings.
T1 is 100 teams. क्या बात कही है बताइए. आंसू आ गया ऑलमोस्ट. तो देख डर के भी रो रहा है वहाँ पे. लाइक करो चैट. 4000 लोग देख रहे हैं. लाइक करो. अगर 6 के लाइक्स हो गया तो रात को करेंगे स्ट्रीम नॉर्मल टाइम पे 9:30 रैंक पुश. आज तेरे पाएगा शायद. भाई CSGO भी खेलो भाई. 15-20 साल जब भी वो लोग गन में साइलेंसर के जगह पे एक और कुछ डालेंगे ना, लंबी साइलेंसर, 15 साल बाद जब ये एक्टिवेट आएगा उसके बाद खेलेंगे. कोई सीन नहीं. बाकी सारे गेम पागल है भाई. एक महीने में अपडेट लाते हैं. 15 years.
Well, with a match like this, the player quality is off the
Karke
charts.
my
And we're getting it
excuse
here
me?
and now. Durka and Buzz as the signs
Bhai,
of
baal log bhi
proclaiming.
go to
They go
sakte hain.
head-to-head. They're clashing hard in this match so far.
And Buzz, top of the scoreboard, 10 and 8, having a great game. Durka is at 9 kills, right behind. But if you think about it, apart from the ace round, that means he only got 4 kills across the other 11 rounds that we saw. And that, I think, tells the story a bit better than just the scoreboard. Because while he did have that huge round impact, on the attack side, I felt like he wasn't really getting the entry that he was looking for.
Agent
Buzz
aa raha
is
hai kya?
gonna be-
Yes sir.
I think anticipating some serious action on the attack.
Les is lucky to be alive. Sitting across the ropes here, trying to contain various levels of it. T1's default looks like they've got the wall just in case there is that dish push. I mean, listen, Easy was doing it enough himself, so they're aware of that being a potential gap with the way that Fracture's being played these days.
And T1 on their attack sides, at least in Pacific Kickoff, were playing really defaulty kind of styles. Not too many of these instant off-the-barrier splits and execs. Fighting halls here, though.
Ball trigger hua
It's a
kya?
fight that goes away at T1. Safe. Cut to the corner. De Salvos, though, points out the direction, and he's got backup.
Combo bolte.
Kicks arriving onto the scene just in time.
भाई क्या BT है ना बे वो combo.
Awareness that Isu is taking
Breach और
position
stun का?
towards Ditch.
Nerf
Les
होएगा
is being
बे
left
agent.
with the job at 25 HP of covering the B site on his own.
100% nerf होएगा
Thankfully,
agent.
there's nobody from T1 prodding that. Vitality, you've got the stack in the right place.
Easy just pre-aiming in case there is that jump up. Wait a minute. Okay, he's got his wish, hasn't he? Yep. It's not the cleanest in the wall, but he gets the job done, and the players
That's
low,
a good
deep
jump.
onto the side. De Salvo is going to be clearing out one level of it, but Stacks is way ahead of the curve, and still, almost single-handedly there. It looks like the trade wasn't even ready in time. It doesn't matter.
Heavy lead है बे.
Barrels over these players, leaves it to Les, and as we said, poor Les, 25 HP, essentially from the beginning
जिनको
of this
नहीं मालूम
round.
इसका नाम लेस
Got
क्यों
it all
पता
to
है?
do. Now, players are low on the side of
देखिए
T1,
HP
but
full नहीं है इसकी, less है HP.
monumental at this point here for the pistol. It's looking all T1, especially if they've got that discipline holding Util in their hands. Tucked players contact, looks like as soon as Izu sees signs of life.
Love
Look
you
at
यार
it from
chat.
on high. And there's the swing.
Nice shut
भाई
down.
Pacific is
A pistol that should be setting T1 up
Pacificing, man.
nicely for this map. And it'd be a big one to take.
Oh yeah.
Vitality picked Fracture here, thinking that
हाँ?
they would have the run of things. And it's a nice map for this EMEA super team. I mean, I say EMEA. They're not, they're a global super team, essentially.
That's
right?
in.
With less coming over. But it's one where they can spread out. In theory, it lets them rely on that quality of their roster to take the duels around the map. But we've seen T1 running things.
Let's go, boys!
Momentum is there. They're feeling fired up. Deep molly, nade up and over. Run alongside it. Trex realizes that he has to give up control of the side here. There's no holding against most of this one, so open access, and it will be In all likelihood, an open plant.
That's actually a really nice nade from Buzz. It pops super high in the air, and it breaks that normal high-low setup that you would get from the guy behind the box and the person in tower. So combining that with the Teho drone, a beautiful idea on the anti-eco. T1 have done their homework.
Looking very
team में है, ले the VIT में है.
Impeccable. Fault line. Surely thing to try and supplement this push as well with the classics in hand, and Buzz will make sure to shut it down before it even gets started.
He's been on fire today, hasn't he?
He always comes out
at these international events. I think same could also be said for Durka, but he's in a very sad position.
Accidentally right-clicked. I think he was trying to go down to the spike. They knew he was there, flushed him out, and they're going to be looking to hunt down these players as well. Hopefully not giving up too much into the process, and indeed, they won't. A lot of guns surviving here for T1.
Yeah, two Bulldogs and a Phantom that they've managed to keep in is going to make this bonus round pretty lovely here. We'll see if they have some kind of set play. If they manage to win a bonus, they've essentially just taken the map already. It would be such a monumental comeback that Vitality would have to pull off. So this is a great chance for T1 to stamp their authority over the series early.
Just look at that. Across the board, it's a dangerous buy from T1 considering it's their bonus.
So going for a 4-1. This is what we've seen from T1 a lot on this map. And they normally start off with a little prod and then slow the pace down. But this one, I suppose, end up going into B.
Very far forward from Buzz.
You have to bait out the Vice wall, and it's a dangerous wall to bait. Using the salvos there to try to break some of the thorns.
Just in case they were placed. Oh my goodness, what the hell happened there?
That's a bizarre one. I mean, no stun came out, so I'm not really sure how Carpe got caught by that.
They're dropping anyway. Meteor looking to contain. Hold some ground out towards Arcade.
And T1 decided to go back into halls.
No drone though for this reclear.
This is where Durka got timinged before though, right? He took a step forwards. Was kind of not caught on the angle. They're in fact pinging the exact angle he's playing on.
It's perfect. Bit of util to respond. His Kick's trying to help him out. Flash into the face of a few of these players. There's 45 seconds left in the round for T1 to work with. They're cutting noise once again.
And no information for Vitality towards Dish. Last time Trex just hopped up here and fed his kill very easily into the lap of Isu.
Here's the util again. Golovic kind of flushed him out, but there's a molly to the ground. Aftershock alongside it. There's a lot of tools you're going to be using to try and block them out of position. Kicks with a reposition. To try and dominate, control, hard anchor spots. Being held down. Vitality have got the read that this is going to be potentially and probably most likely landing over towards A now. Showing signs of life. Meteor with a drop down. It's perfect timing at that, but time is running short. There's only 9 seconds left. They're going to get themselves onto this site. It's a squeeze from every single direction.
69 Saturday, love you.
All by Vitality.
That's an immaculate
chat, like
Just a masterclass in terms of how to set up crossfires on the site. As soon as the stun came through, and that early player was pressured, Durka swings. And then when Durka's under a little bit of pressure, Les swings out from his position in link.
Oh, goalie
He got slightly bullet tagged by a little bit of spam there, and that's what caught Carpe at the beginning. It's rough, because obviously, for example, Les's position would be smoked off had Carpe survived. So showcasing the crossfires that the Smokes player couldn't cut. Vitality going for a push-out Dish. This is what they were doing tons in the final map to be able to win in EMEA and lift the trophy just after the super team had been formed. They were pushing out constantly on the north side.
Exactly.
Having said that though, they've cancelled it and they're going back over to clear halls. Maybe expecting T1 to go into a B exec that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they sort of war being played.
Breach hai na ye log ko help karne ko.
Essentially, as the barriers go down,
technically T1 ye fight jeet
sakta hai. Plug up that potential gap.
You don't really want to push Dish until Trex's wall is tripped, in my opinion, because it could be a fake until then.
A handshake at a util, so I thought Vitality were going to go separate ways, but they want to go for exploration. Contacted up.
I think they've got a great read now that it's looking to end towards B.
क्या map है ना किधर जा ही नहीं पाए बे players मस्त map है मेरे को पसंद आता है ये सब maps.
Does Carpe save this ultimate for some kind of post?
आधे घंटे से email letter को email ले नहीं पा रहा.
Solo contact here might pull a couple of players back to
no,
try and help them out.
email लिया था पीछे जा. क्या map है यार मजा आ गया.
The goal of things, but with Isu dropping now and there's a wall into the face as well. Wait a minute! Buzz can't land that shot. Right into the face of Kicks there, and he Just to wrangle that rifle, Carpe stuck into the corner. What the hell happened there with a bit of that util? Not too sure. Doesn't matter anyway. Cleaned up at the end of the day.
T1 are living or dying based on whether or not they can push Durka away from holes.
कौन बोला था attacking
It
map
feels
पे?
like he's starting to get into the rhythm of
भाई
things,
मैंने
actually.
क्या बोला
I
था
was
कौन
pretty
जीतेगा?
critical of him on the attack side,
बोला था
despite
कि
the fact
नहीं?
that he had 9 kills at the end. But here on defense,
Vitality.
we've played 4 rounds, he has 4 kills, he's been able to hold down holes most of the time really effectively. You see here that he's able
Let's
to
shake
kill with
hands
Isu,
on that.
and he's
Vitality is
constantly
winning this.
re-pushing into that area with safe and regaining that information. And the info is
थोड़ा
just
चाय
as
पी लेता हूँ,
important
मेरे
as
को
the
भी
kills
चाहिए
in
यार.
that
तो
spot.
थोड़ा पानी पियो ठंडा.
I got jump scared.
Yeah, and Buzz probably should have got the kill.
Weaker weaponry now for T1. They've been knocked down. A peg or two. Meteor
so
is
deep.
Yeah, this guy is just taking liberties.
He's through.
In through the smoke. Arms out with a util. Guess
Oh,
what? It's
एक
not ready
ने
with a
कॉम
rifle. Jump
दिया
scared
था.
again. Here's an ult. Trek's got to try and back himself away, but he's stunned up as well. T1 are so damn
my
aware
God.
of the gaps and the potential to be played. What a combination. Oh, what a strike, just
भाई
fries
उसने
it.
पिंग किया था आ रहा है करके.
Now open side control. T1 with this plan. Need to hold this one down for the smokestone. They realize it. Up for the north
थोड़ा
side.
delay
Look
हो
at
गया
this nice
किक
flash
से.
from Meteor.
Buzz taking this
Oh, he
fight.
played in front of the flash.
And Durka wins it. Cleans up one of the angles. Yet, okay, util out into the hands. These timings are being found, and it's all T1. Less weakened. Steps forwards. Tries to take the challenge. Leads it
बोला
down
था
as
कि
safe. And not long for the ward again. So T1 straight back at you.
हाँ?
And that's a sick read of a gap in the B defense for Vitality. That is Meteor showcasing why he's one of the best Sentinel Lurk players and has been, and got all of that experience from his time in Gen G when they were the best
Love you
team
यार.
of last year.
Love you.
He just managed to walk through arcade.
दिन से
Nobody
निकल
caught
उठा.
even a glimpse
Prediction
of
तो
him,
मैं
and he's
इसलिए
on top
टाइटल
of
में डाला.
kills.
99% prediction right होता
That's in the
है.
wall,
1% वो luck के
you
वजह
said
से.
before.
I mean, that was team
But
liquid yesterday.
99% is pure skill.
Durka's picked up the operator to try to deal with this. A fight over towards arcade, and here he is with the showstopper.
मेरे को लगा था बस भी अल्टी मार के
And
घुसेगा
it's an
उसके मुंह
opening.
पे.
Finally, Durk is going to be happy with that. But again, Meteor trying to find those gaps and the timings, the weakness in the defense. Vitality's not giving it up, though. Eager to take the fight and eager to draw blood. Putting a stop to this. Any funny business out towards the B side. And Stacks is left
बोला था
isolated.
Vitality जीतेगा.
The smoke to cross back.
डिले में
So
मेरा आवाज
quick
जा रहा है.
reaction from Vitality. They lose one round to that gap over towards B. They're like, okay, we're going to fill it instantly with a stack, with an off, with a showstopper.
I'm smiling.
Slightly overcompensating, perhaps, but but it
बस
worked
भाई आपके
perfectly.
चैट में एक
They
भी
limited
क्यूटीज नहीं है.
T1 to
तू
only
कौन
one
सा
round
हैंडसम
from that
है?
weakness, from that mistake. And they've also
सॉरी
damaged
सॉरी
the eco
मेरा
pretty
मतलब
heavily.
ये था
We
कि
just caught
तूने
a
भी
glimpse of
अपना
it there,
खुद का
but
डीपी
Meteor and
नहीं
Buzz
डाला ना
barely got
इसलिए
any
सारे
money to work with.
क्यूटीज लोग शांत.
Durka having to fire that off just before
सॉरी आई वुड
they
लाइक टू
got cancelled
अपोलोजाइज.
by the Tejo. And then there's an off shot. Look at this buy.
It's all
माफ
over the
करो.
place. I
Look
was
at
just
this
staring at it, man.
buy.
भाई इससे कैसे होएगा मेरा 1 मिलियन?
Sheriff up and over the top with a nade rebounding. Here's the salvos alongside
करो
it.
यार.
Going to be tickled by a lot of this, suppressed in the process, and a flash into your face as well. Showstopper now.
ये
Offloaded by
डायसन फैन है.
Buzz.
यस सर.
Clears the way. Vitality scramble. Drone of their own as well. That's just an attempt to suppress it so that
क्या क्या?
Buzz isn't able to step forwards past that boundary into their spawn. And Vitality set themselves up even further now. They want to go potentially fast, but the nade's not committed.
Trex
feeling
on
good.
arcade versus Itsu. It's going to be a really big duel, and Itsu has actually turned his back to it.
Yep, Carpe might be
Not
able to try and
for
pick
me,
up the slack
dude.
into that direction.
I mean, this is crazy.
Clearance into the corner. Carpe's only got a Sheriff to work with. They don't even realise that they've crossed these timings up. Still, it's a rolling thunder cuts it up. Trex finally wins it. Return of the fire. Happens again, but tower control still maintained. T1 have got it for now. Can they hold on?
रोहन भाई माफ
The bunny to
करो
Utah.
यार.
Cacophony at that. Aftershock into the corner. Less tanking it,
Hata.
but he gets half. And then maybe that potential win con. Is it what Vitality needed? Rifle in hand. Safe wins it out. And a 1v2. Time ticking. Kicks. He's been bought that win con. It was paid for with blood.
बाप रे क्लोज था.
But it gets the job done for them. And so Vitality
क्लोज
trying to
था.
scramble it back to an equalized game that we see here on Fracture.
That was a serious risk from T1. They decided
Oh, Thunder
we have the
Thunder.
ultimates to be able to get in. It doesn't matter that we have weaker weaponry. We'll be able to win the post plant here. And because of Vitality being able to respond with their own, like for example that orbital strike, you get to see it there. The value that Les got from those players in tower, unexpected. And all of those weird wraparound timings through tunnel. Vitality come out on top. They're still in this game.
Money flowing for Vitality, as you said, still in this game.
And Trex has adjusted his wall. He's trying to make sure that Meteor can't lurk through Arcade. So even though they've got that triple stack over towards A and are leaving B a little weaker, the gap has been shut down.
Kicks. Shaw's to shut down the drone, so T1 now opting into a bit of contact plays, but flash repeat, Durka, rare whiffage. Missed that shot, still posted up though.
It's not really fair for Buzz, is it? He's only got a Marshall.
Jump spot does not connect either. Aftershock to push them back and away. There's a minute left into this round to work with. T1.
They've been doing a ton of these kind of rounds where they try to go 4 holes and 1 lurk through dish. And it has worked about 50-50.
Natural through, trying to swing and take the fight straight to them. The doors were open wide here. Kills away, but still the weaponry is not ideal. Clicks, what the hell is he playing at?
What's going on
he's
here?
Run out of gun, I think. He's run out of bullets potentially. I'm not too sure.
He just didn't want to reload. It's a good job he didn't take a fight over there.
It's insane that's occurring here, and that operator was handed over to Buzz.
Thorns activated.
Flash forwards, dodges it with the timing, misses the shot though, and that was a critical one. Good fight to win out for Safe here. Tap it away. What the hell is occurring there? Trex is just bunny hopping into the side.
I do really like that. It's a great little team combo play to take the first contact with the jump, but Safe was already taking the fight. Safe was already taking the duel, and Trex was jumping around. We are getting some chaotic moments in this game. And I think that's pretty important to think about, because Vitality, we have discussed them as being a super team. They obviously have players with huge amounts of experience, but they also have players that haven't been able to perform when they've got to big events sometimes. And eyes will be on this Vitality squad to look at how clean they look.
I mean, listen, the spirits seem high though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like a fun game to play. They're at 10-10 right now, back and forth all over the place. And for Vitality, actually, the mental should be in a better spot. Because you look at the rifle rounds that have happened in this half. T1 managed to get the pistol. They were out to a big lead. But 9-5 up at that point. And now we're back to 10-10. It definitely feels like Vitality are in a position to win the game. T1 lost their vice grip on this.
We'll be able to get the bye to give it over this one, but it's so damn important.
Prediction 1% language.
T1 end up beating out Vitality in this upcoming round here, round 21. Silver lining for them, I suppose. Is
2K likes को 150 लोग बचे रे. कौन है वो cute 150 लोग?
No, I mean you can take a look at it here, see what's going on. Trex has
ये UI कैसा लगा Jack?
Didn't invest it in the previous round because T1 were on an eco.
मेरे को अच्छा लगा ये वाला UI.
Needs to get something done with his. I think there is a genuine idea of Meteor going and playing for an ult.
Don't want to rush us here, but we are going to be getting into the round in 4 seconds as an operator facing potentially 4 players. So might be seeing some early signs of life here. Immediately letting it loose, and as players stuck into the corner, Durka himself as well, so just tucked to the side there just to avoid that stun, but still
he's so bold.
Yeah, unable to avoid that bullet. Less right behind him.
Momentum
over the shoulder fire. It's lead raining down, and a 2-player advantage now for Vitality. They're not stopping this ball from rolling.
Realised there was a stack over towards B. They're trying to react there. It's a long way around. Trex has already got backup. Safe. Here to support.
Garden forced out of Trex as he's pushed forwards. He's scared, I think, of being jumped on.
Yeah, it's a nice play, actually, because it just neutralizes what could have been a 3v2 attack. And now he's got extra reinforcements. Here comes Durka. And instead of being the weak side of the map, this is now the strong side. And T1, they've lost all information towards Tree, Arcade. They don't know if there's people about to crunch them.
Yeah, they're just scrambling at this point.
It's tough to play these kind of spots, but you have to take a risk. And I think the risk is going to be, don't worry about the flank too much. Just see if we can run some kind of slow siege.
30 seconds left.
Player positions, yeah.
It does feel like that at this point, doesn't it? Especially with Stacks having the spike all the way back here in spawn. That's gutting, but probably,
well.
yeah, probably the right play. You look, they've got 3 rifles. There's very little point, I think, trying to do extra damage to Vitality's economy at this stage because we're getting to the...
It's booming.
Yeah, the tail... Well, we're also just getting to the tail end of the map.
I have missed Fracture, though.
It's a great map.
A lot of coin flip fights at the beginning.
Well, yeah, and I suppose you can call this one of them, but at the same time, when you have a coin flip fight, you normally anybody's to take, and I think that certainly could have been T1's to take. And credit to Durka for having the composition in that situation to, even while stunned, still go for the Opry peak. He wasn't pushed away, wasn't coward. This looks like T1's 4-1 default, where they go over towards B, try to draw a player A, and then end in that A exec that we've been seeing so often. Vitality have never really punished the north side player, even though they know that Meteor or Itsu is lurking up here.
I think they've seen this wall going down now twice. Now look at the contact past this point.
It's tough though, because if you bait it out, you've just lost the timing. So what do? Triple push past it? That seems very committed.
Durka's just going to commit it.
He's got the blast packs to escape, so it's not the worst decision in the world.
Meteor, okay. Gonna be regretting that one.
Very beautiful, Chacha.
Needed the info though, just to ensure that they weren't pushing up, but yeah, it's a bullet to the chest.
They also just haven't been doing that. It's really unexpected from Vitality, because that's the first time I remember them trying to push north side. Ground timing to punish Meteor.
Honestly, they have been this entire second half. Flashing to the base. Armageddon, but there's that gap. Tiniest of margins. Durka to just play around. He's a menace with this operator. He has been the entirety of his half that he's had it safe.
Clean 2-0.
Shuts them down.
2-0. Your next map.
Carpe, yeah.
Has he got a free one?
He's being hunted. He's being hunted.
Tragedy.
12 now for Vitality.
3-1 is.
And what a resurgence in this half from Durka. I mean, he's just been on fire. 12 kills. Currently sat at 21. Picking up op kills, being the tip of the spear in so many spots, holding down holes with team support.
Happy married life
exactly what his team needs.
It's an event where himself at that GOAT status as well. Obviously up for debate to a certain degree, and it's not even the sole goal of Vitality, as we've already mentioned. You know, the eyes on the prize, which is focus, essentially. It's a very long-term growth mindset, which I respect. It takes a lot to try and get that and instill it into a team. But along the way, if they pick up a few trophies, listen, I mean, the accolades will pile it up for a player like Durka.
And I do think it's important that we point that out, because Durka, if he does win this event, and that's a possibility, that's something that Vitality are going for, then he would tie Chronicle as the winningest player of all time in Valorant, with trophies at Lock-In, Tokyo, and now potentially here. And if they did win, Les would also join Sassy as the only player to have won the Masters and the Champs trophy. Jorgamo and the rest of EDG are also going for that.
A lot of elite groups that players could potentially, and with reasonable chance, to join.
Yeah, there's some serious chance of history.
सारा details top left में दिख रहा है.
For now, to focus on
the map कौन सा है?
T1 have taken this tactical time out to try to adjust something and win 2 rounds in a row. Meteor died before he could get value out of this Steel Garden. He's going to be starting the round again, isolated from the rest of his team, but this time on the south side of the map. T1 going to run something quick.
Just a drone to try and set the pace.
किसको support कर रहा है? Bye, Vital.
Around, moving forward.
मैं तो पहले बोला था.
Most of Arcade. Wall going to be dealt with. It's an essential round for T1 to stay alive in this map. For Vitality, they're looking to deliver the death blow.
Carpe, 1 away from Orbital Strike. If they give him the plant, that's a powerful post-plant tool.
Smokes to cut them up. At this point, getting a bit of a read as well. There's been no re-clearance out towards A main. Vitality have full control of this one, so Les should be aware, but now he needs to step up to that challenge, and it was Trex the one who was really tested into this spot as well. Les needs to dominate it. Went out that shot, just backed himself away. Tucked to the side, didn't know if he was compromised. Out towards Jenny and Ralph from the side. What a shot from Durka. It's a showstopper. The rifles, he's got one more satchel to play with, and this is it. They're going to be applying that pressure, turning up the heat, and T1 are in trouble.
Isu, I think, has got to be the playmaker for T1 right now. He's in tunnel.
It's perfect. Flushing them out wide. And as Les is the one who steals that kill. Down and around. It's just Isu. And Turk is already on the defuse. Half forward, not planted for him. He's going to land these shots, but he can't get there in time. Vitality dominate the second half. To sail it away here on Fracture for that early lead in the series.
What an awesome recovery. What a great example of a team that's able to rely on their experience. Put a lot of the responsibility onto veteran people that they've signed this year. Les and Durka topping the scoreboards and looking great to win their map pick.
Composure off the charts of Vitality.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, Vitality कहाँ से आई है? अटैकर्स के साइड से होके आई है ना? तो अटैक करते हुआ आई है, तो मैप कौन सा हुआ? सिंपल ब्रेन सेंस, सिंपल, समझ रहे हो? जब वो लोग वहां से कर लेते डिफेंस पे थे वाइटलिटी, लेकिन जब वो लोग इनके बेस से घुस के मार रहे अटैकिंग में, सिंपल से तेज में चाहिए। मैं भी कॉमेडी कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन मैं कॉमेडी बैठे बैठे करूँ। खड़े रह के कॉमेडी करेगा थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है,
मत कर,
बैठ के कर सकता। Sitting comedy, one of kind.
Tone it down for the world. I'll pick you apart. No, we don't care about your mental state. Seems all that matters is what they say.
रुक जा, मेरे को कॉल करके आना है। चाय अभी पियो, बाद में पियो।
खाया ना?
हाँ? क्या?
बाद में।
बोलना बाद में सीधा। अब तुझे खुद खुले सुना ना मेरे चैट। मेरा वेब बोर्ड सब बंद है ना, पता चला आवाज गया। चुटकुले इतने दो।
आने दो। लाइक करो यार, क्या कर रहे हो? क्या वॉचिंग, क्या लाइक? ये क्या गाना है? धूप। दोनों सेम ही है वैसे तो। शॉप अगर होगा तो यू कैन पर्सनली सी एंड विजिट एंड एक्सपीरियंस इट, और फीचर्स भी एक्सप्लेन करते हैं। 59 वाला मेंबरशिप वो नहीं होगा भाई, मैंने भी निकाल दिया 59 वाला भाई। यूट्यूब ले जाती 30%, उसमें से फिर टैक्स, जीएसटी सब काट वूट के हमको 5 रुपए मिलते हैं, इसके लिए 59 वाला।
I'm standing here right now with Veto from Vitality. Congratulations on that first map win. I think there are a lot of questions though on why you guys didn't pick Haven and favored Fracture instead. Was there something on T1's Haven that maybe you guys were trying to avoid? What was the reasoning on not picking Haven?
I mean, to be honest, like, we have a very strong map pool, and we're confident across like pretty much all our maps. I think there's a couple holes that we saw on their Fracture and thought, why not? Let's take a shot. You know, I think we have a lot of confidence on Haven. You know, we've definitely showed very strong progressions with it, but I think it's like, let's just do something different. So, yeah.
Well, judging by that, it was the right decision. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're looking
They
tired
saw
today.
something on that fracture. They took a risk and they come out winning on
Binks
map
को
1.
आने
I'm
दो
your
pop
host,
करना।
so I'm back here with Achilles and Mimi. Oh, you gotta feel a little bit bad for the side of T1. Maybe the second half, they could have had it, but in the end, Mimi, something about Durka today is he's just on fire.
They couldn't figure out getting past him. The second half was just kill Durka challenge and 99% fail. T1 could not dislodge him from aiming at all, and he cooked them with the op.
Yeah, I mean, he conditioned them nicely. Okay, we're not using operator at all. Suddenly brings it out to every single round pretty much after that. Finding value with it. The wheels really starting to come off here for T1. Just going for these ego peaks. Meteor swinging back on that north side after his wall gets tripped outside of Dish. You have to know that op is going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, well, let's move on to our HyperX reflex moment of the day. It is Durka's ace. He has these almost once a year at global events, he'll get an ace. It wasn't with the op this time around, but when he did buy the op, out of the 6 times he bought the op, he got 7 kills. Maybe he pretty much won the game for them.
Yeah, it's insane, and he was putting up rounds for them in the first half. I think that we saw T1, who came out with a really good start to this game. They took a lot of risks, played players in positions Vitality didn't expect, took them off guard in some moments, but then these key players started to come online, and to me, this was the round that was the turning point to get Vitality back into the game.
It really was, and this is where you can see the T1 was kind of starting to get frazzled. Yes, they were able to finish the half 7-5 and then go on and get up to 10 rounds, you know, on that second half. So it seemed like things were getting readjusted, but this is where I started really seeing the cracks in the play. That first kill from Durka, honestly, shouldn't have really come through, but they don't check default as Buzz goes strafing across, ends up jumping, can't plan to speak fast enough, and then Durka pulls off an ace, gets online, gets that momentum behind him, and then it just comes, kind of falls apart from there.
And despite T1's curveball with coming out with their own Vice, which they had not shown before, I think that Vitality did a really good job navigating around that utility, finding the soft side mid rounds, and T1 could not get through the door on the retakes in that first half. Really.
I mean, we set up this duelist matchup before the match started, and let's take a look and see how they're doing after map 1. It is Durka versus Buzz. Of course, there's head-to-head, and Buzz, by all means, it was not a bad performance, Achilles, but it just felt like the rest of the teammates just struggled so much against Durka.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz, there's some critical, missed kills on the entries, but that's never really been that big of a concern for Buzz in the past, because even if he does die on entry, the info that he's able to gain, the rest of the team's been able to play off of that, and that was something that we weren't really seeing come together here from T1 in certain key moments that ends up with them, you know, losing after having a pretty staggering lead.
Yeah, but that second half was all about Vitality. I wanted to look at one of the rounds that they brought out in this one, and to me, that second half was all about the way that Vitality managed to hold on to the entire time. This round started off, as it almost always was, with Durka taking that space. The Teo you took to support him. But Vitality did a really good job of picking their timings to take risks in aiming. Fight forward, quickly push out these flanks. This one is one such example where they activate that trap play. Durka takes the timing to get a kill, and then immediately Vitality's in a position to pinch through as this Vice util is full stalling out T1, and to then go on to win this round. They play around that Vice so well. They're so willing to take those aggressive risks when they need to. This is why the teams or players or people in general, we're calling them a super team, whoever it is. People were calling them a super team.
Me. Yeah, I was. I'm people. I think I belong
That's
in that category. I'm people. But
देखते
I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. It is not all doom and gloom, because we will be moving on to Bind next. And Achilles, if it's anywhere that you expect T1 to make a comeback and to stamp their mark onto the stage, it will be this map. Surely.
Potentially.
Surely.
Potentially.
All the reps in the world.
All right, look, like I said, T1, they have favored this map throughout all of kickoff. This is one they were consistently picking, but one that they really struggled until near the end of the tournament cycle to really start finding value on and really start looking like themselves on. So I have that concern. You know, especially coming off the loss, considering how far ahead they were on Fracture at certain key moments there. Are they going to be able to get that mental reset, jump back in, and then focus up for this bind? Or is it going to be a bit of a repeat from what we were seeing in the past, where they're like, we feel confident on this, but they can't get the gears turning, and they end up crumbling?
Well, we heard from Coach Faded already, so let's hear what Coach Autumn had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Autumn of T1 and Jen Lee to help with some translation. Now, Autumn, that was a very, very close map, and it felt like it boiled down to like little small tendencies. I'm wondering, was that enough time for you guys to get familiar with Vitality?
एक दिन आपके चैनल पे वॉच पार्टी में बैठ नहीं सकती
상당히 팽팽한 경기였고
거꾸로
서로에 대해서 조금 알아가는 탐색전이 펼쳐졌던 것 같은데 1세트가 좀 T1에게 있어서 바이탈리티를 어떻게 상대하면 좋을지 배울 수 있었던 기회였을까요?
네, 그 확실히 게임 패턴이나 이런 거는 어느 정도 분석했던 건 비슷하긴 했는데 반대로 저희가 결국 덜케 선수의 오퍼레이터 대처를 못해가지고 아까 생각해서 두 번째 맵에서는 만약에 똑같은 상황이 나왔을 때 그 오퍼레이터 대처를 잘할 수 있도록 노력을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
The tendencies and their play patterns were kind of as we expected, as we analyzed, but I think one of the things that really gave us a tough time on the first map was Turkish operator, and we weren't able to adapt to that very well. So going into the second map, which is Bind, we kind of talked about how to adapt if the similar situation with Turkish operator were
थर्ड मैच जाएगा लग रहा है T1 बाइंड जीतेंगे सुनो
Well, good luck to you guys. Thank you very much for your time. 감사합니다.
लोरू प्लेस देखना अभी
I'm glad that they're going
Yoru
to
play.
Bind because that is definitely something that they're going to have to adapt to. If they don't change any comms at all, I don't know if we're going to see that. But also, at least on the pistol side, Achilles, there was some improvements on the side of T1.
There was an improvement that they got one of them. And pistols were something that were plaguing T1, and a big reason why they were dropping certain maps where, you know, it was close, and you're like, oh, if you had just gotten that pistol, if you had just gotten one pistol, maybe you would have been able to close it out. You see here, 37% win rate from kickoff up until this map that just ended. It has not been a strong suit here for the side of T1. And it's something that needs to change, not just for this map, but for the rest of the tournament while they are here. If they're not going to be able to get pistols, they're just always giving themselves a hard time.
Interesting to see a bit of a change coming out from T1 in the agent select here. They were playing the Gecko KO before, very popular. Last year, they've moved over to the Fade instead. That scan util is pretty powerful against other double smoke comps.
Yes, a bit of a double util grab here. I mean, Stax has really still been favoring the KO. He's one of the few that still runs it here on this map, at least over in Pacific. Hasn't really been too popular. People still kind of lean back on the Sky when it comes down to Bind in particular, but Stax has avoided that for the most part. But I'm curious to see what this ends up looking like. I mean, you have some decent overlap utility with that Fade Raise combo. Perhaps that's something T1's going to look to pull out.
Yeah, and I want to see how Team Vitality deals with this. This is something they struggled with against KC back in EMEA. So, Saisho and Bren, take it away.
We're going to be getting all sorts of answers, I think, to a lot of the questions that we've had, in particular as well. I mean, I want to put a bit of a focus on T1 as a team because this is a squad that they've kind of mirrored, I suppose. There's parity between them and Vitality in terms of the intentions of building as a super team. Buzz and Stax, for example, as well. They wanted greener pastures. They left DRX to escape the fourth place that was always just
लई जान के टोटे हर
so
एजेंट
they
का
want to come out
बेस्ट
strong, I
बोलो
think, here
मास्टर
for
मतलब
Bangkok. They want to prove that
लई जान ने
perhaps it
love
wasn't
you
quite
जान
a
love you
mistake.
love you
Well, that's going to require
हर
them to
एजेंट
turn
का
up
बेस्ट
here.
प्लेयर बोलो
Buzz did not have a back
हर
game
एजेंट का
whatsoever,
बेस्ट
but I
प्लेयर
think
एक है भाई
Stax is going to have to outcall
सिंपल बात है
Vitality to come out with the win.
वो एक ही बंदा है जो सारे एजेंट्स के
Interesting smoke that was, wall, sorry, from less immediately. It's great on eco rounds. Allows you to do a waterfall out of hookah, but it also allows you to go from B long into elbow. So this is going to put pressure onto Isu and Carpe to hold this one. You see here the crossfire just doesn't exist.
Thank you, Swaraj.
And Vitality on their attack sides do tend to do a lot of this.
What's
so
that behind Naveen by stream start?
Leave someone there, deposit somebody. In this case, it's Safe. And Safe will look for info, and then he can go through the teleport, and he can drone his team in through showers. They do a ton of this kind of stuff. Now, they're actually going to go for the drone on B, make it feel like this is a B fake as they walk up short.
Knife only tags one, though, so
there.
The jig is up. But still, Meteor just getting reinforcements. He's unaware of the lurk up. Less. He's already posted up onto that position. Buzz is rapid onto the scene again. Sheriff in hand with Vitality. Clean them up, filling up the feed. Plans down for them. Full control.
That's a massive loss there. Not being able to keep track of that short lurk. Durka goes for the swing, super confident as ever.
Gonna time it up with a util. Pays for it with his life, but you can't imagine there's too much more trouble. What is that from Trex?
Oh, that's absurd. That really
is.
Okay. So normally in these kind of rounds, you'd be expecting there to be a vice wall at short. or something that's going to be able to give them information. Usually it's going to be the wall. This time it's a flash. And that means that if you dodge the flash, and Meteor didn't find the right timing to use it there, whole of Vitality is on top of them before they had any idea. I mean, they were pushed up to default before they even realized that they were on the A side. So that's a great pistol round, really phenomenal one from Vitality, recognizing a weakness of T1 instantly. And I do think the defense on this map is pretty lacking. So I think it's going to require something special from these T1 players to be able to win here. I think one of the big reasons is they don't run the Viper, so you just don't have good smokes across the map. Carpe just gets stressed out in these situations. You have to maybe help with a smoke over towards A short sometimes, and then you smoke off long, smoke off hookah.
Match is 23rd, if I'm not wrong.
Playing off sound cues most of the time. Running wherever the
Clean
action
aim
is
in
to try
यार,
and
खेलने
help
का
out
मन
the
करता है
defense. Vitality's game plan against this eco as well. It's
खेलने
pure
क्या आज रात को
discipline.
gaming nights?
Just make sure they can control the orbs. As I say that though, footsteps are heard by Buzz, so he realizes that there's potential for the timing here.
It's quite a great timing.
A bit of damage.
Well, they're just looking to slow him down, aren't they? Because Buzz is the playmaker in this round.
T1 nice on the depth at this point. Swinging out wide, finally Meteor. Be paying the price.
There are 3 Phantoms in this round, by the way, just to point that one out.
Stacks does get just a 1. Pretty essential for Vitality to keep these guns. Coverage. Okay, it wasn't quite there, but Kicks just gets off the plant anyway and weapon from behind.
This isn't even a Phantom.
Okay. It's not the gun that perhaps Buzz was looking for. These players are weak. Economic damage is quite important.
मेरा वाला नेट डालता तो ना अंदर वाला ऊपर होता
Buzz can do damage.
भाई क्या सिक्सी है बे दिखती इरिटेट हो रहा है मेरा घूमते ही नहीं इतना
Force forwards into a tight corner and Trex watchful eye onto that avenue. So Vitality's economy,
it's going to be great.
Yeah. Members only
They've got
gaming
3
night.
Phantoms. They were allowed 2 deaths because 2 people came into this round with ghosts. I mean, it's perfection again, but this is exactly what we saw from Vitality on Fracture. They looked immaculate in the pistol round and the follow-up, and then they kind of lost it a little.
Yeah.
There was a serious run there where T1 came back into things. So.
भाई गन्स तो स्ट्रांग है वाइटलिटी का लेकिन मेन प्रॉब्लम है कि जो ब्रिम अल्ट इतना जल्दी आया है
got the classic vice setup over towards short, big flash, thorns, and T1 maybe looking to try to take a fight B long. This is not something that they usually do. They certainly don't do it with more than 2 players. They're trying to apply as much pressure as possible because if you give this area of the map for free, it's so difficult to play the defense macro.
ठीक है साउंड मेरा साउंड गया आज लोड क्यों क्या हो गया राजवीर भाई भाई मेरा साउंड गया कि इनका साउंड गया मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है हेलो साउंड आ रहा है क्या कुछ मेरा हेडफोन गया भींचियो हेलो चैट किधर है हेलो थिएटर मोड नहीं ऑडियो अच्छा मेरी गांड पटकी थी गेम का गया तुम टाम तुम दर कुछ जीत गए बहुत शांति है यारो और बताओ चैट और बताओ मेरे पास एक आइडिया है Binks 69 ये नहीं ये वर्सेस भाई ये आइडिया देखना फर्स्ट एवर ऑन द यूट्यूब ठीक है
against this eco as well, it's pure discipline. Just make sure they can control the orbs. As I say that though, footsteps are heard by Buzz, so he realizes that there's potential for the timing here.
It's quite a great timing.
A bit of damage.
Well, they're just looking to slow him down, aren't they? Because
रुक जाओ
excited about.
Yeah,
I suppose.
yeah. I suppose it's like your identity.
Yeah, this is a rough one, especially bind as a map. I mean, it's so damn important. You're playing defense side. You got to slow the momentum of the attack side team down. Make sure they don't build up too many of these big critical ultimates.
Yeah,
they failed at that. Dirk has got the showstopper,
and that's just one of the ways of keeping momentum going like crazy.
I mean, you might not have to even use it.
Buzz has got a hero rifle here, and one of the big things that actually got T1 a win on this map late on in Pacific Kickoff was that they made the adjustment to have Buzz push out showers a ton. And that really helps because it gives them enough information to stack B, and their B defense is generally quite weak because they don't run the Viper. Here's an angle.
Taken.
Not quite finding it.
Tough one. Steadily backing away.
भाई कैसे भाई इतना डिसिप्लिन मेरे को अगर एक बंदा दिखा सीधा नेड अल्ट उसका मॉप है
3 players
मॉप पे जाऊंगा
over towards B.
किससे लोग मित्र
Here's a little bit of pressure coming through over towards E2. Buzz looking to try to make the hero rifle play. I mean, he is walking forwards on short right now, and that is where the Vitality block is going to end.
They're just holding for him as well. Still finds the kill.
He's got one and he's got out.
Yeah, could be surviving. Good information to be gathering.
This could get really dangerous here.
Get dangerous.
There's 35 seconds left.
Time is of the essence. Less forwards as well. Oh my god, he held his ground. No itchy trigger.
He's actually doing such a good job here, Les.
It's a beautiful job at that. So maybe made it more winnable. Still Izu, he's got the one. Yuto's going to be expended. That's a siege that does connect. Kicks is forced to drop the spike off to the
They're going back through the teleporter. They're going back to Les.
Bro, you've only got 11 seconds
left.
Wait,
what are they doing?
What is a call to be made? What is that, the open man?
I mean, that is a ridiculous round. I don't think they were expecting Les to literally win the 1v3, I think it was, over towards the A site. He cleared out the A site completely on his own. And T1, the rest of the players on Vitality, sorry, are thinking, well, do we stay on B? Do we try with 15 seconds left to go through the teleporter? I think someone made the call to take the telly and got counter-called in that spot. What a 3K from Les.
Enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Operators out on both sides. Durka has gone for an attack side up here for round 5, and they're looking to try to take the fight. They have looked at this economy so heavily.
Buzz and Durka are going to be taking that head-to-head.
That is such a sick ante from Vitality. They knew for a fact that Buzz was going to be there with the op. That's something that he's been doing a ton in T1's games on Bind, and it was the major win condition for them being able to get that win on Bind towards the end of Pacific Kickoff. He was taking the angle over towards Showers and then pushing out, giving his team full information to be able to stack on B, making up for the weaknesses in the composition. Vitality, they're just completely in control at this point. T1 need some change, some shift, some flair. They need a hero.
Yeah, right now looking lost. Might seem a bit doomer from us here, but honestly, so much of Bind just comes down to stopping the snowball potential of Izu. Now going to be challenged, tested into this spot as a rapid approach by Les. There's no trade in sight here from Trex. There's a stimmied up Viper running into your face. Izu still going to try and isolate some of these fights potentially. That's Durka, alt, offloaded, showstopper, round to the side, collects the kill, Izu. Damage was done, softened up Durka, follow-up damage was there, stacks from behind, the best chance that T1 have had in a long bloody time. And Trex left alone here with only seconds to spare. He will topple.
I said they needed a hero, and Isu, he was that. He was completely alone. T1 utterly beefed the back. There was 3 players over towards the A side trying to defend a non-existent hit. Like I said, it's a great idea from Durka, but here you're seeing the replay through the eyes of Itsu. He gets one in hookah. He manages to get out. He buys enough time for reinforcements to come through, and he manages to pick up 2 more kills. Crucially important to get T1 on the board. Buzz again picks up the same op. Going over to Showers, same angle.
Getting a bleeding. T1 have managed it for now. Like I said, same angle. Not going to be getting too much action for now.
Yeah, remember what I was saying though? Buzz was pushing a lot.
वो problem ये है कि हुक्का control लोगों को मिल गया. अगर वो लोग A पे बकचोदी करके belong ले ले, then it's gonna be a clean execute.
But the T1 A defense relies so much on him staying in control in showers. Is Les going to try to swing this?
Okay. Well, Isu's been dropped. Quick nade out as well. Turka backing away. He's kind of done the damage here because he's going to be pulling players away.
Here's the push.
Here's the push. And in through the wall as well. An attempt to punish by Les. Swinging out wide. Doesn't get a damage on, but Buzz. Oh, he's locked into the corner. Stunned up. Satchels, though, back to safety. And now there's the response. Vitality. It would be rapid here. Up through the main choke and still
backside play, which is nice.
Through onto this site. It's Vitality. They're poking. They're prodding. Bullets are flying. Tapping away with the plan, just trying to bait out some of his util. Buzz! He's dominated! At least through the smoke, that's just raw spam as well. Soundcue's out, but Beach still alive and kicking. And a bit of damage through the box, not enough to get the second kill he needed. Max TP, it's an evacuation. Time to run the hell out of there.
Trex, they've given him the spike so that he can get the orbital strike off the end of this. Didn't have the molly, so Meteor's going to be able to cross, get into sight on a quicker timing.
Damage done to safe though, still potentially winnable. You got to imagine. Said orbital strike has been earned up,
and the salvos too.
Salvos, and safe is already rotating all the way around.
It should be a checkmate for Meteor. He's going to have to pull out something unbelievable to win this.
He takes out Trex. Can't give up onto this fight. Nice and early, but it's an off angle at that still.
There goes the orbital strike.
Good precision. Salvo's forced out time. He's going to start to take it. It's running short here for Meteor to try and make a play, try and get that win con.
He threw the salvos from hookah, so that's where he thinks he is.
Now he's wrapped all the way around, but he's finally shown presence. But this time, the circle is shrinking and safe.
भाई ये भी मेरा स्टार्ट है ये भी मेरा स्टार्ट है
That is masterful from safe, man. Throwing out the salvos, using the fact that you can see them flying through the air to bait his position. And Durka managed to get that opening kill as Isu was going for more info in hookah. And that shows you, I think, just how much they're missing on the B side of the map. The defaulting working so nicely. And what a play from Trex. He got 3 from that spot, by the way. Pushing over towards Lamps.
It's freeing,
he was the hero early on. Tactical timeout here, though, coming through from T1. Yeah, and composure. That's the word that we were talking about so much with Vitality in map 1, actually, when they were able to get the comeback. I think they've really settled into the game here, settled into the big stage.
ये देखो
T1.
इसको पकड़ते चैट इसको पकड़ते SP चरण Binks B Hunis either tens with sentinels जो कि वो रिटायर हो चुका है और फोर्सेका बूस्टर and Durke in one team. Which team you support? हाँ भाई जी पढ़ाई में आपको सपोर्ट मिल रहा है ने बता एक बंदा रिटायर हो चुका है हाँ बूस्टर को बूस्टर बोल दिया है और तीनों अलग अलग टीम के एक टीम में डाल के कौन से टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं भैया जी सब ठीक है
This one's just going to be a wild push-up short.
Potential for a brawl less.
मजाक मत करना आजकल मजाक नहीं कर सकते ज़्यादा ठीक है
Looking sorry to push the T1. Might be opting into themselves. Steadily as it goes. Creeping forwards on the angles and the wide swing. That is going to be explosive. Okay, let's not ready for that.
Reaction coming out here from Vitality in through B. Isu required a lot of. He does actually have the Nightfall to try to slow this down if he wanted to go crazy with it.
Love you.
Just going to be playing his life for now, though. Will be that retake. You don't quite have the weaponry. You probably need the kills still.
Nobody committing to the flank for the retake.
Yeah,
that's an old committed orbital strike to try and cut up this side, but nobody's ready to even play off of this one. It's an unusual one by T1. We're going to try and go for this once more. Trex.
Steel Guard.
Planting, Steel Garden. Sidearms out. Time to shine.
It's a pistol round.
They're being absolutely offloaded in terms of, I mean, every single piece of util ultimates all being used. Nightfall on top of it. Durka cut up into the corner here, but the rifles are back out and ready and waiting. Trex, he's found himself too. Drifting in and out. They need to time these fights correctly. 1v2. Safe. Almost monstrous. Just saves the day.
T1 have managed to stabilize, getting some rounds on the board. It's requiring a lot. But there you go. I mean, tactical timeout, finding the value already with the MasterCard Thrifty. You've got to imagine that most of what they were talking about is probably to do with the rifle rounds like we're about to see. But a calculated risk there, investing those ults and getting good value out of them. Durka got absolutely destroyed in this spot. I feel like Isu's having a really good game here. He's been put in a difficult situation defending the B site. I don't think the strategy is great from T1 on their defense, but he's doing what he can.
Yeah, and we're straight back into the fight once more.
So a little jump peek over towards Hookah. An op fight from Buzz.
Just 12 seconds missed. No big deal.
Well, thankfully we didn't miss a kill, but it was a lot of damage done to Trex.
See it now. Les trying to tango. It's tappy. Alongside the footsteps with the rifle play. Stacks! That's good work. Down for away short. Durka, okay. He's going to make a go of it.
He's just walking straight through. He has no idea, though, about bench.
Yeah, Meteor's off angle is perfect. Good reposition.
Feels a little similar here to Fracture in that first half, where Vitality were totally in control at the beginning. Now, admittedly, on Fracture, that was only for 2 rounds. They just looked clean for the pistol and the follow-up, and then T1 started getting into the rhythm of things. But there's a definite feel here that T1 are getting back into the game. And it's not in the same way that they have been doing at Pacific. This is more proactivity.
This is about Vitality bolte.
Short in the prior round. Here, proactivity again, actually. The start of the round, they go for a jump peak sand and then swing in with the operator to try to catch Trex at the start. Really mixing up their defensive setups nicely. But T1, how many rounds do they need here? Their attack half is going to be good. Normally it is pretty solid. I still think they need like 4 and a pistol.
Yeah. They've done well to stem the bleeding, as we were mentioning. Part
of the round
snowball from playing off, but
round.
Just looking at the state of the economy, I mean, investment with the 2 rifles saved, Vitality might be able to get a buy together. Potential. Thinking about it.
Buzz is taking the operator over to B again. This is not something that he's been regularly doing. Almost always going for that showers play. But looking to really mix things up because it's working against Vitality. Vitality have clearly seen
ये prediction percentage और कितना नीचे जाएगा Masters खत्म होने तक पता नहीं.
All grouped up, and there is that
फिलहाल
investment.
99 पे.
Goes off to the side here. Horn broken.
Technically 98 होना चाहिए. पहला मैच
occurring as well straight through Hookah. This is a rapid approach. Durka.
ठीक है. 98.5 is 99.
He wants to explode out into the site. Trailblazer dealt with. Hot on the heels though, and smokes to cut this up. Partitioning into the site! How did he get 2? What is occurring there? Just a shorty in hand, making sure to clean up the stragglers now. T1 hot on the scene, making sure to supplement that defense, pushing forward. Soda Trade needs to be intact, and it's there.
Vitality are definitely pulling some strats out of the playbook here, but that's one that I think probably needs to be saved for eco rounds, where you need to close the gap, where you need to get value out of stingers or something, because here they're just causing chaos and carnage, but Buzz did a great job of surviving in the midst of it. This is a player that didn't have a rifle. He was out here with an op and a shorty. He gets a double kill with the shorty in the end. This is now 3 rounds in a row. Vitality have got a problem. A big problem.
See, big sky flash. Gets the connection. He's going to be blinded here. So take the peek. He's got at least the safety coverage with the smoke.
It's a deep wall as well. It's pretty difficult to bait this one out without fully committing to the showers fight. As soon as you swing through, you're taking this duel against Meteor.
Smoke the smoke डाला बिलोंग fight करने के लिए ना.
And in the meantime, Buzz getting posted down B-Long. Vitality's attack side defaults are structured really heavily around them having B-Long and showers control. They're not really a team that likes to do big, short pops, but they're forced into it.
Walking all the way up, Thorns at their feet. Nobody ended up breaking that one, but out into the open. That's Durka. He's a sitting duck at that point. There's an Armageddon that's even expended. Vitality got to try and go off with this one, otherwise it's just going to be wasted unless it's the one to pave that way. Forward to the flash. Refight against him. Stacks. He's dropped down to his knees. He's going to be able to see all, and Izu is rapid with the wraparound. Vitality themselves looking to flip the map all the way around. Here, running rings around each other, and it's all about this game of timings. Who's going to be spotting it first? Bullet to the side, and now an instant retreat.
That timing was perfect. I mean, they had to wait until the KO had actually died, because if they stepped in front of it, they would have been spotted.
18 seconds left to play with here. Nade rebounding. Safe. Well, he's onto the plant, sticking it. Damage done. Weakened, but just with the operator. I mean, Buzz is going to need an absolute miracle. The flick of the wrist does not hit. And Vitality around in the dark there. They were struggling for quite a while.
Again, utilizing that kind of mid-rounding that I think has been so good for Vitality on their attack side. They take a bit of a contact play down short, they lose Durka, and yet they still commit to it, trusting their teammates to be able to trade out, and then realize, okay, T1 have overstacked onto A, let's make the pivot. Morale still pretty good over there for Vitality. And these last few rounds have been focused on early on, trying to take the fight over towards Showers. Durka once more with the attack side operator, hoping to find the pick onto Buzz. Buzz is not home. Buzz has made the adjustment to fight B long, and it has been doing it for the last 3 or 4 rounds. Does Durka want to take a fight against Meteor? Maybe with the showstopper online.
Yeah, gives him a bit of a bump, I think, into the upcoming fight. Swaps around the weaponry anyway.
Rex with the op. Haven't seen that one.
Might get explosive pretty quickly here. Wall, but still got a lot of thorns to contest with.
It's dog into showstopper. The dog getting information, finding the victim.
I mean, it's a hard committed angle as well. You might as well just use it now. Yeah, with the let loose. And still, to pre-fire into the smoke, drifting in and out here. Meteor's way ahead of all of this. My God, it's a secret to his back, and he's spotting players. Just maybe he ships in the night. What the hell is occurring here? Feed is built up this way, that way. Meteor still alive. 25 health to his name, and he's done the damage. Surely less. Forced to pick up those pieces, but he is no more.
That is now 2 rounds from T1, where a player has been a smoke criminal. We saw earlier on with that double smoke hit onto B, where Buzz slipped in with an op and a shorty, blast, and it was over. This time Meteor, under crazy amounts of pressure. The Trailblazer in his face, showstopper was being thrown at him, and yet he works in and out of these smokes, showcasing all of that experience from being a top-level Sentinel player. He comes out of it looking good. T1, I think, have done a great job on this defense side. 5 is more than I think they should have expected.
Straight into the op though. Dog's going to be broken nice and early. Not sure if it's spotted. Buzz, he's got to respect the util though.
Give the 1 minute, my chai is coming to effect.
Does top of his own as well. He wants to try and take that fight forward.
Can't
offload the rocket even if he wanted to. Steel Garden's going to be used to see if they can push back this approach. That's a solo TP with a spike in hand from Safe.
Yeah, that's a strange one. I mean, they do actually have pretty good map control right now. Safe survived on that teleport, which, listen, that wasn't guaranteed. But now they can go for the B hit, or they could group up and go short. Durka can join them and turn it into an A split.
Through A, flash is good. Not sure if there was any sound cues to accompany it. Keep flashing a nade on top of it, so
they pulled 4 people onto
players back. TPs though, they want to go back up towards A, and now it's all on to Buzz. See if he can be the playmaker. Here it is, showstopper, around to the side. No targets found. Damage done, just softens up a few of them, but he's only got the operator, but the thorns enough to potentially slow it down. Juggling with the shoulders, the wall to bait out, and orb into their face, and everybody going to be skipping and hopping up and over it, but time has been bought as T1 are back into the fight, back into the fray. Izu back to the wall. The rifle into hand at that, tap into the side, a plant online, it needs to be a defense in order. Buzz, he's found his mark, off to the side once more, but a shot missed, going wide. Vitality, just 2 left to stand. Lesson kicks, and there's a pit. It's going to be smothering up this site. Bit of a blight onto it, but it might be able to help them out now, unless I don't even want to go for a peek of his own. He looks like he was considering it. The pit doesn't stretch far enough.
The pit is so good for Kicks to play around with the Stinger. They're trying to get value inside of it, trying to get information from the horn, from the knife.
Full dodge, but the decay damage kicking in. Listen, scraps is really what T1s are working with, and the time stand and tick here. Bodies to the side, jumping into the fight. Kicks takes control of the round for the final hurdle in our first half of Bind.
It was difficult for Vitality to maintain that level of momentum that they got at the beginning. That first quarter was lovely, and yet T1 made a resurgence and might still have done enough.
Still could be anyone's map at the end of the day, and we're going to be fighting out on the other side of this.
Less is more. 20 रुपया भेज रहा है खुद को विदेश में
Red Bull gives you wings.
-30% होता है. लंच किया नहीं यार, अभी भूख लगी है. हाय, ये घूम क्यों नहीं रहा है अभी? देख बिंक से किया. तो नोटिफिकेशन आता है मेरे को.
Let's get to it then. It's going to be the second half of buying between these two teams here. Vitality managed to get a couple of the rounds going towards the end here, even though T1 were, stemming the bleeding and more, bringing it to that 7-5. Listen, anyone's game, to be honest.
It is. 2 out of 3 of the pistols have gone the way of Vitality, and that's actually been their record all year. They've been winning about 66% of their pistol rounds. So let's see how this one goes. If Vitality win this as well on their defense side, it's going to be so tough for T1 to get back into the game. Their attack side, though, from T1, I think generally looks a little better than their defense. They've already managed to navigate that difficult situation where you don't have the Viper to be able to control the B angles. What are they up to on their attack side?
Pausing the timer. I'm getting worried. Are you worried?
Maybe Autumn is going for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, round 13, never before seen.
No, the timer's ticking down. It must have been a very, very minor tech issue by the look of things. Okay, let's have a look at what the pistol round strategy looks like then for T1. Previously, they've been doing stuff where they go for a bit of a fake over towards B and a short push. That's the last pistol that T1 ran.
Hey, don't teach me, dude.
Very much like they're going to go for genuine pressure over towards B and then maybe hit a teleport. I mean, they're playing both extremities at the same time.
Dyson? Yes, sir.
Double face as well. Less.
With a
less
headshot.
HP, less
bullet
of
to the brain. Just through the wall, and that's what saved him.
एक ही joke दिन में 2 बार.
Still going to be weak, but oh my god, he is hard committed onto that angle and even wins a fight out as well. It's going to be a dog flying forwards, TP engagement. They're trying to put the pressure down and applied onto B long. On top of it, Vitality winning out the fight onto the other side of the map. Still putting a stop to this. Drex to Anki Smoke. He's going to be layering this one down. He's going to try and dominate it. At that still, Carpe just steps into it. Salvo's avoided for now. Plant still needs to go down. Carpe is taken. Risks in order. He's made it even. 2-2 now. Definite chances. A boombot kill right from behind. Carpe not anticipating, but what a shot from Izu. Round and damage done. Soccer prior. Izu set up for that 3-piece.
What a play from Carpe and Isu. Carpe plays that situation pretty well. They heard the teleport coming through behind them. They knew that Les was somewhere on the flank. Had to go for an aggro play. Caught the timing wonderfully. And that was after Carpe already won a duel. Isu closes things out for the Red Bull clutch.
What the fuck?
And I feel like you are getting really good performances from Isu. I know that I said it earlier, but it's impressing me because he has been playing on the Gecko on this map. And it's not a player that I'm really looking towards on the kind of Gecko fade initiator to have enormous impact, but I think he's been great today. And that's a pistol that T1 really needed.
Rather broken. Trex is trying to posture.
Even the
TP as well. I mean, Turkus straight there around. Wants to try and farm up this orb, deny it from the attackers.
They're trying to make Stacks think. that A has now been heavily reinforced. When in fact the stack is on B. So they're trying to mess with Stax' head and lure the attackers back into this stacked B site. Doesn't appear to be working.
Cheeky play. Vitality though, creeping forwards here.
If they get too aggressive, too proactive, they're going to give the game away. But otherwise, Itsu is just going to wander into his death.
Yeah, I mean, giving a game away, he might just be giving a gun away, but no, the Prowler gives him confirmation, acknowledgement. Plays it tucked up tight onto the corner here. Meteor spamming away. Could have been a ghost moment, but still secures the kill. And wow, I mean, sharp, surgical, precise with that gun in hand, and they are cleaning up the stragglers.
Of what the defensive setup looked like there. The Prowler gave the game away. Itsu again delivering that info that is needed. Meteor finding the timing. Durka, if he can find one, would actually be able to get a showstopper online for the anti-bonus, which would be pretty incredible. But he doesn't. It's Trace that actually ends up getting it instead. Yeah, Durka is now one away from showstopper. I wonder if that's going to be something that Vitality fight around here. You know, see if he can pick up a cheeky quick one over towards B long. That might be going through T1's head as well. You might want to do some early B long control on the attack side, and then go back into whatever your game plan is.
We'll find out if T1 at least thinking about it as well. Holding tab, seeing how close he is. Cause
yeah, I think you'll probably see Stim Beacon here trying to run out B long, anticipating that Durka's going to be playing for this orb.
ये राउंड जीतना पड़ेगा
No
vitality को वरना लगता है
Stim, but they're definitely setting up the high low.
लेस का जिगल में थोड़ा सा
said with a high low.
F-rate हो रहा है उसको हर बार फटका गया
Might have an opportunity to play for the showers or
डर के बिना डर के खेल रहे
he might just go for the rotate, play as the float and
same joke आपने मेरा कॉपी किया
Okay.
That's disgusting.
What was that from Gix?
That's disgusting.
Lands it.
अच्छा है ना अब तो वाला एक्स्ट्रा फिल्टर पड़ा हुआ है सर
Flashes dodge was a snake bite prior. Slowing down the approach of T1 up through B long, and they're drifting into different directions on top of it. What a kill to be found. That's a bulldog in the hands of Izu. Cleans it up. Trailblazer not quite broken. I wonder if that's giving away a bit of info here that Stax is alone. They're going to call for that refight. They're hard committed. Off onto the corner. Stax has got to be incredibly careful.
He's so alone.
Yeah. Just with the Guardian.
Then again, so is Trex on A.
Unless going for the peak. Not anticipating it because why would you? Oh, Stax is just here. Solo was anything, pulling players around. Weaving in and out. Using the smoke as cover, but as it blooms down, he spots out Izu! And the follow-up on top bars. This is disgusting gameplay, and Durka knew exactly what Stax was up to.
Trex is on an island there, playing around the smokes and gets 3. The fact he isn't traded after the first kill is criminal from T1. But then to get another 2 in that spot is amazing from Trex. He plays around. I mean, he literally sees the bloom of the gun to be able to get the second kill here. Throws the smoke back.
थोड़ा left right हो गया मेरे नजर में.
He spots Isu, but you could also see the flare coming out from the bullets. Well, there's an individual play to put Vitality on the board in the second half. And now they've got massive ults. These are incredibly good plant denial, re-clear ults.
ऐसा लग रहा 15 राउंड ऐसे हुआ है ना पूरा. कोई ना कोई स्मोक से मार रहा है.
They won away from a few themselves.
But both sides of the map, Vitality are trying to deny ult orbs.
And Durka is taking out Meteor. Meteor has been a bit of a pesky player for them. I mean, he's been finding the gaps well enough.
Isu's going to look for another gap, hoping that because Durka is not fighting showers.
Lovely. Slightly ajar.
Yeah, they're one step ahead in this round. Anticipating the Meteor lurk, anticipating Isu's lurk as well. This might even end up being a bit of a save here. There's still a minute on the clock, but if T1 don't find another pick, you don't want to allow things to run away.
क्या है 2-0 ना clean.
Like
अबे like करो ना 5 के बाद तो यार बात तो कर लो भाई.
They are still going to be slow playing, looking for another opportunity into the round.
हम लोग ऐसा मार खाते.
Don't know whether Vitality are going to give it.
No, jump spot. should be playing
bolte.
especially with the shot revealing your positioning, and Durka going for that slider of swings, even with the Stimpy to get the hell out of there, and look at that timing. Buzzes straight round to the side as a showstopper. Intuition off the charts. But that game sense, securing a kill onto Trex. There's an in, there's an opening, but there's 13 seconds left to play with, and a smoke has to be used across, kicks late with a spam, but a salvos. Carpe, how you managing this one? Tiny window, stun connects, spamming away inside the smoke, and kicks. He's gone away with it. Buzz steps forwards. They need another one, can't adjust it in time, tried to snap it up to heaven, and it's all down to Stacks. IGL 1v3. Pressured, 8 bullets left, 2 bullets left, 1 player remains, upgrade obtained, flash over the top, and Stacks, you absolute beast!
He lights Bangkok up, incredible 1v3, Buzz opened things. He created the opportunity with the 2K, finding that timing through. But what is that? Spray transfer or just taps? I can't even tell. It's ludicrous though.
On his feet.
The Red Bull clutch from Stacks, but that's worthy of a mouse kiss for sure. It's gotta be. Give it a smooch, just for old time's sake. And it's the two DRX players, former DRX players, I should say, now representing T1, that make that round a reality. And that should never have been a possibility. No. That was a round that Vitality had signed, sealed, and delivered.
DRX blood.
1v3 like that.
Mara to sahi be.
Get the hell out of there. Hell of a transfer.
Hello, Jack.
Timeout out of Vitality.
Yeah, because this is now a brutal one. Their economy's just been ruined in a moment.
Why the fans are cheering for T1 play? Like they're in control of the team. They are cheering for some good gameplay.
To feeling like T1 have an opportunity to get some momentum underneath them, because if they get a clean eco here, a clean anti-eco, I should say,
just
then they're going to have no command, then they're going to have orbital strike, and the next rifle round is going to be so difficult. This is a serious inflection point in Bind. And Buzz and Stacks have offered it to them.
Insane plays all around. I'm flipping over the top here with a Prowler for that extra addition. Launch over the shoulder. They're trying to set Buzz up. Easy fight out towards it. Trex is toppled. He was the one with the hero rifle on that.
Momentum on top.
Quite punished, but a lot of damage done is going to make Les think twice.
Les is taking contact a lot down B-long, and he's also taking a lot of damage on these jump spots. I wouldn't be surprised if Vitality decide to buy in a future round. I guess they can fight this round too.
It's important for T1 to not give away too many more of those. Safe, close quarters. Nightfall connects. He rebounds. He's right in their faces, man. Gets the one. Supplemented, I think, just from that nade that Durka sent flying, but the sound cues are cut away. The flash through into their face as well. An attempt to deny the plan. What a shot by Kicks, and Durka's still here, man. Won't be removed. Stacks left to do it again.
In the same spot.
Boombot in your face, damage done to a few, lining them up, but this time not getting done. What an answer back by Vitality.
How have they managed to come back into this one? I said if T1 get a clean anti-eco, and if was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence apparently. They do now still have big ultimates to work around, but it's another MasterCard Thrifty, and this time it goes the way of Vitality. And this all from a 4v5 too. How on earth is Meteor losing that? This one was an unintentional great combo play, but then Kicks finding a beautiful flash. I mean, his flash even set up Durka for the other kill over towards Showers. Immaculate timing on that. And Economy flips completely on its head the other way. Can T1 pull off their own?
Well, that's some crazy agent. Unbelievable.
Go for that eco round play that we saw from Vitality actually. Double smoke.
From Hookah. Heavy face of the players. They are looking to flood out, at least with Buzz, but he's flashed up. Sky high. Les was tracking him.
no ability for the spam on the Haunt.
Thorns placed down, re-clear, called here by Vitality, and damage is being done at least by Izu, but the trade, lead fired through, and that's going to be Izu dealt with. Moving it down to just Meteor. Spikes dropped down, but it's 1v3.
Yeah, look at Vitality. They're grouping up in the 1v3, determined not to let Meteor do what Stax did to them.
Tap, Meteor, needs to try and force the issue. Pushes place forward, that's a team clash! Oh my! It's all gone to pot! And another chance! The tracking's just not quite there!
How is that? How Durka decides to play that 1v1. Oh my god. I thought it was written in the stars, another 1v3.
Throw bolne wala tha
Stax having his Meteor with
Caster throw bolne wala tha, main bol raha hu.
The first two, tiny micro adjustment to be able to get it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's just the outlaw that he's working with. Doesn't want to take the fight with it, so he's trying to satchel in his face. The frustration shows.
But this is now the round where T1 have massive ults to be able to work with. Les popping his off preemptively, knowing that T1, their economy is on the line. They're the team with the ultimates. Vitality also need to invest to try to keep things equal.
Binks just spotting the heads out there. Flash up and out, and over with a Steel Garden, lighting them up. Nothing to deal with that one with the Haunt. Easy target still, it's an orbital strike that's used. In response, tempting this one, Buzz is still forwards onto this angle. Perch. Right out, Trex just dominates it. Out and over now. Thorns alongside it, players are scattered, and T1 looking for options, looking for answers. They're not going to get it. Durka spamming in the right place on top of it. Stax.
Well, they have no money. It's match point.
Man, this is 11 now for Vitality. They found their footing.
The combo play there between Durka and Safe stun, rattled off the wall. Safe still finding impact despite the fact he's only got 4 kills. And T1, that was the round that they needed. I'm surprised they didn't try to invest the KO ult. I don't really get it.
Yeah,
it feels like that should have been the tool to stop anything that Vitality were doing.
They lost the vision.
I can understand saving the orbital strike. That's a post-plant tool. I get it, but am I missing something? Where was Stax's ult in the midst of all of that? That was a must-win round for T1.
Up the paisa nahi 8-12.
Need another Thrifty. You can't rely on those. Yeah. When Vitality are 2 rounds away from being able to win the match.
It's not consistent. I don't think you want to force into this one either.
No, they've got odds and ends to work with.
Yeah, you're essentially playing to just drag this one to OT.
भाई इसके बाद तो easy for G2 है देखते क्या क्या तुम लोग
have been able to do before.
15 मिनट में खत्म होएगा 15 मिनट.
Certainly when they've been able to go up, for example, against DRX, 4th map, they were even able to put 4 rounds on the board, drag it back into OT, win there. They've been in situations a little like this, but you can't ask for miracles every time.
Impossible रे. Impossible to जीते.
T1 are getting set up here. Maybe to go for some kind of short pop. There's pings all over the minimap. It certainly looks like Safe and Durka are going to be under a lot of pressure.
भाई promising लगा था बे लेकिन दोनों मैप ऐसा लगा था
away from the fight, Buzz.
जीत सकता है.
Really just matching that as well. Straight in, through onto the site, like a rocket, flash into the face of Meteor, and they do deal with him. It just couldn't quite dodge it in time. Vitality cleaning up these stragglers.
That's such a nice protocol from Vitality.
Here comes the drone, leading the charge and away, skipping a hop, volley in through the smoke, Stax. Blinder of a shot, just can't quite connect the next one. Durka happy to clean it all the way up, and this is just a bit of spam on smokes just to make sure that they do clean this up nicely.
If T1 had maybe applied a little more pressure, had not been caught quite as quickly, maybe they would have dragged out a showstopper, maybe they would have set themselves up for a better situation, but this, it feels inexorable. T1 are marching towards an incredibly tough situation here.
Again,
they need 4 rounds in a row. They need to be able to win the next and probably save enough ultimates to keep some kind of snowball going. It is such a difficult ask.
Vitality was be heavy,
almost bar for bar.
It is, yeah.
T1 के पास ults है लेकिन Vitality के पास भी थोड़ा heavy है.
His ult's online at least. The only silver lining that T1 have got to work with. Goes both ways though. Durka's earned himself up.
More through smoke than 1v1.
Picks with the Seekers if it's forced to use it in case they need a bit of that mid-round information.
Rex ने कुछ ज़्यादा ही मारा.
T1 had all eyes here.
Last time T1 had a must-win round, we didn't see Stax use the null command, so that's what I'm looking towards here. Does he want to try to use it to cancel out Durka's ultimate? Does he want to try to use it to initiate and then save a knife to cancel Durka's ult? What's going through the mind of T1's IGL in an attempt to outcall Vitality?
ये लोग जितना डिले करेगा ना उतना प्रॉब्लम है अभी.
Gets the info. Kicks as well.
Util use नहीं हुआ है कुछ.
Spotting presence across the map here, so going to be a level of awareness here for Vitality. They know that it's going to be a slow default, at least for now, but could rapidly change into something else entirely. Safe is just ahead of all of this. Trying to play ahead of the underhanded flash, but he's blinded up anyway. Can't land that kill. Stax forwards. Buzz is the one there. Tip of the spear. Showstopper in his hands. Again, smokes.
Again, Stax is not using the null command on the exec. He's saving it. Got to find the right timing here, though.
Possibly for Durka's ultimate. Here and out. Good flash dodge. Buzz tries to swing into it. Durka's still alive. Could be a problem. Nade. Not sure if that was meant to go in that direction there.
That's a crazy nade.
Defensive positions by T1. Everybody backing away. Rolling 9-12. Spike is down. It's one of the best positions they've been in quite some time here. Forwards.
Molly after this. They have orbital strike. It's essentially checkmate at this point for T1.
And just dragging it down the time. T1 needed it. Les is going to try and do some damage here on either side of things. Make sure you can take away the guns, which is important.
I mean, that is brutal for T1's economy. What were we saying at the start of this round? They needed to win, and they needed to win cleanly. Now, we were framing it in terms of the ult economy. And on that front, it's still not that bad. They still have null command. They still have the Nightfall to work with. But in terms of the rifles they're going to be able to get online, oof, it's not going to look good.
No.
They're scrapping together light armor, Guardians, and they're not even able to buy full util. I mean, Buzz does not have his boombot this round. Stax has to make a choice between buying a rifle and buying full util as well. He ends up opting for the Guardian.
T1
अभी उसका भी अल्ट आएगा बे.
In a hard place.
सेफ का भी अल्ट आएगा. भाई गया बे.
There's no getting out of
इससे
this
करेंगे counter लोग.
Has to be mechanics.
Well, they know where Durka is now.
Yeah.
They know where that showstopper is, where that op is.
And so, avoidance probably going to be pretty key. The playbook of T1. They are walking their way up through B long. They've been struggling to get any sort of foothold so far in this half.
And it feels like if Durka just holds this showstopper, Stax is never going to ult.
No. Never going to use it. They're going to take that initiative. It's a flash through, but anti-played kicks. Okay, just backs himself out. Will get at least a trade-off. Equalizing it in the process. T1 feeling that heat. It's a Nightfall expended now and another flash forwards. It's kicks. Taking the initiative. Backs himself away now. To try and dominate the position and make sure that there's no easy access in through hookah. Drops down though with no sound cues. It's difficulty. The smoke's going to be fading. Fight one out. Kicks is a menace to society. Vitality. Clean it all up in the end. 13-9. 2-0. Almost as clean as you can get it.
And they were in control of both of the second halves on our maps today. Fracture and Bind. They put on a clinic on defense. Try as he might, Stax was not able to outcall against Vitality and make his impact felt. They've talked about the road to Paris, and that's one step closer.
I think IGL wala scene nahi tha.
Bangkok here is exactly what Team
Vitality.
It
was just Vitality hitting some
this
shots.
Is a team that was built as a global super team, pulling in talent even from South American powerhouse of Loud.
Those teams a good game tha.
And we got to see it on display today.
Yeah, we definitely did. Shaky moments, honestly. T1 had elements where they were testing Vitality, I think. We had some big questions of whether or not Vitality could answer back, and even some questions, I think, leading into the series about whether the core of this old Vitality squad from prior years could step up to the challenge, get off to a really strong start. They've showcased it.
And this is a team that's hunting for so much more. I mean, a good start of the Swiss stage is exactly what they're looking for.
एक कॉम्प्यो है क्यों? अभी 5 मिनट में चालू होगा.
And this is where the game really changes for all of these teams, because you could put a lot of prep into your opening match. Vitality don't know who they're going to be going up against. It's not a standard bracket format. It's Swiss stage. So they, as with all of the other teams, are going to now have a very different feel to the rest of this. And same could be said for T1.
मेरे को ये देखने का, I think Trace ने EDG को हराया था.
T1 maybe missed a bit of a trick here, taking us to bind instead of taking
us to
Lotus.
If I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I want to see that Lotus come
T2
out
का
at some
time
point.
6:30 को ऐसा नहीं है. अगर 2-0 गेम खत्म होता है तो next game जल्दी चालू. तो 6:30 को नहीं चालू होगा. अभी 10 maximum 10 मिनट में चालू.
And they didn't bring it out today.
क्योंकि अभी जब भी इंटरव्यू है ना, पीछे लोग already set up कर रहे हैं.
We didn't even get it as a potential decider. Not that we went there. Vitality were too clean.
Yeah.
तो जो अभी Trace ने EDG को हराया है,
too clean with it.
वो मेरे को देखने का कैसा टीम है. अपन ने देखा नहीं है ना Trace को कभी. कभी देखा है क्या हम लोग ने Trace को नहीं देखा.
It's just been clean sailing.
देखा है क्या? पहले देखा था शायद. बहुत पहले.
These are two teams to take a good look at as they advance.
Yeah, pro player.
High expectations, and with high expectations, you do tend to look at any potential failure a little more critically. And I think T1, they've got that eye on them right now. It's an insanely competitive tournament. There's a lot of talk in the community about the fact that there's only 8 teams. But to frame that differently, that means there's no free games at all.
Every
game
insane right from the beginning. It's like jumping straight into the playoffs of our other tournaments later on down the road. And
देखा तो है last year 2 event पर. Last year ना बहुत time हो गया.
That's how the format works.
Same team है कि नहीं वो भी नहीं मालूम मेरे को अभी. Team में क्या changes किया?
We're going to set it down to the floor for the Verizon post-match interview. Durka is standing by.
डर के बोलते.
สวัสดีครับโอ้โหเป็นไงบ้างครับ
हो जाए. One word for Monster.
ทุกคนพร้อมมากเลยวันนี้นะก็จะต้องแปล2ภาษาแต่ก็จะอยากขอความช่วยเหลือจากทุกคนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับผมวันนี้เราก็มาอยู่กับผู้เล่นที่ยอดเยี่ยมของเราเลยนะครับผมในเกมเมื่อกี้นะครับผม Ladies and gentlemen please give a round of applause for Durka. First of all, congratulations on your win. It was an amazing performance by you and your team. I do have a couple of questions though. สำหรับคำถามแรกนะครับผมอยากรู้เหมือนกันเพราะมันมีเนื้อเรื่องอยู่นะเมื่อวานถ้าเกิดว่าใครได้ติดตามนะครับก็จะรู้แล้วนะว่าเมื่อวานเราได้สัมภาษณ์คังไว้เขาบอกว่าดูเลสที่เก่งที่สุดในนี้ถ้าไม่ใช่เขาก็น่าจะเป็นคนนี้นะครับผมน่าเป็นเดอร์เกอร์นั่นเองอยากรู้ว่าเขาคิดเหมือนกันหรือเปล่า So the first question for you is I'm not so sure if you watched the interviews yesterday. I interviewed EDG Kang, and he mentioned that one of the best duelists in this competition is Durka. What do you think about that? Who do you think it is, or do you agree or not?
मैं कल से बोर्ड है थोड़ा विशेष हो जाता best of luck मेरी जान के टोटे.
I'm kind of friends with him. He's been always saying that he used to watch me since like the first Reykjavik, so it's kind of nice that he pops off now. So I'll also say that I think it's him. Because, I mean, he won a championship before me too, so I'll give it to him.
Got it. สำหรับคำตอบของเดอร์เกอร์นะครับก็ถือว่าน่ารักพอสมควรเลยบอกว่าเอาจริงๆคือรู้สึกดีมากเนาะที่คังเนี่ยให้เกียรติเขานะถือว่าเป็นไอดอล1คนเลยเพราะว่าเห็นบอกว่าดูมานานแล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นเดอร์เกอร์ก็บอกเหมือนกันว่าคนที่เก่งที่สุดในนี้ดูอลิสที่เก่งที่สุดในรุ่งอรุณของดูอลิสของเรานะครับก็คือคังเองชมกันไปอวยกันไปมานะก็บอกเลยนะว่ายังไงก็น่าเป็นคังสำหรับเขาเนื่องจากว่าก็คังได้แชมป์ไปแล้วอ่ะเขายังรออยู่เหมือนกันนะครับผมสำหรับคำถามที่2ก็อยากที่จะถามต่อนะครับว่าเมื่อกี้เนี้ยคือจริงๆนะแน่นมากนะครับผมเล่นเป๊ะจริงๆเลยอยากรู้ครับว่ารู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมอ่ะเพราะว่าเอาจริงๆถ้าเกิดใครได้ดูแมปคือแทบจะไม่พลาดเลยนิ่งๆแต่มาแน่นอนนะครับ Durka, for the second question I really wanted to know this performance the first game of Team Vitality you really outperformed a lot of people's expectations. I mean you were very clean. I wanted to know were there any pressure for you at all? I mean it seems like a walk in the park so I would love to know if there were any pressure as well as what's on your mind at this point in time.
No, I mean, I don't think there was any pressure from us. We just wanted to play our game and see how it goes because we didn't have much time to practice, of course, because we were coming here like a few days before the event and we have like a lot of stuff to do. But I think we just knew what we need to do, how we need to play, and we kind of like remember how we did in kickoff, and then like just be together, just be with the boys, and it doesn't matter if something goes right, just like be together and it's all good.
โอ้โหเขาถือว่าตอบดีนะครับถือว่าบอกว่าเลยว่าเอาจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันเนาะเพราะว่าการที่เขาเนี่ยได้มาที่นี่เขาก็ไม่ได้มีเวลาซ้อมเท่าไหร่นะเพราะว่าเนื่องจากเรื่องต้องการเดินทางด้วยต้องมีการถ่ายวิวเยอะนะครับแต่ว่าอย่างไรก็ตามที่สำคัญที่สุดก็คือว่าอยู่กับเพื่อนๆอยู่กันเป็นทีมก็พอแพ้ก็แพ้ด้วยกันชนะก็ชนะด้วยกันนะครับผมทำอะไรก็ตามอยู่กับทีมสำคัญที่สุดครับก็เลยไม่ได้รู้สึกกดดันก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมไปเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ก็อยากที่จะไหนๆแล้วก็อาจจะมีเวลาเหลือนิดนึงนะก็อาจจะอยากให้ฝากเดอร์เกอร์พูดถึงชาวไทยอีกนิดนึง just you see so many Thai fans behind you screaming look at that reaction do you have anything to say from all the Thai fans or all the fans watching around the world back at home just say a word
ओजे डर के नाम ले ले come on
thank you guys very much it's really loud out here we can hear you guys every round and it's really awesome to play here for one of the best crowds I've ever played so thank you guys
alright นะครับและนั่นก็คือเกมแรกของเราครับเดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่นึงครับผม ladies and gentlemen
रात को
that is
रेगुलर
just
स्ट्रीम
our
होगी
first game
भैया जी
we still
सीने
have
से
more
के अगर
coming
फिक्स
so
के
please
लाइक
stay tuned don't go anywhere and we'll be right back
ओस डब्ल्यू मस्त है always smiling भाई नेम चेंज कर ले राहुल हैं क्या लगा मुझे चलो 5 मिनट गाने सुनो तब तक मैं बैंक का काम करके आया न्यू एजेंट क्या होगा मेरे हिसाब से न्यू एजेंट होगा इनिशिए एंटिनल
What's up? Hey, I'm so familiar with that heat.
Hot sauce. Oh my goodness. ऐसे ही चेयर चाहिए सोने वाली रिक्लाइनर ओहो लेग रेस्ट भी है भी इसमें नाचो ये कौन है टी चाइना का है ना चाइना रीजन नो आया था मैं भूल गई नाम ट्रेस Esports राइट गेम समझ आ मतलब G2 easy win है ये भी 2-0 क्या लगता है तुम्हें कौन इधर तो तुमने T1 को वोट किया वाइटैलिटी जीत गया तुम भी हो चैट तुम भी हो let me start the voting again G2 I remember him.
Welcome back to day 2 of Masters Bangkok. I am your host Yingsu and I'm back on the desk here once again with Mimi and Achilles to set up the stage for our final match of today. It will be G2 versus Trace Esports. Now so far the seed ones have been going through one by one and Mimi on paper you gotta be also favoring G2 just a little bit here in this matchup.
You do, but Trace is the ultimate upset team. We've seen it from them before. We've seen it from guys on the team. Beyond K never lost to an America's team before, and I imagine he doesn't want to start today, no matter what the odds may be.
Yeah, certainly not. Like the G2 actually did catch up. I got to chat with them a little bit. I'm like, where's the meme t-shirt? You know, we bring something prepared for their tournaments, but they have them here. It seems like they finally got those in stock. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Right now, G2 looking like potentially the cleanest team. Depending on how this match goes, they could walk away looking like one of the cleaner teams at the tournament because there have been some muddy moments from everybody else.
Yeah, but it also feels like, Mimi, since the inception of these group of players, you know, the core, they've always looked like the favorites no matter which tier, which tournament they're in.
Yeah, I mean, it was true as of a couple of years ago, but there was definitely a time back when people doubted them. This is the same core that was the guard that went on their crazy run. They didn't make partnership, went down to tier 2 together, grinded things out, finally made it to partnerships, and now they're here in their second year as an Ascension team. And not only have they made it to another Masters tournament, but I think in a lot of people's eyes, myself included, they're coming in as probably the favorite to win Masters Bangkok, and that's from a squad that qualified into the partnership leagues because of Ascension.
Yeah, I don't think that is at all, you know, getting a little bit too, flamboyant with your words there. I think that they do come into this being very much the favorites of the tournament at the moment. And what a story it would be if they could go from getting their first trophy, first Ascension team to be able to get that trophy, and then get a Masters one on top of it. This would be an incredible journey.
And their year last year was already incredible, making the run that they did at Masters Shanghai, showing that they can be competitive internationally there. And now, like you mentioned, Seth, getting that very first trophy, breaking that second place curse that they had last year in Americas as well.
I mean, on the global stage too, right? We're going to talk about the dog in a second, in just a moment. But even before he joined this roster on the global stage, they also looked very, very good.
Yeah, they've just, I mean, all of
First,
last year,
second, third, fourth
नहीं
है इस बार fourth
so
आएंगे मेरे
very
हिसाब
close
से
to
बाकी
having
सब
the
है
opportunity to go for that trophy, the run at
Sixth
Masters
भी बचे,
Shanghai,
इस बार fourth,
to then
next time
fall to
sixth.
Heretics. They were always nipping near the top. This team is incredible, but they have absolutely leveled up with John.
बजरेश का है क्या लगता है भाई
into this year, the system has continued through. Valen has such an incredible level
भाई ये
of trust
औरा वाला
and
टीम में
coordination built up with these boys, and of course they added a world champion into the team. Giorgimo has been a perfect addition to this roster, and it feels like the easiest one-for-one upgrade you could make into a team that was already a contender at international events.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% with you guys. I think they're definitely looking like one of the favorites. And speaking of, let's have a chat with the IGL G2 Valen with me.
लगलेला है मेरे को लगलेला है 2 किलो लगलेला है
Valen of G2. Nice to
हाय
see you here.
क्लासिक का कपड़ा
Now,
पहना
you're up against Trace Esports, and they surprised everybody last year, of course, taking down Leviathan and Vitality. How did that affect your prep for them going into this first match?
Yeah, I think they had good performances last year, but last year is last year, and they're gonna have to do it again. So for us, we don't feel intimidated by it. We just go in and play our game and see if they can do it
भाई
again.
लोग heavy banter करते
Best of
ना
luck to you guys.
Twitter पे
I feel like that applies to them as well, you know? New year, maybe some things are still the same, but they do have to come out here and prove themselves
Heavy
again.
banter
But how
करते
easy
हैं
or
बे
difficult, Mimi, will it be for this G2 squad?
I think there's high expectations, but I think they've already lived up to that in their own mind. Being able to win back in Americas, you have to come in with a lot of confidence off of that. And I think they come in with a meta that they're super comfortable with. Players in great form. They feel set up to meet the
Except क्या तूने Aravind now करके दिखा रहा था
I love that. She said it all.
She's the expert coming over from Americas, but yeah, she said it all.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
I mean, okay, let's just hype up the Jogamo here. Let's just hype
Mimi
up
fun है बे
why even the other players, you know, we had Human here yesterday, and he was like, yeah, I've been watching a ton
कितना
of
मस्त दिख
Jogamo.
रही है ना
Yeah,
बांग
for
तू
one
मत
more
एक
second,
सोवा
because I
पे
just
पड़ा
want
है
to play
excuse me
this round, which to me is the difference between G2 with Icy and G2 with Jock. He's ulting through B into heaven alone on Yor. The team then takes the set.
भाई वो वाला ulti याद है चढ़ा वाला ult
It's in their spawn,
क्या राउंड
behind
निकाला था
them.
बे
Giorgimo is so much more of
इससे
a player
जीते ना
who's
बेटी
willing to
यार
take his agency, take his risks. Here he hears the Sobalt, TP's behind them, gets a 2K, and that's the round that wins them kick off in Americas. Icy was a player that fit into what G2 wanted, but he was very much a player who was, you know, just doing what the team asked of him. He wasn't taking those risks. He wasn't making those plays. And despite G2's successes, he looked like one of the least individually powerful, heavy-hitting duelists.
I wonder why don't Indian
Val
a
world champion in Jaw, who just adds immense levels of aura to this team.
I feel like we did have those moments from time to time with Icy, but what you're talking about
Danu भाई सीन ऐसे कि हर कंट्री में ना एक प्लेटफॉर्म बहुत चलता है. There are some places जहाँ पे Facebook में बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रीमिंग होती है. There are many places जहाँ पे Twitch पे ज़्यादा स्ट्रीमिंग होती है. वैसे इंडिया में YouTube पे ज़्यादा प्रेफर करते हैं. So जिधर ज़्यादा लोग ऑडियंस देखते हैं, people want to stream in that platform. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो?
I also feel like that's elevated everyone else's performances too, right? The way that we've seen Leaf. My goodness, how great is Leaf right now? But we do have a tweet here from Jonah P talking about his teammate Jogamo and what he feels like he's been bringing to this team. Again, we've heard it from the daily teasers, we've heard him doing lots of content, just literally gassing up his teammate. And why wouldn't you? Because Achilles, I feel like Jogamo is not just a great player on the server, he's just vibes off the server as well.
He really is. And like I was fortunate enough to meet Paul back in 23 when we were over at Champions, and even though he was getting ready to go up against Paper Rex, I couldn't help but love this guy. He just exudes a positive personality. He's so damn chill. And I think that is a huge boon to have this guy who's there to just continue to gas up the players when you're already doing so well. And you have this guy that can be the tip of the spear, go in, absolutely clap, and then also set up the rest of the team simultaneously while keeping the vibes up. It's an overall package here with John.
And America's Valen has talked to us about the fact that he feels like Valen is like adding the vibe, just the energy to the team. It gives the rest of them confidence when Jojimo is coming in, being the good vibes that he is, bringing the swagger that he has, and you see it in their play now.
I'm not gonna lie, it gives me confidence. When he walked past me, I'm like, what's up? Yeah, you right? Because they spent a lot of time in Europe, so we had the pleasure of getting to know them, and you know, I can understand why you guys love this team so much over in Americas. However, over in VCTCN, there is a team that they also love. It's not EDG, it is Trace Esports, returning once again as well. Kilios, they have been here before. We did see them at Champs, and they surprised everybody.
No, they really did. I mean, it all started with that victory over Team Vitality, who has been able to grab themselves another international win, so that's a big W for them. But Trace, they caught us off guard with that victory. Hebe had talked about his idol and Aspas and how he was kind of nervous but excited to go up and play against him, and then he was able to slay him. He was able to just go ahead and jump that hurdle, and they completely caught us all off guard. People who paid very close attention to China, yes, they'll say, of course, Trace was always going to be this kind of contending team, but they were always that dark horse back at Champions, and my God, did they deliver. They didn't make it too far into the playoffs, but the performances that they did have were so very entertaining, and I'm very happy to see them back on this stage once again, because this guy in his own right, also a bit of a vibe merchant.
Yeah, how could you not smile when you look at him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the reaction when they won that first match, the shot of him crying on stage, what it meant for them to get those wins back in Champions. But I think they're more than just an upset team now. They've proven how good they can be, and they proved it back in China this season too.
They did, and also they've stuck together. You know, they've
all five players.
They've managed to stay together. They managed to overcome one of the demons for them, which is EDG, of course, at kickoff in their own tournament. And Mimi, the way that they did it too, the things they were playing and how they managed to beat some of the teams was really fascinating to see.
Yeah, if you didn't watch CN this season, you might think I'm a psycho for saying it, but in my mind, Trace was the favorite to win the finals against EDG. The first time they played this season, Trace smoked them 13-4 back-to-back maps. And EDG only really started to look like themselves further in the lower bracket. This tournament was all about Trace. The only game they dropped was the final.
Oh, this was ridiculous, this clip. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, no,
yeah, this was silly.
Just to reinforce that, I mean, I think that pretty much all the way up until EDG had even gotten into the grand final, you were kind of favoring a lot of the other teams that they were playing against because they didn't look like themselves, and it was that grand final, as you're saying, where they were able to hit that stride and get that kind of revenge match victory over EDG in 3-1 fashion. But Trace the whole way throughout was just absolutely coasting, tearing people apart during their stay there in VCT China. So we knew from the outset, like, yep, this team's going to make it international. And it was that second slot that was always the question mark.
And this is such a cool tournament to watch Trace in now, because the Chinese teams had a month off after finishing VCTC, and lots of time to come in, prep new stuff. And Trace's thing is, they're not all about the individuals. They're the thinking man's team. They play together really well. They always come up with interesting gimmick comps, interesting ideas to come out and anti-strat their opponent. And with that level of prep, even against a favorite team like G2, I trust they're going to have some interesting map preps that could catch G2 off guard.
Especially when you got a player like Feng Feng on your team. He's standing by right now with Mika Fabs ahead of this match.
I'm standing here right now with Feng Feng of Trace Esports, and I have Veer to help me with some translation. Now, Feng Feng, even with Trace's performance last year, even with EDG winning champions last year, a lot of people still underestimate the CN region. What is your message to all of those that still underestimate both teams, and even those that have Trace at the bottom of their tier lists?
即使去年 EDG 拿到了
क्या बात भाई,
thank
you for the membership मेरी जान。
是否认为现在还是有一些人会去低估CN赛区的实力？他们有什么想说的呢？
在我看来，24年的冠军就是最好的证明。然后
在
大师赛开始前，大家都很不看好太平洋和我们赛区。然后他们昨天的拿到，然后我就想对他们说，不要纸上谈兵，然后比赛见真章。
I think we did prove ourselves, like with the 2024 trophy. And before yesterday's match, I don't think there were a lot of people expecting EDG and DRX to win, but they did. So I just want to say, forget about those theories. Just like look at the fact.
Expect the unexpected. Good luck to you guys.
He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. And what I want to talk about when it comes to Feng Feng is we speak about the MVP, potentially having a contender, somebody being the best in their role on their team. If Trace were to make it all the way, I think Feng Feng would be a huge MVP contender. And I will go as far as to say he might be the best Raze player in this tournament.
That's a good one.
I mean, I think it could definitely make a strong argument for that, but I would
लेकिन
right
हर
with you. I think if they could go on that run, he would have to be in that conversation for MVP because he's not just sticking to the Raze. We've always seen him kind of swap back and forth, you know, Kai coming in to play on jet maps, etc. But he's been picking up this Vice now that it's in the meta for the team, and he's really been stretching his flexibility.
This meta really lends itself to creativity, and I think that's where Trace shines. They have great flexibility in their players. Multiple guys are going to swap around and pick up the duels. They're even playing some stuff that went out of fashion, still locking in quite a few neon comps. So there's a lot of room for them to experiment, to play their own unique style, and they execute on that so incredibly well with the talents of players like Feng Feng, like Kai.
Is that how you beat a team like you throw things at them they've never seen before?
I think that's what you have to try, but I don't think it'll work.
Oh, give me some hope here.
No, I think if you throw some curveballs, some things that they're not really ready for, especially at the early start of rounds, get those early advantages. That's how they're going to need. They're going to have to snowball this.
Okay, I feel like I'm on the more copy side of this. We'll see. But for now, it's time to send this down to stage and bring out the last two teams here. It will be G2 Esports taking on Trace.
कौन बोला था 3:30 बजे चालू होएगा
Trace Esports พบกับ G2
two contenders of Masters Bangkok. G2 Esports, the team that won it all back in Americas, and the ultimate underdogs in Trace. But Mimi, you hit the nail on the head. Bianchi has stood before a lot of Americans players before, and he has never lost against him. Will the streak continue today?
Trace is the ultimate upset team. You can never count them out completely, and they have had a hell of a lot of time to cook and come up with something special to catch G2 off guard.
And I think that is the biggest advantage that they have because China wrapped so early on. We saw what that kind of meant for EDG in their matches just yesterday. With Trace, how much have they been able to study G2? I guess a hell of a lot.
में मालूम पड़ जाएगा क्या
starting things off on a map that we haven't seen.
और पहला मैप भी जीत गई ना
once against Cloud9. I think
तो मेरे हिसाब से
quite good in that map, but this is definitely comfort territory for Trace. They were playing a big Vice comp on this map last time they came out, but going into the later stages of this, Veto.
You are making क्या अभी? बहुत ज़्यादा मत बना देना. और मसाला ज़्यादा और तीखा ज़्यादा. थोड़ा लेमन्स होएगा उस पे लेमन्स. मिर्ची बारीक बारीक काटना. क्या है बे में?
Looks like what they can anticipate round over round and then try to find something, whether it's in the comp or in their own playstyle, to counteract G2.
Yeah.
It's time to find out if all of that homework, all of that study can pay off on the stage.
G2's biggest strength is how they game plan ahead of time. When you watch them play into a map.
चीज होएगा क्या उसमें? चीज मेल्टेड.
मेरे को कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. क्या है?
चीज होएगा उसपे?
भेल में.
चीज भेल. और वो सेवपुरी का जो पूरी रहता ना, उसको ऐसा क्रश करके वो ऊपर से डाल देना.
Strong one, and they still won that final.
And I do wonder how they're going to react.
हमको तीखी चटनी है.
Have come up with their comps, their strats, everything under the sun. So what more else can they give? Because Trace is not really the type of team you guys already spoke about that like to do that. They have their own style. They have their own thing going on.
Yeah, we saw them just kind of sticking to their guns back.
नहीं बोला बात पे. पंको अनारदाना है, अनारदाना, अनारदाना। वहां से फ्लाइंग बर्तन आएगा बहुत से वालों।
You're talking about how Sentinels played against G2 in that final, how they were able to get some wins away from them. I think Trace are going to be capable of that, especially if you're going out on Lotus here. I'm expecting to see Fung Fung on that raise. You want to disrespect, push some smoke. Fung Fung, that's your guy.
Oh, taking a look at the agent selection, we will not get any changes. Yeah, it's going to be sticking to the same comps, and I think this is a really good position for G2 to be in. Playing on this Yoru, they do a really good job at dealing with Vi's setups, using that clone to take stuff out. Honestly, I think with how slow G2 can play on their attack side, baiting out that Yuzo, going for late round executes, it almost feels like Trace is going to have to play into a lot of flood defense type rounds.
आजकल किधर गए मेरे $200 वाले कान भाई और ये लोग देव भाई तो मान गए।
This is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, and what I'm hoping to see here from Trace is a way to counteract this Yoru as it goes up against that Vice. Have they solved it? Have they found the formula to break this Yoru down and make it look a little bit less indomitable than it has been?
Solo initiator with that bait. There's just not as many tools to set up Fung Fung that the Rays on the Yoru on the other.
Funko! Apple है Apple! Apple है तो डालना नहीं, ठीक है?
Fantastic game here, and a lot of people kind of feeling there's something about Trace in this matchup. There's a potential for an upset. There's something that has got them worried or potentially excited. They're against G2. Do you believe the hype?
Honestly, I do believe the hype. I feel like they're almost kind of a fake second seed because of how well they were doing in the regular bracket up until the finals where they dropped to EDG. But at the same time, it's hard to believe in that magic in game one against so many people's tournament favorites in G2.
Spot.
Chalo, let's see.
Now we have a couple players that have had those couple upsets. Obviously, Trace, but
it's a 5-man.
At least they got Lotus, right? We start here. This is probably their best opportunity to stake their claim. If this goes sideways, put a fork in it, it might be done. But for now, we start with a pistol, and it has to.
I'm a big fan. Love it,
have some faith from this map.
It's going to be a brawl soon, too. That baby door has already been chipped down very low. Two players ready to fight out off that. Look at it go.
Yeah, Valen's the first to fall, so already drawing first blood. Perfect for Trace. G2, a quick reminder and a pause now in pace.
Interesting that Trace have now backed 3 players over into the B site, so leaving a very weak Bianca alone on that site for now. And it's going to be up to G2 to sniff that out, because if they go into a B pop, they've lost B main control. They're going to have no chance.
And that question mark he wanted to find an answer to. Already invested in the utility, but gets no reward. But I guess there's some info in the lack of. It is going to be that flood towards B. The trades are there. Nice positioning towards main, at least, from some of Trace. Going to make this difficult. G2 not finding what they want on the way in.
Yeah, got a couple of kills, but it's not going to be enough, especially because Bianca's still back there towards stairs. That's going to be the first kill, and Trace, the excellent pistol to start it.
I love this. Bianca, the ultimate America's killer, is just...
Good morning, my bye.
Resolute to move. Perfect start for Trace. Common Collective didn't feel phased by G2 there, weren't to be bullied around, held very nicely in all of these pivots throughout the pistol.
Exactly. I think it was that shift over into the B site after the trap play, because a lot of teams, they'd stay in that same space, keep brawling to the death. G2 might have been able to fight it out, but instead, G2 fell exactly into the trap Trace were trying to lay there. It was layers on layers. The thinking man's Valorant team that Mimi was calling Trace already showing up in round 1.
That's lovely to see. Now, again, we want to see this being kept clean, because I think every man knows, any viewer knows, the rest of this map ball does swing quite nicely towards G2 here. So for me, I want to see Trace being clean about this, looking composed, looking in control, because, you know, G2 can get under your skin. They are an explosive side at times. And Hebe looking to farm up. That's the controller one. They have slipped through, so he could actually be pinched here, and he does go down. They've got, I don't want to say site control, but they've at least got the foot in the door.
It's awkward, too, because Kai is the only player going into site here.
I'm worried he's going ahead here. There was no trade potential. That's far too risky for far too little reward. G2 given a chance. They pause the tempo.
Yeah, G2 have plenty of time. A minute left. Trace right now still a little bit scattered. They're worried about G2 actually just running through the C site, but G2 have to comfortably grab the spike with the smoke and get out of there.
And I like what Jorg's trying to do as well, get a little more space over towards that CT side, kind of play off site, play the timing. I don't know how it's going to work out. Timing is going to be awkward. Yeah,
you hate to see it.
Wait. No way. Oh, you might love to see it. I don't know. This is just gone completely topsy-turvy. Gorgeous flash. Jorgamo's being a nuisance. Time's being bought, and look at Valen joining in. It ain't a one-man fight anymore. They have no idea about this additional body, and Valen can just hold this down. But they still have to control the site, which they might be doing here. Hold on, it's a 1v1, but the defuse is a problem. Bianca is going to sit this. He's not going to get off this one, surely. Not actually does. He has to. Read it so well. Valen had to rush back towards site. They keep it in check with the second round, but hey, this is G2. That's a rude awakening right there.
Look, Trace losing 4 players on that round is kind of crazy. The fact they only got 1 for 1 on that initial site hit. G2 then sort of switching up those players, right? Jogamo initially taking the fight up against Loking in Waterfall, only to then have him go over into the site with some really nice mid-round or post-plant decision-making from G2 that genuinely gave them a chance there in the eco.
I just think for Trace, you've got to get real tight on some of those opportunities. Giving those options over to G2, they're going to make absolute mountains out of molehills there. You can't afford it. And that was up against Classics, maybe a Ghost at most. We go back in here into the bonus for Trace, and of course G2 now with that nice purchase to come up with.
Yeah, rotations are also very weak. Usually it's just the Viper or Kai on the Vi's hanging out here. Hey, hold on, there's a clone right underneath him. He's not fooled by that.
Dirk is not in this one. There's no problems. We're all good. Trent just going farming. But an early opportunity, kind of pressuring that C-site, pulling over the rotation.
Yeah, I think it's important, though, that G2 do this early conditioning in the half, that they're going to show a couple of full-on C aggros, because Trace so often will be full fighting over towards that Rebel space. Then you pause in mid-round, you re-clear into Rebel, and all of a sudden Trace will get a little bit less comfortable around their information. They don't really have hold right now or any real space on that Rebel side.
Yeah, just need to start clearing some question marks. You can see the flash coming in through B, maybe just trying to get the info, but we can see where this is likely ending for G2. Very meticulous in approach, still holding that default for quite some time, about 40 seconds. Tree pressure and tree control gathered. And it's going to be there's no situation that Bianca is going to stick around too close on site. It's time to fall away from this, let them get the plant and play retake.
30 seconds see left. Even how committed they go into the retake, whether or not they
try
to
something
like this. Bianca is actually going to find the shot. And hold on now, because Trace have 4 players ready to go.
And that's Trent gone from a post plant as well. We know what that Teo can do, but already you can see that pressure mounting, almost that quick retake coming in, but they get stopped at the gates. Heybei going down makes this trickier, but an opportunity made out of nothing. Still need to chip away at the last 3 if they really want to make a go at this. Fangfang does well, expects the counter swing, but it's Leaf holding that back line, taking away Kai. Pretty much tips this completely into their hands. This would have to be monstrous from Fangfang. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not. G2 just about get across the finish line there. Very close.
These rounds are really tight, though. Even with bad buys for these 2 teams. Giving you a little preview of how intense these rounds could end up playing. We'll see this again from Young's perspective. The sole side anchor. Good for 1 there. But really this sets up for a very interesting round 4, because just about everyone in the server is 1 or 2 points away from the ultimate. Playing for those early ult orbs is going to be really important.
Just warming in. It's a long road ahead of them here.
Now Valen's one of the cooler IGL heads out there. Keeping it calm for G2.
Kind of need that as well. There's something you want to be seeing, keeping that composure. Very early Rebel control this time.
Especially with such high expectations for G2 we're in the last 3 finals, lost the first 2, finally win kickoff, finally have those huge expectations. For now, can just bait out this wall as they again show that early presence towards C.
This feels like consistent conditioning, but Kai's got himself a little bit of a pocket to play from here. I do want to see them be very diligent and clearing towards site. He's tried to make something of it. It didn't really go well. Now the follow-up is there for Heybei, but this still feels a bit brawly to me. I'm looking at the rest of the map, and everyone now having to rotate over. We're seeing them get control. That C-site now under the G2 banner. I don't see much pressure coming back in, but they're still looking to have a fight on this, and they do have the ult there as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Trace need to find some kind of pick, but also the spike hasn't been planted, so G2 are going to have to walk into some of these angles. They have no flashes left on Jonah P. Maybe waiting for the refresh of a fault line, something like this. They don't even feel like they have control of the site right now using the blast of their back.
Valen just going to be investing in smoke. It's going to be in a little bit of chip. Decent amount of chip, but still no kill, and it's unconfirmed damage, so it's not going to be enough for them to really want to springboard in on there. It's still quite comfortable here. 4 players to get through. I think you're calling a save on this.
Yeah, especially like Fangfang. Hey, he's got the regen shield going in on that one too, so even though he gets chipped, going to be totally fine to go ahead and save that and go into the next round. Although that said, one thing that G2 will do is if they notice that the teams they're playing against are buying a lot of light shields or regen shields, Leaf will just buy
सारे
an outlaw.
region
And it
के
doesn't matter
hashtag
what
ban
engine
ही
he's
जीत
playing, it
रहे
doesn't matter if
क्योंकि
he's
वो
on
लोग का
attack
दूसरे
or he's on
region का
defense.
hashtag 2 से
Like,
match
that guy's just an outlawed
for a
demon.
reason there are
And
hashtag
something
ban
you have to keep in mind if you're trying to play
the
this
best in
econ
their
game
region.
where you have a lot more buy rounds but are never opting into the heavy.
G2, that's got to feel good. 4 standing, a clean round for them, kind of getting past that C puzzle as well, not getting too phased by it, even with all the Viper utility on it, and then kind of the Vice playing on it. They still made it through. So that's a pretty big tick in the box, I'd say, going into the rest of this game.
100%. And G2, they're sort of they're set up well as we are
Number one
going to be
race,
jumping into
Giacomo
a quick
cancel
timeout
किया
here.
ना
G2 are set up well into this matchup
आवाज
versus
कम है
Trace
किसका?
because they're playing the Yoru on Lotus, which is not something a lot of teams do, but the Yoru clone just bullies the Vice utility that Kai is going to be setting up towards C.
थोड़ा
And
बहुत
if
ही
you
आवाज
watch
हो तो
Trace play this map
air
over
साफ
in the
करने के
Chinese
लिए
scene, like
fan
Kai is set
चाहिए
up on C pretty much every single round for them. So G2, by opening up strong into the C side of the map, throwing out a Yoru clone, even if they don't exec, they can just eat up those walls all the time.
And I think it even speaks kind of to the bigger picture of Valorant in general at the moment, that Yoru just feels like a must-have. It just feels like it has so many answers across the board. I'm a little bit worried if I don't see further adaptation down the line, maybe in the next maps coming out from Trace, because they've had a little bit of time off here. I'd like to see them coming in refreshed and up to date with the meta as well. Like, at least we're still seeing Vice in here. Like, we're seeing some parts of it, but I still would like to see that step up throughout, right? Because otherwise I get a little nervous here.
Because the main thing was with China playing so much earlier than the other regions, they weren't really quick to adopt the Taeho, but we have seen EDG, they had the time and they implemented the Taeho, so it's certainly a possibility that we get it moving forward, although this Pearl maybe not the most Taeho-heavy maps to prove it. Lotus would have really been the chance to show that if they had put in the work.
Would have been nice. But the other thing that would have been nice would be a decent buy, which sadly for Trace they're not getting here. We do have at least Fang still sitting towards the Phantom, still has the ult there.
Early time out is for the next round.
Lau King as well, going to have the Vandal, so there's a little bit of punch to this. I'd like to see them try and be proactive here. You've got a round where you're going to be trying to play around these hero rifles, the remains of that previous round. Let's see if we can bring it in. But already it looks like G2 is expecting this after the timeout. Very
I like this though from Trace because they show the extra presence towards A, but very quickly Fong and Lo King moved over into front B, looking to trap into sand. Now unfortunately, G2 read that like a book, so they're now going into the very absent A site.
Yeah, and you're going to get a little spot here. Jorgamo's hopefully going to find a corner to play. What on earth? Jorgamo.
He's alive?
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting away with that. I really don't. just gets away with daylight robbery to keep his life on 40 HP. But now, Trace can now start flooding over here. They got bodies on the side. This cross is not secure. It is certainly not safe. It's going to be punished already. A 2-for-1 trade out. Kai absolutely unleashing from the back of the site. A 2v3. And Trey now has to try and make his way over. Stunning from Trace. And a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, honestly, like that entry sort of collapsed. Jog has to go out without really creating any space for the team. And then Trace just boxed G2 up in tree. They're ready to come out through Link. They've got players bunkering down on site and even committing the fatal to it. Even with Sheriffs in hand, it doesn't matter. They're winning the round.
Look at this again.
It's just the quick calls coming in too, right? That smoke comes down, so
last
now G2 getting out of there.
They
sort of lost the Yoru. He's way in the back line now. It's very awkward for them. You can see G2 are not thrilled with what just went down.
That's a rough one to lose. And that's a confidence builder here for Trace going forward. This looks like a very explosive piece towards that B site. I don't think you're getting out of this alive. Wait, they managed to hold it at the door. Jorgamo from the back line going to take away 2. This is his site already. Maybe a third. Yeah, it's a third. He's going to make up for the last round by basically getting you another. Jorgamo is ripping them to shreds.
ये लोग तो 100% इसके देंगे भाई.
And a stark reminder of what that man can do. The stars don't even need to align. He can make it all himself. And it's a formality at the end. Maybe you're going to pull off a miracle here? Prove me wrong.
भाई का मारा ना love you
back on the big stage. But Lo King with so much to do against him. Trent's got his number right on the side. That'll tie things back up for G2.
Oh, what a round. Give me that again. Give me that again.
It was so nice as well, right? Because you've got, you know, the jumping in going down with a, what was there, a judge trying to run him down in Jonah P's hands, then the double flash, Jaw's behind it. By the way, Jaw then, with a paranoia going up towards heaven and the ultimate going into Link, takes the fight into Waterfall. Then as soon as Link opens up, he's flashing in there because he knows that A player is going to be flooding in.
You love to see that. That's a bit of magic from the man, but it's broken the money of Trace, and it feels like they get scrappier in these rounds and take higher risks, which is fine. This is rough. Actually, it's Valorant to go down. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. This positioning is wild. They have to evacuate. They have to pull the cord on. That felt too threatening over towards Rubble. They had to pull away. Maybe to hold this default a second longer, try and cool down the jets of Trace here.
Yeah, a bit of a mess there. I think Valorant got caught by the C's and the nade combo, just trying to blitz out into the open. But now, because Trace are so heavily stacked towards C, they're expecting G2 to move over there. They have little info, so Byung-K's got to step forward into front B. It's being held, and somehow he's winning that fight. That's the spike and spawn.
Uh-oh. Trent. And hold on, he didn't get stunned here. Jorgamo actually has more of a fair fight than he would have wanted. This is really messy. What is going on here? Trace being super slippery about this, and he has to get out of dodge. It's a bit of a ruse because they're still heading towards A. The bulk of G2 is still working, and somehow it feels like they've accidentally tripped into the right outcome.
Yeah, G2, they want to buy some time, I think, for Jaw to rotate back over, but...
Hey, loading screen mat la yaar.
This pit going down. Jonah P playing right up in the front of the two.
Oh, reveal. Oh, baby.
Casual call hai matlab.
Jonah P gonna get the wind knocked out of him on that. Jorgamo is now making it back towards this A site. They're not taking any chances on this. Ult gonna come on, but it's still gonna be Leaf. He's got the shorty and he's ready for it. Noting Kai on the way through, gets a reload and slips a little further back. Leaf is playing this really well, but he does get found. It's all on Jaw. And again, it feels like almost an impossible situation, and they're running ults here. And Bianca was so ready. Tracing these rounds are scrappy, and it works for them. I can't believe we're seeing this now back to back. I mean, Trent having an absolute stinker of a round there. Yeah. Jorgamo on the other side of the map. This feels really out of sorts for the G2 I expected.
Oh no, and here you see it, right? Teleporting directly into the C's nade. G2 hadn't shown that fast of a look towards Rubble, so he thought he could get away with it. But then here in mid, what's going on with that? You hear the pit go down towards stairs, so you're expecting the aggro against a team that's down in numbers. Trace just had G2's number there. Even the shorty coming out at the end was nice, but he gets taken down. Then there's a paranoia making it impossible for Jaw to play the round.
Now this is kind of what I wanted out of this game, though, because we do have a timeout now coming for G2, right? We've got a super scrappy Trace. Now they're willing to get kind of dirty in this round. They're willing to take these aggressive fights. They're willing to scrap, push, over-rotate at times, like really take the bait almost, and it's working. I love that. I'd like to see them find stability in a gun round or two, because it feels like, hey, let's pick up the pace. Now we've got Sheriffs. Let's go for these crazier fights. I'd love to see them find some stability. I'm a little surprised at G2 being as volatile as they are. We've seen, a bailout round from Jorg, right? That's great. That gets you 4 kills. We love one of those. But beyond that, do they look this stable in your mind? This wasn't a high map in their veto, right? I think they played it once.
Yeah, they played it against a C9
or something, right?
So it's really good.
It did, but it's certainly not hard in their veto. This is opening up for that conversation. If Trace can find stability here, they've already forced a tie out G2. Maybe we get a game. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm praying.
When you're winning ecos like that, you've got that sort of surprise factor. And honestly, when I think about G2 as a team, I think they do much better in controlled round states, right? When they've got time for Valorant to sort of figure out what's going on. It's usually when teams are sort of blowing up the pace right from the get-go, they can run into some trouble.
It should be very easy.
Well, let's see what G2 can kind of do with the similar hand that Trace was dealt not too long ago. A broken purchase, Stingers coming out, a Guardian or two, and a Sheriff.
यही अगर trouble है,
a lot of pressure on his.
Okay,
no problem. Yeah, it's all good. No sweat. The wall goes up. We've got control. There's no problems here. G2 not getting away with anything they want in this round.
The half buy for them just completely falls apart. The oldest trick in the book, half buy, so you force into the B site, and Trace were absolutely ready for it. Actually, I think I really like how Trace have been sort of controlling with the early fights towards Rubble, being able to break Baby Door, go into land, sort of move back and forth between the B and A sites. It's caused a lot of problems for G2, even on their bigger buy rounds.
No fuel.
Do they get a little bit of a read on this? It's gone real quiet on the rest of the map. Now there's going to be this explosive approach towards C. Again, high pressure, high tempo, stunning, clear. G2 just shifted gears, showing some real pedigree on this one. Supplant's going to be in.
And Jonah P has the Thunder post plan. Trace have to sort of bait that out somehow, but I'm not sure they have the utility to do it outside of the paranoia.
Crazy utility.
Pivot to the C side was absolutely heaven sent for G2. It's still rough though, but it is that ult with Jonah P, right? That's the backbone to this round. round.
And Trent's just going to be a little rat on site, playing off this perfectly.
Yeah, why not? But a very early investment of the ult, and now, hold on, this may not go the way they wanted! Leaf! Stunning from him. 2 quick kills, and the ult in the end does find the impact they needed, and G2 stabilize.
Beautiful, beautiful post plant coming through from G2. Again, a messy round at the start, but I think they've really pinpointed that C is going to be the weakness for Trace consistently. When they've been able to get onto that side, it's not been an issue. I also think the C anchors from Trace have played it the same way every round. They played back in bend, and then they push up onto top site and try to look down on you when you come through the wall. And G2 have been really successful at picking off that player.
And now for a team that we've kind of given the credit of being quite a thinking man's team at times, I want to see if Trace can adapt to that. Do they now start thinking about this? Do they have something in mind how they want to approach it? Because for G2, they can kind of set and paint the scene however they want. Early, we've got pressure. Hold on. Does this man get to live? No, he does not. G2 draw first blood. They take over rubble control, and they've already put a problem towards that A site.
Trace are still in the area. 3 players ready to go with a delayed refight for them. Just putting up the wall right now to see if G2 overextend into that space. But G2, it's very rare they'll just get a pick and over-accelerate into you. And especially after, I think, what they remember of the pistol round with that second layer of fighting. I think G2 were almost waiting for Trace to play their hand or overplay it even.
And it's a very fair shout, right? That pause. You get a man advantage, just pause for a second, see if maybe Trace do try and get that pick back. It would be the death of them if they do. Now, I kind of like that they pushed out towards Mound on the C site. You got an early warning system there. Maybe it's a little tricky for Heybei, obviously, on the Viper, but that's fine. I don't mind it. But still, it allows them this security to keep 2 players on this A site at least.
But you think about it, it's when those individual players from Trace have pushed forward, whether that was Bianca into front B or whatnot, they found success. Here, a little 1-2 punch setup. Jonah P. Finding 2 kills.
He's made something out of it. It ain't over yet, but it's a long rotation for Heybei. The first on the site will be Bianca. He's gonna get it. At least
silent drop.
Yeah, they have no idea. Hold on. He's close enough. Hold on, he's got one. A 1v2. Heybei, have you got it in you? Have you got the capability to pull this one off? Trent, though, again in the post plant here. Down a little low, but that's fine. Leaf the one to really do the damage before first attempt made. Doesn't care. He's gonna have to care. Yeah, that's gonna force you off, but he's actually made this feel a little doable. Trent was just like, hell, I'll die for this one. No worries. Okay, all good. G2, I'll do a little bit better.
What? I respect it. I respect it. It takes some guts to get up there and intentionally die to the molly to get the timing.
Trent ka balls of steel.
Listen, I mean, they are making G2 work for this. We are seeing that throughout, but I do have to give credit here to G2. That nice pause of the tempo reset, still effective trading towards tree. Like, they're managing these fires that keep breaking out over this map.
It's also G2 realizing that they're not just supposed to instantly fight into rubble. They wait out that Seasonade combo, then re-clear it, do well with looking. But once again, it'll be that same volley of utility sent by Trace. This time, though, on the light buy, Almo's getting right up in it.
One's clearing this so far. He's got a pocket to play from. The Prowler gonna still note attendance here, but it's Heybei on the other side playing further forward. I thought he had a shot on that one. Not to be, Valen clears through diligently. Next in line, Kai. Sheriff's work here, and unfortunately the worst target to fly down the pack. So he has to respect this and back away. This is solid from G2.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep that going up in the post plant, but the early chip damage down. Feel a little bit confident. G2 have played pretty heavily sight in these post plants. It was a little bit different. Usually we see them fighting more aggressively. This time making sure there aren't going to be any
जो momentum चाहिए था G2 को मिल गया.
Trace have shown quite a lot of flank looks domestically, especially on the eco round that could be coming in.
I'd quite like them to revisit that almost, kind of lean back a little heavier on trying to pressure those backlines, because Leaf, I know it's only Sheriffs and they're like barely half HP, but he looks kind of stylish with what he's doing here. Just farming him up. Why not? Get some confidence builders. Work towards the ult. Pretty close.
You know, I don't know if Leaf is lacking in confidence necessarily.
That's a fair point.
This guy was tearing it up in America. It's really the standout player for G2. Kind of stealing the show a bit from Jogamo, because obviously like the hype was Jogamo's coming into G2. This is like the most stacked roster we've ever seen on paper. But in reality, it has been Leaf, whether he's on the Viper, perma-locking in the chamber, just dominating servers.
We do have a couple ults starting to hit here as well. There's not too, I mean, you've got one away from Kai's there, you've got 2 away from Fung Funks, but on the other side, you're looking at Trent having theirs.
Yep.
And I'm just kind of like waiting to see if they have something in mind with this for G2. I'm still waiting to see at least one good tail ult.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't feel like I've had many of those, but, you know, I like this stack. I like the proactive approach towards B as well. This may be the adjustment for this C lane that we've seen consistently coming out. A proactive and an aggressive Kai to kick things off. And with Trent gone, it does remove away a lot of that utility late round that G2 would have loved to have had.
I love how mobile Trace are here, too. After they get the first pick, they're actually kind of abandoning the C site. Very happy to play retake with that. You look at the Nightfall, you have the Visol. Sure, you can play that retake. Bolstering up that A defense, because Bianca on his own with the Odin, maybe not the best, but if you can play that sort of crossfire, that bait and switch setup with Fong Fong backstairs, you're going to be in a great spot.
Oh, B जाएंगे लोग.
We have the Leaf is going looking.
Toxins going up.
I could see a world where Valen tries to get the ult online here too, just to blow up the round in the post plant.
There we go. Plant going to come down, and the ult now primed. Kai waiting to instigate this retake.
You could even try to dodge the Visol with it.
And I love the deep smoke coming down from Lau King as well, kind of creating that pressure through towards Thor. It kind of makes them fight forward, which they're willing to do. It's G2. They want a bit of aggression. This Leaf's trying to draw the blood, but it's a 2-for-1 trade out. Trace have the numbers, and they have the round. They manipulated G2 from start to end in this.
That was just gorgeous. Had all the ults they needed going on that retake, or flooding in from every single lane into the site. G2 were not ready for that at all.
I'm impressed with Trace. I really am.
Genuinely. This is also like defense side Lotus. They put up 5 already. Still one more left to play.
And this is G2. Can we just put in context here how good G2 have looked? They have looked outrageous coming into this. The new meta suited as well, the map pool looking good. Yeah, they had their permaban, but that's fine. Everything else looked brilliant. I want to see them look dominant here. This was the best opportunity, though, for Trace, I would say. This Lotus map pick was always going to be here. This could completely change. But if anything, it's shown that they can draw blood on G2, but they have to keep it going. G2 now sitting at 6-5, still with the lead. Hebe under pressure early, and that pressure is coming fast.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed stun there with Valen's TP to see if they can catch that early aggro. Well played by Hebe to not overextend, but he's in a whole heap of trouble now.
Certainly is. TP gets taken. Valen's in there. No idea! Perfect pinch, perfect use of the ult. I wanted it, I get it! Oh, but they're fighting back! Trace! They don't care! They just barrel into the site and bring it back to a 2v2. No right to do that, but somehow make it happen. And now G2 want that plant. They want the time on their side. Some advantage. Leaf prowling, patrolling in the ult himself. Bianca praying that some of this spray works. They're going to walk this. They're absolutely going to walk this. Oh my god, that was so close. Trent's the one to get it in now.
Almost, bro.
Just one man against the two. A brutal ultra walk in. Leaf, what are we up to? That drops the pit. Suddenly this becomes so much more doable, and Trent left in a world of trouble. The cross ain't pretty, and this is now getting messy. This is looking like composure's on the line. We've got the utility coming out, and the pressure is there! Trent goes down! Unbelievable, but does he have time? Yeah, he does! He absolutely does! That is gonna look close, but I swear to you, he's got this one. No, he doesn't! G2 just about bloody hell!
Unbelievable. He was on a tear too, sprinting back towards spawn. Wins the fight, but can't secure the round. I mean, look, this started out beautifully for G2, going for the fight in the back, but to win it like that makes you sit on the edge of your seat going into the second half.
नहीं तुम लोग एक बात बताओ, वहां पे अगर ओमेन मरता था ना, तो भी उधर उसका मरना फिक्स था. फिक्स मतलब 100%, क्योंकि वो पिंग भी करता था और उसके नीचे वाइस का वो ट्रिप भी था, तो हिल भी नहीं सकता है. आगे पीछे नेड वेट था, तो लोग स्पैम करके मार देते. लेकिन उसको ओमेन को मारना तो था.
That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
उसको ओमेन को मारना तो था. राउंड निकाल सकते.
Red Bull gives you wings.
दे उल्टी का साउंड. हाँ क्या? What the fuck, वो लोग नहीं सुने देते दे उल्टी में उसका अल्टी. क्या थोड़ा बहुत तो घुमाते ही है वे लोग माउस. वाइपर क्या उसके कुछ पता नहीं. बन जाओ. चैट 4K लाइक्स हो गए, वेयर क्लोज टू 5K लाइक। जिसने लाइक नहीं किया एक बार एक साथ लाइक दबा दो। म्यूजिक तो है बे।
Five to 7. Is it enough? G2 were pressured.
All depends on the pistola.
Right? They've got a couple rounds to play with here, but these were really volatile rounds, right? These were up and down the whole way through.
Especially considering that 2 of those rounds Trace got just on Ecos. Half by Sheriff somehow still winning out here.
Yes, sir.
Side of things, but G2 can often be more deadly on the defense side than on the attack. We'll see how it starts, because already G2 are ready to fight early into this A side.
Oh, that is indicative, isn't it? Look how deep that util goes. Jorg straight up just towards rubble now. Gonna be just sitting towards this as long as he fancies.
Valen just trying to see if he can get some shots through this one way, but he's kind of sticking out in that area for now. Notice that Jonah P has rotated over on the B side and didn't use stun in that opening volley. So if Trace try to exec into C, that's
towards the C side. There's that stun, and there's going to be almost the pre-take here. Lee walks in, knocks down the door, plants in, but what does that matter? Hebe, the last one to try and do anything, and he was noted a million miles away. Yeah, he took down Jorgamo, but you ain't going to get this round. Valen going to be sitting on this defuse, and he's dealt with. Trent's there, G2.
It was not me, it was not me.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Leaf is the player to watch in this event. Man is on an absolute tear. I think he's, what, 16-7 right now on his opening map? And G2 know, right, as soon as Hebe hit that door over towards A, look, they're down in numbers, but we have a 4v4 on site right now. It's time to go, go, go. It'll work perfectly for them.
Yeah, this. Just unbelievable. Leaf just, in any of these situations, he looks so clean with it. Yeah. I don't understand.
I feel like Valorant right now is just a mini game where it's trying to get timings through smokes as often as possible. At least finding them right now.
That's got to feel so good to pick up the pistol in that fashion as well. After such a, like, I don't want to say muddy first half, but it was pretty, like, volatile, right? Very much up in the air. Some messy-ish rounds coming down to get a nice, clean start to things. Got to feel good. That should open up the gateway for a couple more rounds here as well. We've got the Stingers out, we've got the Outlaws coming out, Guardians, bits and bobs, and nothing invested from Trace. So, hey, if they can get a plant, they get a kill or two. Brilliant. I like the idea. Oh, look at this crunch. That's so well made, so well crafted. And it does put Valen in a little bit of a predicament, but that's the spike. So they do need to go on a recovery mission, and Valen's got to play this right. He doesn't want to fall here. Get overwhelmed. Doesn't. Keeps composed the whole way through. Sadly, it feels like kind of a bit of a cursed chalice. I like this from Kai, though.
Yeah, Kai's the guy that could just blow this open. G2 have no idea he's on the way. Trent turning around at the exact right time. You gotta be kidding me. And yeah, we're pushing through smokes, but at the end of the day, G2 just high-rolling on luck there and taking down Trace, no problem.
Absolutely nat 20ing the whole way through. This is nice from G2. I like this already, seeing what they're coming through with it. There was a little bit of danger. I want to talk about what Trace did with that nice crunch towards Waterfall there. There was so much threat towards that, which they were able to navigate nicely. Valen just impossible to pin down, super slippery towards CT, keeping them guessing. And that spike being dropped where it was just felt like that poison chalice. Whoever touched it just met that end.
You just instantly go down. We're trying to throw smokes and whatever. It's not going to work. Yeah. Trace now, though, they've got to bounce back into this round, otherwise it is falling apart. And importantly, with buying a few pistols there for Trace, they've got 2 players on regen shields coming in. There's an outlaw that's stuck around, so I don't know if I love Trace forcing 5 rifles here instead of Guardian heavy.
It could be an issue. Let's see if it becomes one. That's yet to be decided. Right.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
But he knows that there's pressure now into the back line. Seeing that util and Jorgamo just caught sleeping. They were way deeper than he expected. Yeah. That's the site open.
He got the shot on Feng Feng, but heavy armor only down to 10 HP. Aggressively up towards heaven.
10 HP? Huh? He's going for this on 10 HP.
And fully cleared out as well. I don't know.
I mean, okay. I'll shut my mouth. I'll shut my goddamn mouth. I'm so sorry. Play where you want with your 10 HP. Get aggressive.
I wasn't familiar with this game.
And now we are. It is getting down to that kind of, you know, deeper end of the round. Valorant's position could still get the pressure going, but you can hear that clock ticking. Time is running low, and the 10 HP Demon is still striking. Valorant is trying to achieve maximum damage at this point if he can. Take away these rifles, because the round isn't going to be really going his way anymore. What on earth is that man made of?
Steel? I don't know. The bro's unkillable. He was on 10 HP for 3 different fights.
Whole time.
Language usual by
Earth. Like, look at this.
Oh, that was even a refight after he'd been tagged. Getting the kill on Jog.
Just didn't care.
Fair play.
I
guess if you just hit the headshot, what
does it matter?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, look at this guy, just light work for him.
I love you.
Okay, Trent's got all. Any others nearby? Nothing massive here.
Yeah, just Fong Fong on the other side.
Okay, nothing they can bank on straight away, but this is the round they want to be really focusing on, right? The buys coming out for both teams, looking in a much better position. Real quick tempo coming out here too.
G2 sort of showing this ultimate, going for a refight.
Okay, and they're trying to go for this one, but do they clear it diligently? Yeah, they do. Trent's on the case. Quick double picked up. That's me. Fung Fung gone. That's Lauking gone. That's some big players removed from this. You've lost the ult. You've lost your smokes, kinda. You're left down with Kai, Hebe, and Bianche. This is not an easy round anymore.
Yeah, especially with Leaf taking that forward position on B. These players are boxed into the A site. You either have to walk into a jog with no HP. Yeah, not going to work. Or you walk into an Odin. Or there's a flank coming in. There's just nothing you can do correctly in this round. It's all falling to pieces.
No good outcome. There's no good death. There's no good death. There's no nice way to go here. It just feels inevitable. Oh man, this is horrible. Yeah, that was beautiful from G2 though. I was a little bit worried about that ult initially, but then the follow-up util coming out from Trent was stunning.
Absolutely, and to me the thing that's really
interesting about watching shout out to the bade mera Nikun bye many happy returns of the day.
Back to back. You think to the pistol in round 2 they showed 2 very active looks towards the A site. Then round 3, it's nobody really on A, it's just the Yoru, and they're pushing out through C. So this round, they only show the Yoru at the start, and it comes down to a refight that Tracers aren't expecting at all. Oh my god!
10 rounds, you can see the smiles starting to break out. They've made it to double digits. They forced the timeout for Trace. That's kind of when you start knowing you got him on the ropes, right? That was the big round, right? That could have been a pivot round in my mind, and you literally have Trent just running through him. There was nothing that they could do about it. By the time they got out of that massacre, they were down to 3 and half of them were half HP. So now let's kind of like take pause here. We were kind of, I was holding G2 to very high standards, I think. Because they are coming in as one of the teams that a lot of people would tip to look the best, at least in the start of the year. A lot of people were really rating them. The start of this half, they're now living up to that a little more in my mind. The first half was still very much anyone's game, I felt. Trace very much in touch here, but coming back in, G2 look way more in control.
Yeah, again, G2 on defense is just a different beast. They're so good at controlling rounds, but I want to see what the pivot is from Trace coming in, because I think the big thing they have to be concerned about is how Jonah P just holds onto his stun so frequently for those refights. That came into play with the Teo ult in that last round as well. So Trace needs to do maybe a better job of not overcommitting into space and trying to see if they can maybe bait out that ability. Otherwise, they're going to keep running into these sort of delayed traps.
Spot on. Bit of a split to start with, however.
See, the irony is they show the stun immediately here because they're not actually playing on this side of the map. And so now Trace come out of that timeout, they don't really have that space over towards A. And now they're walking into a potential trap with that double flank coming out through C.
I am worried about the flank, and I'm so glad we're seeing G2 explore this. I kind of wanted Trace to do it, but on the hunt here, I'm just going to put that in the pocket of Trent. Lovely. That's a man on the side, man to the good. And now you can see if that post plant holds, but this flank is still on the way.
It's the flank of Jonah P over on A. Those 2 fights are what could get G2 back into the round. First one goes their way, second one doesn't. Trace still with a great chance here.
Yeah, and Giacomo's now in no man's land. He's a million miles out from this one, but he's going to get through back by door. They've kind of split over towards that blue room, trying to take over some security towards CT. Trace almost exchanging paces here, but G2 do need to start going. They see this get moving. Giacomo going to take that step, start getting towards the site. Hey, baby, in a problem. We're starting to see them really heat up here. Trace, it's getting messy again, and they win out. That pivot to B could have gone absolutely topsy-turvy the whole way through. There was so many opportunities for G2 to, I don't know, turn the screws a little more, but somehow, some way, Trace win out in so many of those situations.
Bong Bong was just an absolute hunter here. Heat-guided missile to take out Trent at the start of the round, but really it was this shot onto Jonah P from Hebei. It turns into a 3K for him, but it also just opens up that extra angle into sight on the post plant. That was just too much for John Valen to deal with.
A little frustration, but a good step for Trace to get back in this game a bit more. Bong Bong's got to wake up a touch there, almost got a touch. Easy, Tiger. But it does at least allow the ults to start coming through here. That's going to facilitate Jorgamo to get his. It's now ready if necessary.
Trace sort of tempting the space right now. Again, there still is that stun ready to go, but G2 often will play a little bit softer towards this space. You see Jaw as a TP ready towards stairs. Decided to fake that one and send another one back into the site instead. G2 try and hold on to tree in this post, or in this actual site once Jaw leaves the area, but see if Young K can actually find him here. Defense wall goes up. Not playing right on the other side, takes his timing through. That is perfect. He gets his kill, and he's out.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was dreaming of happening. Now going back in with the ult as well. He wants more. This man's hungry for it. He's going to see so much. That's everything you dreamed of. Jorgamo, nothing short of divine intervention could save Trace now, and maybe they're going to get it, but it's Trent. Take away Hebei, and Jorgamo in the back line is going to, again, keep them crunched here. Trent's the one to kill him, but it's Jorgamo seeing all of them as well. Fung Fung's got him, just one alive. A 1v3 required. No easy task, no spike. They're ready for him.
He's ulting for it.
They're trying to block.
But he only has 20 seconds. He still has to fight these players.
He has to go back for this, and they're waiting patiently. G2 all too aware of the plan.
That's exactly
last round
what they needed for that A fight right there. John taking this timing. Again, Valorant is just a game where you push through the smoke on a timing, and if you get the kill, you win the round. It's exactly what it meant for Jaw right there. And then having the ultimate as well to, again, just have full information of what Trace were doing on the map. So they can get those walls starting to close in.
It just feels like this whole map is closing in here for Trace.
many happy returns
11 rounds now for G2. This was your chance, boys. If you wanted to make a go of this one, this was the stand. Fall a little short, looking a little desperate there though, Valen. And Leaf going down. I'm a little surprised, but Trent is still trying to keep this competitive.
Jonah P is really trying to bust a move over to that C side as the A-Lurk again finds the kill. Jonah P blinded up, can't hear anything. He really needed to take a timing into the site, but now all eyes fall onto Trent here. That'll be the first one, and still no spike planted.
This could be a monstrous round for Trent. He still has util. He has a nice bit of positioning to play from.
Flashes on Jonah P as well. Right now, Trace just buying time so that Hebei could actually regroup with the team. And the whole while, G2 are concerned that that flank could still be coming in.
This big opportunity here. Smoked off though here. Considering the util. Ult gonna come down, denies plant on this. And he does get a little closer off the flash coming out from Jonah P. Trent is now very close by and they have no idea. Trent is just a step away.
They only have a pixel to plant with.
They have so little. And a jump spot. Very diligent from Bianca there to double check on this. Trent is so close. He's looking for a kill. He's looking for a pixel out of place and he's being given nothing. But Trace looking hesitant, trying to walk through the ult. They get the reward. Jonah P goes down, leaving just Trent alive. But this man looked good, but it's not good enough. Falcon's there. And even in all that hesitation, they keep their cool and stay in this game.
Hebei took a beautiful timing there. He heard one player reloading, so knew he had a 1v1 on site. Wins that one and secures the round, because that was so chaotic. I mean, the Viper's pit on site. Don't forget, he also found that kill on the A side of the map. But there you go, here's that reload. And doesn't waste a moment with it.
Okay. Step by step, they've broken the money now, but they're here for G2.
9-11.
Creative to bring out checkmate to 12. Maybe go for a bit of it, let's see. Trace, you're gonna give us a game here. Big gateway round for them. Jorgamo would be the first to be challenged. He's trying to stick around on this one, at least for a moment longer, and you can see why. Valen there, and nothing to really force him off this. Trace, what's going on? You've just lost 2 players. You haven't made it past the starting blocks.
It's just a mess, and with where Fung's body dropped, Valen now has a rifle in hand. Trace are still spread apart. I mean, if they want a way back in this round, they almost need to ask Hebei, hey, can you go get a kill over on A side again? Do something.
Those steps are pretty useful, I guess, but there's still obviously the threat of Leaf here, but he only has that frenzy, so maybe they can start building towards this A site.
If anything,
too much
back there
info.
sets up G2 to win this round even more, because now you've got a potential crossfire going from stairs and out of baby. G2 are trying to play as together as possible here to abuse the fact they've got numbers.
This is so goddamn tense, though. Trent here, waiting. Angle's good, shots better.
My God.
Still controlling the spike. Is there, Trent? Back-to-back impact, leaving just one alive. G2 with a flawless round to get to 12.
Yeah, you'd think G2 got bored with Trace winning all those
Well,
in the first half. Coming in here
Number
with a
one
fire
for a
under them.
reason.
I mean, Trent.
number one for a
Absolutely
reason.
popping off with the sheriff. Started off great with that
भाई
C
लेकिन
fight as
सच्ची बोलो
well.
तो
Not sure
टी
what
अच्छा था
happened with
खेला
Bang
पे
dropping off of that hurt
कुछ
from
राउंड
him.
ऐसे तो जो
But
टी
that just
जीत
cooked
सकते
the
थे
round
मतलब
completely.
का पोटेंशियल
Trying
है
to show a little bit more of that pedigree there. That
ऐसा क्लीन
potential of
13-3
G2
13-4 ऐसा नहीं हुआ
looking deadly. And they
Close
near
गए,
on that
rounds भी
full
close गए.
hand of ults as well to depend on barring
Enable भी थे.
Jorgos. They've got everything they need. A broken buy for Trace, but hey, this is what happens when you play up against some of the best in the world here. You got to deliver where it matters. Trent, very deep with the utility. This map
नेक्स्ट तो
feels
G2 का मैप
tiny
है
for
ये
Trace.
2-0 है G2 too strong
Faisal to play with, but Jaw's trying to get right up in their face. He's going for a fight.
Oh, this man's looking nasty. This is the moment the Jorgo is all to
Nasty,
shine. How's he
good.
getting out of here? How is trying to live still? What is this bloodbath we are witnessing? Jonah P, he fancies a go at it. This is a mental round.
Q Rocket Man as Fung Fung goes flying into the air. G2 are still hanging around though. They're still fighting for their space beyond K and Fung Fung. They're going to take them down and open up this site.
Force them back into place. Force them to heal a little. That's too far. G2 wants to remember there's some fire with these Trace boys.
Look at Leap though. Hanging out here. He gets one, he gets two, and he's still looking for more.
Unbelievable from Leaf. And even in the back of his mind, he read it right. He buys the time. He reads around, and Kai from high hopes. So what could be a corner with a shorty in it, Leaf?
25 seconds.
Oh, just that taste of potential for Trace there. Maybe the game could have continued, but Leaf, I think, might have crushed this one. Look at the spike, and Kai has to try and fight. He does. 13 seconds, you gotta go now, Kai. It's game on. Oh, no! Heartbreak for Kai, and composure for Valorant, 13-8.
पूरा शेरिफ ने राउंड निकाला भाई what the fuck
What a beast! Taking down 3 there. The round was completely lost from
I
G2.
want
But
T
he
to
keeps
win
his
man
head high
थोड़ा
and carries it
मतलब
through.
G2 एक्चुअल में है स्ट्रांग इस बार बोलो ना G2 DRX और EDG ये तीन टीम पे नजर
Why'd you say it like that? Water. How do you guys say water? Water. I say it with the D as
Water.
well. Water, water, water. Can I get a
Water,
water?
Can I get a water?
Water. Can I get a water? Can I get a water?
Water?
I feel bad for our voice comms editing. We're just stupid.
What? What?
किधर है फोन?
ये रहा ये ला पकाओ डिनर का तैयार क्या है आज मेन्यू में कुछ डिश है क्या है ढोकला तीन सब्जी तो उसको कानून से सीखा था लैंग्वेज I guess a wah. You want the wah? You want the wah? You want the wah? अच्छा ऐसे बात करेगा इंग्लिश में वाह रुपया वो क्या डिनर में क्या है बोलना हो तो क्या अरे बोलना डिनर में क्या है समझ रहे मेरा इंग्लिश तो अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
किसको जीत दिखा रहा है लेमन? किसको जीत दिखा रहा है? क्या दिखाओ क्या तुम लोग को लाइट अप करके रुको 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 तो मिनट दिख रहा है दिखा किया You see? Full screen करो.
I'm standing here right now with Josh of G2. Now, the boys look very
कैसा
calm,
लग रहा है?
very steady on stage. I've heard many coaches say that, you know, high emotions, whether good or bad, can sometimes massively impact judgment. I wanted to ask how that, you know, balance, that calmness on stage is able to help G2, especially during rounds that look like at first it might not be going your way, and then you guys manage to turn it around.
Well, as a coach, you always want to get like a temperature check on your players, and knowing that this is the first game on stage in front of a massive crowd, like I knew like energy is not going to be an issue, and it's more about being calm. So the advice that I've been giving is just, hey, let's be calm, let's have like a fighter's mentality when things go wrong, and let's just correctly diagnose problems, just solve it. It's just another day in the, you know, another day in the office, right? We just take care of business.
Another day in the office in Thailand this time around. Well, good luck to you guys.
I am so glad Josh RT was calm through that map, because me, Achilles, and Mimi were not. We were screaming because what was going on, especially in that final round.
Final round was absolutely absurd. The way the 1v1 goes down, the steal. I don't know. It was crazy.
It was muddy throughout. There was some crazy moments on both sides, some crazy clutches. Very limited actual like full rifle rounds from both of these teams because of how back and forth it was. But it was certainly entertaining, if nothing else.
It was super entertaining. So let's revisit some of those entertaining rounds around 4 and 12.
Yeah, I think that G2, these were some of the rounds that highlighted what their game plan was going in. You're playing against a Vice comp. The strength is how powerful that Yoru clone is. Here, Bates had all the utility, then G2 goes into a late execute, Trace tries to hard anchor, they lose a couple critical gunfights, and, well, the round falls apart for them. And I think we saw that game plan manifest in a few of these rounds for G2. But the issue was, in the late rounds, like you said, Seth, things were getting muddy. G2 had to rely on their individualism, on players stepping up to go for individual clutches quite a lot, but they were able to do so and still win out these rounds, even if it wasn't the most beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, but I like the ideas that they're bringing to the table with this composition. That play here at the very beginning in particular, kind of using that Armageddon as cover for Valen, then TP into the site, gets that backstab. Things get very wonky throughout, and it nearly goes the way of Trace here at the end to make it a 6-6 half, but just narrowly not enough time to be able to get that defuse off. But so while it There's some things to tighten up for sure. I like the direction, the creativity that's being brought forward here by G2.
But for Trace, this was a tough one because they were really struggling in the even rifle rounds, right? They had a lot of situations where they were in man-up situations and players made individual mistakes, got caught out of position. G2 capitalized and they kept on losing those key rounds. And what was at times a winnable game kind of snowballed out because of these late rounds.
Unless Jogomo was alive, because when he was alive, it was always winnable. Let's take a look at this in the Verizon high-speed moment. Right off the bat as well, he had some crazy moments, certainly in this match.
Yeah, and this is off the back of kind of a failed entry attempt that had happened over at A, but John just kind of shrugs that off. He botched it over on that A side, and he just says, right, I'm gonna go ahead and break open this side. Gets a gorgeous splash into the TP to just go ahead and absolutely just assassinate everybody. Gets himself the 4K. Can't get the ace. The crowd was chanting for it, but unfortunately shut down there by Trace, but he certainly got G2 the round win.
You saw in the opening tease, the Trace players were talking about how impressed they were with Jogomo when he went on his champs run, when he was playing the Raze. He was taking over games constantly. But that wasn't the case in this match, or really much of this season at all. Playing the Yoru, he has to be a lot more sacrificial, take risks on teleports like that. And sometimes it looks amazing, like it did in that round, and other times he's just dying early on. But that's the territory of this read that G2 is leaning into.
Yeah, and I think that it's still just a huge boon, because the biggest thing about Jog being the one to make these plays is that he never gets bothered when it doesn't go his way or when he messes something up mechanically. He's able to just go ahead, brush that off very quickly, get the reset, and then focus in for the next round.
Especially when you have Leaf and Tren as your teammates. You know, you can afford to have a few rounds here.
कृष्णा भाई थोड़ा 150 का मेंबरशिप लेने के लिए है क्या रे कुछ? हाउ टू बेट दू क्या रे तेरे को? अच्छा माल का बात कर रहा है क्या? So I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize यार. कृष्णा भाई जो बाकी लोग टाइप कर रहे हैं वही टाइप करो. I would like to apologize.
Players that last year on G2, the runs at international events, was having a bit of a rough time. We weren't seeing those highs that we were getting from him when he was on the guard, but this is a fantastic way for him to kick off this series.
Well, Josh RT was pretty calm, so let's hear what Trace's coach, Destroyer, had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Destroyer of Trace Esports and Vera to help with some translation. Now, there were so many rounds from Trace Esports that time that were so good. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for G2. What did you tell the team in order to help them adjust going into the next map?
还是看到 T 有很多精彩的回合的，但是最后
कितने का रहेगा वो सेटअप चैट पूरा पीछे का गेस करो
之前你和队员们都说了什么来帮助他们做调整呢？
पीछे का पूरा सेटअप का वैल्यू गेस करो
还是有很多局数可以拿下的，我觉得他们还是第一次就是有点紧张嘛，我只是跟他们说放轻松，一定要做好。
चैट में काहे स्पैम कर रहे हो जन भाई?
Actually, I saw a lot of like stationers for them. Like there are so many rounds that I could have taken. So I just told them to chill, like be yourself.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and let's see if Trace can make a comeback.
I think he was completely right. We saw moments there from Feng Feng where he just looked so nervous, a little bit shaky. Hopefully, that was a warm-up for them, because we are going to go to Abyss and Mimi. Things get
Sunset बजाओ, Binks, bye, love you bro. राम जादे इतना टाइम किधर था?
But other than that, it has been outstanding for them all season long.
पूरा 2024
they're playing a composition.
4-5 नहीं है शायद.
वेट है.
ऊपर का 3 एजेंट सर वो 30 गेज.
25 no?
$350 no? 300 या $350. So I think जो valorant figurings है वो $300-350 है, और जो एनिमे का एक figurings है that's around
जो बड़ा वाला है,
हाँ जो बड़ा वाला है that's around 20k और एक शायद 35 का है,
15 का था
हाँ approx 20k के I think 4 figurings है, 3 है
नीचे का पूरा वो लॉट 5-5 हजार का था एक.
क्या
वो छोटा वाला
एक 5000 का है वो
अपन बैंकॉक से लाए थे
छोटा वाला. हाँ वो छोटा वाला एक 5000 का है, वो अपने पास 5-6 हजार
का है वो एक
10 है तो 50 उधर गया. ये चिंटर पिंटर
वो तो 250 का है.
हाँ वो
और नीचे टेडी
थोड़ा महंगा है,
एक्टिव है, और फिर मेरा बॉन्ड भी है और ऊपर बारबी डॉल भी है और वो जेंजी का भी है. वो भी
जेंजी का तो थोड़ा ही महंगा है, ज़्यादा नहीं।
डॉल भी है मेरी 2000 की।
क्या स्ट्रीमर्स पैसा कमा पा रहे? पूरा सेटअप के लिए डाला है, सेटअप अपग्रेड।
On this agent against G2, Pansy and Ender, what do you make of this?
I'm a little worried, but I hope my worries are just swept aside and they look fantastic. I'm glad there's adjustment, Ender. I'll say that much for sure. I'm happy that they've adjusted coming into this. Is it enough to topple G2? Potentially, I'm a little worried.
It's hard. I'm worried based on the results of game one. I think in terms of agent select, I really like this direction.
Absolutely.
Coming into this, because Feng Feng had been playing the Cypher on this map with Kai on the Jet, I'm like, it's a little bit 2024 for my liking, you know? I'd like to see more Vi's, some Yoru coming in. So to see them not go for a Sentinel when Giacomo is going to be on the Yoru, which is just a Sentinel buster of an agent, I do like that Trace have mixed that up at least.
भाई ये मैप तो G2 का है भाई, अंडा मारेगा।
By the way, Leaf does this all the time. The quick double hop. Outflip, Trace have done their homework.
Good, good. This is good.
Korea गए थे तभी लाए।
Homework being done. And there's recent tape on G2 here looking like this as well with this comp in this map, and they get to kind of approach this well here, Trace. Again, I'm trying to sell the picture. There's a real opportunity, and we're kind of seeing double smoke towards middle, something that Desk was leaning towards. Mimi highlighting that was something that put a lot of pressure on G2. So now can Trace though live up to what they now have to do after this?
Once again, forcing the teleport out. I really like how Trace have paced their way in here. Valen though, look at that triple stun.
All the theory in the world is lovely, but the execution is not there. G2 reading them like a book. They've been there, they've done this, they felt this pressure not all that long ago, and that spike could not be further away here.
I feel like G2 just have their few agents that they love, and they abuse them every single map. Like Yoru and Breach, which is this global pressure with the stuns and the teleports. It kind of can rock your world.
बस मैं next season कब जाने का plan है क्योंकि बहुत बेइज्जती हो गई आपको मेरा कौन सा बेइज्जती
तो है भाई।
Again, I think this is where we are. I'm going to keep a real close eye on this, and Choco just they're so confident in this too. You're seeing G2 looking kind of. Again, I don't know if you guys caught it on camera, but you know, walking back out on stage, the crowd's behind them as well. They're kind of being a little bit of a showman here. They're starting to enjoy being on this stage too.
Valen was up there hyping them up, giving them the hearts. Definitely play that angle, get the crowd on their side.
I like this. Good info early.
भाई अच्छा है वो record.
See your odds at that.
उसके लिए?
Don't fancy it myself. So Trent there willing to kind of puff out the chest a bit. Show presence. In this one, it feels like trying to just farm up those old orbs as best you can.
All good.
All good. Part of the plan. Bye-bye.
The crowd is absolutely baffled.
Do you think they slipped?
Would you like to explain?
They just pulled a G2.
No, not really.
Someone might need to explain it for the crowd, but it is just to deny as much as possible away from G2. We move on, nice and easy. There was no real opportunities there. It was just kind of classic.
Yeah, I don't want any piece of that.
The
important thing is, again, Trace have seemingly found themselves in this position where they consistently have regen shields going into round 3, and G2 have an Outlaw, instant kill. Guardian, I think, is another absolute light armor killer. That's 2 shots to the body, instantly going to be killing these Trace players. So they've got to be really clean on the enemies, and importantly, Kai and Feng Feng, the first people taking fights. Heavy to try and get into this site.
One silver lining, most of them aren't where those weapons are. So, you know, all good. Uh-oh. See how Leaf does here.
Already patch up the
That's a nice little angle to play from.
Can't imagine Feng Feng goes too aggro here before the smokes come in. At the same time, I do think it's important that... hold my breath for a moment.
What was that?
Yeah.
Bro, like this should be illegal.
You're being absolutely baited by watching.
Round जा रहा है ना, वो लोग का loss है.
He was doing that in map 1 too. Not to me, but to Trace, but still.
God, if they head mid. You shouldn't be doing it in this round. So it looks like they're drifting back towards his A site. Super deep hold as well from Trent.
It's a bit odd. Trent very deep, but again, P actually now getting caught offside, so that stun will not be in range. If Trace snap on this exec, which they will.
Just instantly evacuate site. No worries. I like this really heads up work. They're going to get the information about this. That's fine. This should be a plant, and we're looking at the post-plant utility. We're looking at that retake potential. Yeah, then this is where maybe the Outlaw does get a little bit trickier, but Leaf's got about 40 weapons he can bank on, so no worries.
Yeah, I think it's most likely Leaf just goes and plays containment here, unless his team can find some openers into this A site. Gonna bust down that vent, some way in.
Yeah, they're already getting pretty close here. They've made it pretty far out towards site. Kai needs to be ready for this. Trent's already got the trade. Kai does well to pivot around and turn on a dime, but Kai wants more, and that's a little too greedy for my taste. Trying to play out as best he can, potentially call up his own number, but now G2 have step on the site. Now we've got to look at this post plant. Where's that utility? Where's the pressure? Where's the kills? It's now down to just one. Jonah P in a 1v2. Surely Trace have done enough here. They have. Nice. 2 alive. They get their first on the board.
But good bonus also.
Like a nice round a couple of kills on the agent swap. It was pandemonium in that post plant because there's just so many smokes going down onto the site. Actually allowed G2 to find a plastic, but Trace did a good enough job there playing off site with those players.
एक और smoke रहता तो शायद लग गए थे.
Did get a little nervous when they made it out to backside so freely, but well played in the end between Hebe and kind of the swing on site from Kai. It was enough to really.
तेरा भाई MS करने जा रहा अमेरिका सर्विस बाय.
And you're going to end up seeing that a lot from Trace, sort of, you know, sending Kai in to find these fights into backside with the KO flash, but quick into this next round already. Trace trying to test the space into mid. So far, since the pistol, they've shown these smokes, but they haven't really moved into that space for fear of getting stunned and absolutely murdered again.
Huh?
I think it's a fair fear to have.
You generally want to avoid being murdered.
Thank you.
That's the optimal play. And he's going to be fine. I do love that, jumping off the map just to scout out window. Because you never have an angle into window apart from that. But G2 really try to abuse the double TPs they have on this map with the
Binks करने जा रहा है मेरे को.
But also, you're talking about information here. We had that drone just coming out towards A main. It looks like a rinse and repeat round somewhat, at least if it continues towards its trajectory from Trace, right? It looks like an A finish, hopefully in their minds, Trent getting away from sight. There is now an extra body here, though, that could buy time. I'm looking at Jonah P, a little closer, dedicated towards Trent gets caught out that time. Surprised that he went for this.
Right there.
Shifted back a little deeper, played like he did last time, but maybe they wanted that bit more space.
And now Trace in the post plant up numbers. Low King has that late round insurance into mid. I'm still looking back towards spawn. Will fall off after being flashed.
Kai, rinse and repeat, but it's Fung Fung who is the new body here, the new player, and what a position from him! 3 back-to-back, big impact, and he can just drift away now. Leaf's got nothing to do in this one. As good as this man can be, a 1v5 post plant with a kind of lingering around. You got nothing more to achieve.
That was a gnarly fight there. Fung Fung's full blinded after the first kill. The second he gets vision back, instant headshot. Takes him down, spam through the smoke, no problem.
Skipping and a jumping away from this, trying to keep what he can. But a really nice look from Trace so far. I like what we're doing. I like what we're seeing from them. They found room to work towards A here, right?
Yeah, and especially after that first round of playing A where they fell pretty much all offside except for Kai. Then to have this look where Fung Fung's up in your face and they're just recycling smokes back towards spawn. It's a really nice adjustment round around.
And we were kind of, I don't want to say discussing it, but we were kind of highlighting Jorgon getting that info towards window, and then we saw kind of Trent opting to the outer towards that A main side, and it still feels like they just didn't have the information how deep Trace are sitting until it's that side hit time. There's just so many question marks.
And the big issue is I honestly think Trent choked it a bit on that side hold, right? The shots didn't come in. Jonah P had actually stunned out Kai, who was diving into his back sight, so Trent was supposed to have that timing to catch those players.
Hey, we cannot play everything.
And he couldn't find it.
And again, Jonah P was the new body on the site. Last time around, it was Trent quite isolated from the others, and he had to fall back as far as possible. I like the addition of Jonah P there. It's a real shame to not see it find that value, sadly, but I don't know if that's enough of a cure to the woes right now. Clearly, it's not, at least in G2's mind. They have pumped the brakes. They want to find a bigger, I guess, answer back here, but I don't know what the holistic answer is. Is it trying to get aggressive somewhere, take away some of the question marks, trying to... I don't know what they want to be looking like coming back into this, but this round's probably not where we're going to see it anyway.
Yeah, truthfully, it's just a B full-on fight. Leaf's got the hero rifle saved over, but I'd imagine Josh RT, he's very effective in the timeouts for G2, and I think he usually comes in and will plan out the next 2-3 rounds. Notice those trends he's seeing that G2 are going to try to abuse.
Okay, well, this could be the third, and I say that after the first map being back and forth the whole way through, half buys, ecos, all going, you know, the way it shouldn't. So maybe I'll have to eat my words again. Maybe not. Laughing. That's lovely. Looking beautiful. Clean stuff. Not getting threatened. That's what we want to see in these rounds. It's sheriffs against you. It's something we didn't see in map one.
Oh, no dash, Kai. He's gonna run it in, do it himself.
Good. I'm glad they do manage to clear out Trent, and it should be 5 standing really nice. That's lovely for them. That's kind of what the doctor ordered, right? We want to see them looking good in this. Like
जल्दी long stream बाबा
themselves because map one's got to
stop. नहीं 9:30 थोड़ा rest लो.
The one you have in your pocket for Trace. They need some stability here.
100%. You know, now seeing that aggro look from G2 shutting that down. Playing more controlled early rounds. They've seen a lot of different styles, but now is where that timeout is going to come into play for G2. It's interesting to me that G2 didn't try to save up and get an operator online. I thought that was going to be the first thing they were going for. Instead, maybe just playing this A space a little bit more aggressively.
Long stream, let's go.
Jaw creeping into mid, Leaf creeping into main. Josh just said, hey, boys, take your fights.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it at all. Kind of want to allow players like, you know, if you've got Joy out there, if you've got a Leaf out there, you kind of want them to be able to call up their own numbers as well, make these bigger plays. And you can see that they've already identified, though, that Trent is clearly not on that A site anymore, right? They've just pinged him on the knife. They now know that he is certainly not where he was before.
But the knife's not in range to catch Jaw here. So Trace have to be real careful working into mid. First time they've seen G2 play it super aggressively, though, so I think they've got to know something's up.
Well, let's see how they kind of problem solve then, right? They've seen a different look here. This could be the kind of final blow to it, though. Does Leaf get cleared?
They've got a drone for it.
Does he care? No, he doesn't. He still takes Kai with him. Zero respect and a perfect play between the gaps on it.
And look at G2 seize this space into mid. 2 players walk out there.
Good morning,
now repositioned back into sight. Trace have nowhere to go but in.
Yeah, just spammed on and on and on here.
push रोक तो दिया था रे लड़ा नहीं हो
made it out towards site. Heaven controls there for Jonah P. You're looking at the back of the site with Leaf, very passive, waiting for that lurk to come in.
Feng has to be ready for it. They don't have Cypher, they don't have flank watch. They've got to win this fight back in main, or they're just going to get crunched.
That's 2 players. That's going to be so much, and Trent so aware. That's the backbone broken for this round. Now they try and fight forward, take the space towards CT, but Leaf heads up work. Really hard to dig out of that deeper position. He's just going to hold it safe, force them back on the fight, and G2 clearing house. They've had their answer. They found their cure to the woes, leaving Hebei as a formality to the outcome. G2 find the answer they needed.
I mean, that's just gorgeous. But then you watch it, like G2 back away from the aggression. They read you like a book. 10 seconds before you think of the next play, they already know what you're going to do. So their weak side retracts, their aggro side speeds up. It's just that cross-map macro that I think G2 have really mastered. And that comes with keeping 4 players of your core roster year to year, bringing Jogamo seamlessly into this team. It's what allowed them to dominate in America's and really volatile offseason. Now you're seeing it on the international stage.
Now I love seeing the operator coming out though for Kai. That's something I'll keep my eyes on. That's a big investment here. Because they've got to answer back, right? This is the game of kind of chess between these two. You've now got G2 showing the answer, and you've got Jogamo being confident. Middle has to respect it though, falls away. Leaf, that's a high-low swing coming here on the 3-2-1, I'm sure. And oh my god, he still divides and conquers! Where was the spacing on the second player up the ramp?
He's completely unstoppable.
1, 2, 3
doesn't matter if you have an op. I mean, that was supposed to be the trump card. Take down Leaf with the operator. Surely we can do that. But no.
You've got to be gutted if you're Kai as well. You still had, your owl drones. This was meant to be just purely to deal with the aggression coming out from Leaf that gets them that one-man pick. And it goes completely askew.
Yeah, now the problem is Junkie might need to throw the op off the map, right? Otherwise,
it's not going
to get any easier.
Next stream pe pucho.
G2, no. It doesn't feel like that A hit anymore. Already sitting ready for this B approach. Jonah P very prepared here.
I wonder if they're committing all their ults. Trace, that's one down. Maybe another to send in a 4v5. It's just falling apart.
But G2 carved the perfect place to play from. It's just stunning to witness. They know the win conditions the Trace would have wanted, what was available and what wasn't. But the plant going to be denied for now. Not going to come down. Hunter's Fury on top. And Trent just blind, sending that perfect. K-Bay and Loki, what are you meant to do here? That's what you're meant to do. Fight your way forward. But it's a 1v2. And time is not on your side. Leaf makes sure of it, and G2 back with a fourth.
The op fails for G2 in main. Leaf shuts it down, and then kind of a half-measured approach from Trace into the site. Yeah, they're going to use the Astral, but they don't want to commit any more than that into the play, down in numbers, and probably a good thing too, the way that G2 Trent's ultimate too, just precise, pixel perfect.
I'm happy to see this one here because kind of when we discussed the switch up from G2 to Leaf new position towards A, the pressure through middle from Jaw, and it didn't feel like Trace could come up with the answer on the fly here, right? They haven't found that solution they wanted, they haven't quite found the look. Time to pump the brakes, chat it through, see what they've got coming up, because they've got plenty of thoughts to play with. If they've got a trump card coming up, hey, why not play it? Whatever you've got, let's see if we can lean back into that. Because otherwise, I get worried that G2 starts stringing rounds together, that momentum starts to build, their ults come on for themselves. It's all going to be an absolute nightmare. So good timing hopefully here for Trace to check back in and find their answer to this new problem.
Yeah, you know, and I genuinely hope it's not this simple to read, but Trace, when they've got the knowledge, they really like running A execs where they sort of glide off over onto the right-hand side. They've got really heavy exec ultimate, so I would not be surprised if they moved in that direction.
Karan bhai, camera awaaz aa rahi hai, dude.
Are you telling me that if you know it, G2 might know it?
I think so. Genuinely, like my read on how G2 were going to prep against Trace on Lotus is kind of how that map played out on the attack and defense side. And now it looks like G2 want to take this A main fight once again.
Wonder where Leaf's positioning on this one. He's expecting already kind of testing the waters here. This feels quite similar, but I mean it's a very straightforward approach. It looks just straight out of main.
Trent's down on site. G2 aren't giving this one up at all.
Wait, how's Trent sticking around on this? Yeah, Funko might be in real trouble here. What on earth?
This is weird.
Oh, this is bizarre. Yeah, Trent, what's this massacre happening on the site? Back and forth, but this time G2 unwilling to relent on it. And the last player lurking is just lurking up middle. And it feels like with this silence becomes deafening, it's so obvious that he's not with the pack, that this potential fight is now on the way.
Players are isolated, that's the only real hope, but it's a kind of a nasty off-angle. Valens playing up towards heaven, now he's made noise.
Okay.
I mean, look, Jaw's a little bit low.
I'm on board. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Okay, that round was crazy. We're going to see in the replay. I'm pretty sure.
What just went on?
I think Trace paused and tried to pop flash through the smoke as it was coming down. But, yeah, so we're flashed, and now the smoke is gone, and we're in. But G2 had just already rotated so many players over because Trace paused and waited that 10 seconds before going for the forward fight.
Down A. One enemy.
That can't be the answer. That can't be the answer.
And that's a round where they had every ult in the book and they didn't use any of them.
Aapke sense 0138.
I think Trace were expecting the site to kind of just be empty because, you know, G2 were going to retake against those ults, but that's not at all how it played out.
High hopes and great outcomes. 5-3. You're going to hear the ult being invested. That's, of course, with Leaf over towards A. It does free up the rest of the players to kind of focus towards middle and still keep that eye towards B, which it actually looks like Trace are heading towards. So, if anything, working out quite nicely for G2 here, but let's see how they hold this side of the map.
We've only really seen Trace move towards B on the anti-ecos or frantically later into a round.
Yeah.
Deploying what the hold's going to be like, but sending that ultimate in early, this is the round where G2 have nobody actually home on the site.
And again, I don't mind people playing on site on this one.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है retake simulator
retake, you got so much to bank on, why not? they haven't really had to depend on these ults either. Yeah, we had Leaf kind of going for his. That's fair enough. That's player's preference. But already Jorgamo going to invest. That's fine. Clear close. That's 2 spotted. Big info. Divide going to go in. And all the ults on top. Good luck. Have fun. We're away. Jorgamo hungry on the hunt.
And he's out.
I don't know how he's done that. I don't know how he does this.
And they're defusing too with Trent coming in on the flank. I mean, Trace, they have to stop this spike from being defused, but the flank has come in. Trent is destroying Trace in the back lines. A beautiful round put together by G2. Just take Trace right on out of it.
That was just perfect from G2 there. Again, the ult so stunning, and Jorgamo just feels like perfectly controlled chaos. Right, I don't know how he does this.
Combo of
and then just jump back through the wall. He's fighting in again with his flash.
Ball काटा, आधा side पे breach ulti मारा, जहाँ पे Euro spot किया वो लोग को side छोड़ के खेलना पड़ा.
Trent is then shooting them in the back. It's that combination that is just so hard to play against, especially for the first time.
Yeah, spot on. And this is 4 rounds now. This is all looking a little too comfortable for G2. I wanted that threat. I wanted to see that potential from Trace that a lot of people were excited for. And this expectation, this read in the game, nice, just falling to bits, isn't it? The confidence just getting higher and higher. G2 looking like they can't miss a fight.
The second Leaf pulls the attention of 3 players, that's when Jaw takes the timing. That's when he snaps into mid.
Dangerous little 1-2 punch they are.
Especially playing the cheater agents, you know, just TP. I mean, look, Leaf's full flashed, he's droned, he's whatever, and he's just out. It's frustrating to play against because you have to use the util to clear him, but then you have to stop moving because you didn't actually kill him.
This pause feels so blindingly obvious. Oh, Bianchi has to kind of get out of that one, and again they commit close towards site. This position, we saw it taken before. I think it was Trent here last time. This time around Jonah P finding the pixel to play from. It's lovely from Trent. Swings on in and that confidence stays sky high. Bianchi the last one to try and pull off a 1v3. It ain't happening. G2 looking so large and in charge here. They look so damn good.
G2 got punished a couple of times trying to retake the A site, and they've never tried to play retake since rounds 3 and 4 when Trace won on those post plants. That's probably an adjustment that came in from Josh RT in the timeout, you know, around 5 when they lost that eco as well. But you've got a dart landing, you've got Jonah B jumping off the side. They're not going to let you through that choke point.
They are genuinely a treat to watch right now. This is genuinely very good Valorant from G2. I'm enjoying what we're witnessing. And we kind of, I kind of held them to a high standard here. I wanted to see big things from this team. If you're going to be that high tier, stand up to the test. Jorgamo again, absolute control, chaos, 3 big kills. And this man is just something else. Looking, have fun.
It looks like he's playing ranked. It's like, you're not supposed to be jumping there in professional play.
And not getting 3, not getting away with it time and time again. How many rounds is this man going to get under their skin? God. And you feel for him almost for Trace. They're not getting off these starting positions, right? Like, look at this.
#1 team for a reason, boys.
Playing fearless. You even thinks he kills Bianchi. He's like, I'll deal with you later.
Come back around.
Did the second one first. Just wild. But genuinely, think of the shift this team had. Between round 4 and 5.
Bye, thank you for $5
on this side.
Standing ahead. Really can't compliment that enough. They've been able to, one, adjust in this game and adjust so well that there's barely been an answer. Trace can't come up with what they want to be doing to deal with this, and there's layers of adaptation now.
You can see the actionables too, right? Whether it's refusing to play a retake, flood into sight, whether it's abusing this mid space. We saw Jaw do it 3 rounds in a row. Now Leaf's here with an operator.
This is an unexpected one. They may still clear this with util because of that presence from Jorg previously, but you've still got Leaf.
Yeah.
With the, you know, the big green basically at this point. Yeah, what are you meant to do? Like, how are you meant to clear this in any sort of way?
He's in front of the wall.
He is. Oh, another body drops. Hey, they want to be punished this time. And Trace have to keep going. They have to keep trying to fight forward. They do find Leaf on his almost greedy re-peek, and this play back towards A.
That's huge, because they have the spike plant now. Really good stuff out of Kai, but you've got flanks on flanks coming from G2. Kai still playing into that mid space, but he's cleared by Jaw.
Jorg, are you going to do this to him again? Yeah, you are. You're going to try and set him up for success. Kai, can you get away with your life? No, you can't. The King of Chaos is back in the building. Jorgamo is just tearing him apart one by one. This time he's stopped. Finally a 3v3. Time is on their side until then. Just turned away.
Loking was so deadly from backside back when Trace were winning their rounds. He's got to show up in a big way because it's him against the world.
Oh, Fung Fung a 1v3. He's got pressure left, right, and center. G2 just sophisticated dominance at this point. That's a 9-3 scoreline, and that is G2 in prime form here.
Bichara be. East Region 1 team has won till now, and even G2, I guess final is number 1 versus number 1. Well, let's see. Let's see. भाई बाप रे ये लोग का अल्ट कॉम्बिनेशंस और यूटिल्स बहुत मस्त है DRX वर्सेस G2 देखने में मजा आएगा भाई वो लोग कब भी बहुत प्यारा था यूटिल इसके बाद फिर ड्रॉस शायद से पता नहीं फिर से ड्रॉ होगा बाप रे Tenor bracket, yes sir.
And it feels like this first half has highlighted how faithful to their expectations G2 have been. A 9-3 scoreline is incredibly strong here. I don't know what more to say. If you're Trace on the other side, what are you meant to do at this point? Map 1, you felt there was a chance. Here, this feels like a different world.
Yeah, it's a hard situation. You're going into the defense side of Abyss. That said, though, me personally, I do think G2 on every map skew towards the defense side. I think the really important thing is making sure I can get online early. Round 3 or 4, it doesn't look like they're saving to guarantee an op. If you save 400 creds on pistol, you can always get that round 3 op, even if you're losing and getting no kills. That said, though, I want to make sure he can have that, because I think if he can't be finding openers with the operator, G2, they're looking way too clean. They're going to run you over.
Pressure half here for Trace. G2, you can see
that
it
5k likes करो
250
लोग remaining है
250 cuties
looking
really likes solid here and rightly so after that first half. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Trace, it starts with a pistol round. Nice little high-low set on towards A. Can they hold what's coming towards them though? Oh, no, the timing. Okay, Heybei has to just get out of there, leave Woking to his own devices. Oh, it's divide and conquer. G2 never stopped looking this Oh, Valen! Peekaboo! Yankee gonna be feeling that one in the morning. Kai Fung Fung.
No, zero.
Got a long way to go back towards A.
There's just not even
zero hope, guys. Zero hope. पहला मैच में तो hope था.
Yeah, Fong Fong and Kai, those are your playmakers, those are your fighters, but
ये मैप तो भाई पहले बंदे पे डबल पिक किया राइट बंदा एक बंदा मार करके बैठा है.
It's just hard to imagine a world where it can happen. Smoke's gonna go down, but I mean, look at the utility.
Jesus! Oh, that's a real souring moment to see that in this round. Valen and Leaf just dive on in. It's a team effort at this point. That's already 10 found, and if we're being honest, you kind of wanted to see them pick up that pistol, so it gives them just maybe a breath before the game gets closed out.
It's grim here on the defense side, but you might have to go for a force if you're Trace.
Yeah, I want to see what they go for here, because you're going to run it back the whole way.
Are you going to win on 13-11? I don't know. Or at the very least, channel some of that eco nonsense from Lotus.
What just happened?
Get yourself back into things.
What just happened? Right there.
It's a bad news when the coach that is crushing you doesn't know how his team is winning.
There's just stars aligning, all good, no problems. We do see they opted for a very light investment of 2 Sheriffs, and that's it.
Unfortunately, the Sheriffs are mid and B right now.
And once again, G2 actually do get stopped at least with 1. So, you know, we got some silver linings. Maybe some of these flanks can come in a little bit quicker.
We'll ignore it that it's a 5v4 now for them.
Let me find hope.
Yeah, that's why we're ignoring it.
Got it, fair enough.
I'm on your side, no sarcasm detected.
I'm not used to that. Oh, well, the hope's fading quickly, isn't it? Kai, show me something. Get me back on board. Make me a believer right now. I kind of need something to give us a spark here. Valen is on the case, and he ain't dropping it. I mean, it's done for, right? We're already up to 11. This is really hard.
This is
for Trace.
Last round.
You're purely back to the wall, and you've got to somehow
अगर
get
ये
through
round
this
हारा
game
तो वैसे
without
भी जीजिए
Leaf having a round.
लेकिन अगर comeback चालू करना है
List the roster.
Yeah, well,
only
we forget
chance
that Trent
ये
was
round
completely
only chance
dominating on the first map, 23-11. Just snuck up on us out of nowhere.
नहीं रे possible लेकिन अल्ट वाला रोटेशन में वो लोग जीत जाएंगे सिर्फ यूरो के इसमें जीत जाएंगे प्लस वो लोग फार्मिंग कर रहे हो
has an outlaw and there's 5 light/regens on Trace.
We'll see. Maybe it's fine. Kai, having a go. Don't drop this Vandal though, because it's really valuable. Nice work towards Shaw. Gonna get that. Doesn't need to overstay here. He's got his man. He can just shift back a little.
Now's when Leaf is going to try to work this space. As soon as that smoke goes
Pixel.
down.
He's God, that feels so scary up against these light shields.
A sigh of relief now. Leaf's been spotted. Trace can slow down this round. Bianca gonna have to fall back into heaven after getting pinged out by that drone. But G2 aren't committing into the site. They've read that there's a stack over towards this angle.
भाई बी जा रहे हैं लेकिन यहाँ पे लीफ मर सकता है जब तक उसका टीममेट है प्लस ओमेन भी है क्यों भी है भाई लग गया
waiting towards B. There is rotations coming in though. The penny is dropping. Trace don't like this. It's gone
ये round G2 आ रहा.
Oh my god, Leaf is seeing him just like a second too late every time, but he's getting closer and that scares me. And that's why Loken got curious and you heard what happened to the cat and now they're falling. And you're gonna walk that smoke? No, Amy!
It's all going wrong!
This is a nightmare coming to life here. They had the start they needed. They took down Jogmo, they had good rotations, the right place. Leaf wasn't having that freedom, it was good. Now suddenly it's gone sour, down to 2, Bianca and Kai. Up against it. Deep post-plant, Trent still with those shock darts as well. Kai trying to be set up here. Bianca trying to send him in, give him a chance of anything, and Leaf. He said, no, this is 12, and that is not how you wanted to see them get to 12 either. Trace are going to be gutted with that one. I feel like the pressure got to them there. It was
absolutely
unnecessary mistakes almost.
चल मैं इसके लिए ड्रॉ देखना है इसके बाद नहीं इसके बाद मैं जाऊंगा मेरे को वो एक 5 मिनट का कुछ काम है वो करके मुंह धो के चाय बना के मस्त जल्दी शिम करेंगे क्रॉस नहीं देखेंगे यार ऐसे मैच है वो देखेंगे क्रॉस देख के क्या कर
And it hurts as well because Kai had a great shot at the start.
Yeah.
He was starting to feel himself get back into this game, something like that.
क्रॉस मैटर नहीं करता इस समय
This is a rotten timeout too. Just so you know, the timeout has hit here for Trace. Burning this. You can see the frustration. And even the elation on the other side. Probably curious they got away with it. That one.
Yeah,
I wonder what was
said. Impossible,
but it's 12-3. This is what we're saying. It was going to only ever take G2 or one of the G2 players to have that round, to have that one moment we have big impact. We weren't even accounting for the pressure that was going to be put on Trace to not make any mistakes. And one mistake kind of opened up a big key part of that round, and that's got to feel horrific now trying to face this. None of them even broken double digits kill-wise. This has been a one-sided affair.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like the first half of Lotus was really competitive. Could have even ended 6-6, just lost that final round on time. But since that second half, G2 have really locked in, and I don't think Trace has been able to really piece together the answers. It's been a while since we've seen Trace on a stage.
अब क्या पर टाइम आउट गिव अप
back in
करता
China
भाई
than all the other international leagues. Made some adjustments coming into the matches today. Role swap for Fong Fong on this map onto the Omen. Off of the Cypher, but
any improvement from here is also
turned into anything substantial for them up against some tournament favorites in G2.
And you can look at the state of this buy. Look at it. No armor on Kai.
Does Sen have any
Guardian
chance in
out.
Masters
Nothing
now?
there to
Yes,
supplement
sir.
it. This is brutal to try and hold on to here. G2 on the verge of a very clean map. And they stick the landing.
I don't know if G2 blowing up mid was going to be on my bingo card coming out of that timeout, but actually maybe even just doing it to fake. They threw that Astra smoke down, had that teleport noise, so Trace knows something's funky is going down, but really G2 is going to have a free B site to get this plant down on.
Hey, red carpet's rolled out. Perfect. All on the retake.
After the plant, Trent's just going to be one off ultimate as well, so G2 could just fall back and play a rolling post.
And I love that Leaf still has his position, no threat of the lurk. Doesn't have to stick around too long. Jorgamo already going to take away Fung Fung. Leaving just 3, and Kai copping a boatload of damage. Again, no shields to bank on here. Jonah P feeling confident, having a little go at things. Keeping them spammed out, keeping them down. Under the heel, G2 just need one more man and they've got it. Clean work. Playing to their own expectations, their own caliber. And crush any chance of this underdog story today.
आज नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम तो जीजी है, काहे जीजी है भाई? मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा ज़रिफ कितना बजे आ रहा है, क्या सीन करके। चलो चटकते हैं, फट से मैं काम खत्म करके आया और जितना जल्दी होगा उतना स्ट्रीम चालू करेगा। पॉसिबली बाय 8 o'clock या मैक्स बाय 8:30 स्ट्रीम चालू हो जाएगा। लंबा स्ट्रीम करेंगे टिल 12:30 या 1 और उसके बाद होएगा मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम। ठीक है, ये है आज का शेड्यूल। ठीक है, तो मिलते हैं बहुत जल्द, करते हैं थोड़ी गेमिंग शेमिंग। ठीक है, बाय बाय गाइस, आदियोस, शेडे में फादियोस, टेक केयर, मिलते हैं थोड़े टाइम में। ठीक है, बाय 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 बाय। इसी गेम था G2 के लिए कुछ भी बोल।